Chapter 1 Fox Demon. The clapper rang 3 times, and Jiang Ming opened his eyes. In a narrow apartment on Konoha Street. It was dark in front of my eyes. The wind chimes on the balcony were blown by the wind on a midsummer night, making a lonely sound. A strange soul descended on Konoha and occupied Naruto's body. Ding! Lie down, system loading. 7%. Jiang Ming had a severe headache, and his eyes were a blur of blood red. Will he go blind? It hurts. Hiss. It was just a game, how could he die suddenly? How would he go to work tomorrow? I will soon be promoted from an intern, and I am about to finish my job. The pain slowly dissipated, and Jiang Ming opened his eyes. With the dim light, he saw a strange and messy room. The air was filled with a faint odor, and the walls were covered with old and moldy light yellow wallpaper. Clothes and books were scattered on the wooden floor. Jiang Ming seemed to realize something and looked down at his hand. His pupils dilated slightly, and with a cry, Jiang Ming fell backwards. His hand actually shrunk. System loading progress 13%. A mechanical synthesized sound rang in his mind, and fragments of memory immediately pierced Jiang Ming's mind, causing him to scream and roll on the bed in pain. There were constant sounds drilling into his ears like ants, and the pain almost made him faint. Is it that kid? So disgusting. I told you not to play with him, who knows what that freak will do. It was that fox demon who killed the 4th Hokage. Naruto, do you have the will of fire? The Hokage is the most powerful person in the village, and he is the one who protects us. Naruto, you have to work hard and strive to become a Hokage. Hokage? Are you kidding? Jiang Ming had a splitting headache. It was dark all around, and there were 2 small holes not far away. He stumbled over and used all his strength to press his eyes against them, and found that there were people outside, all kinds of people. There was contempt, indifference, and bad luck in their eyes. Get out! You monster! I won't sell it to you. Get out! Why don't you die? How do you still have the courage to live in this world? You monster! Cold emotions mixed with pain surged into Jiang Ming's heart, and he almost suffocated in this emotion. He turned over, gritted his teeth and beat his chest vigorously, and then he was able to breathe. System loading progress 17%. Opening his eyes suddenly, Jiang Ming was lying on the bed and found a panel slowly emerging in front of him. He had read a lot of novels and played a lot of games, and roughly understood the situation in front of him. He traveled through time and became Uzumaki Naruto in Naruto. He should still be in the stage of ninja school and will soon face the genin graduation exam. What comforted him was that although he traveled through time, the system unique to strangers was also fully equipped. It seemed to be still loading. What system was it? No matter, it's better to have a system than not. Looking at the night outside the window, Jiang Ming didn't want to sleep anymore. He turned over and got out of bed and fumbled to turn on the light in the room. With a click, the bright light dispelled the uneasiness in his heart. It will be Uzumaki Naruto from now on. Ignoring the messy room and the smelly table. No one can blame an orphan who is not loved by anyone for not tidying up his room. After all, there is no one to scold him. Naruto sat on the table, took out a pen and paper and tried to write a line of words, automatically mastering the Sakura language. But Naruto can also understand it. He tried to say a sentence, and there seemed to be several options for the language he said. He could switch back and forth between 3-4 languages, although they are useless in this world, just knowing Sakura language is enough. He pulled open his clothes, and could not see the seal on his belly about the 9 tails. This is a bit troublesome, double 4 symbol seal. The 9 tails chakra that escaped from the gap in the seal flowed through his 8 meridians and finally turned into normal blue chakra. Although the 9 tails chakra can be used by him temporarily, it is not a long-term solution. After thinking for a while, Naruto wrote down the training plan on paper. In this world, naturally, only those with strong strength have the right to speak. Being as strong as possible will also help future growth. Then it was life. Naruto scratched his head, stood up and walked to the front of the dressing mirror. Looking at the young face in the mirror, he bared his teeth and showed a big smile. Fuck the Hokage. Who wants to be that kind of thing, protecting those who despise themselves? Dream on, it's better to die. Soul, garbage. He vented all the negative emotions accumulated in his heart, and instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Forget about becoming a Hokage, but it is still necessary to make yourself live a better life. What companions, village, and will of fire are all dead, life is for enjoyment. When the system is loaded, I can walk sideways in the village. While humming a song, Naruto wrote down his genin training plan on paper. Become the most handsome boy in the village. System loading progress 34%. The next day, the sky was bright. After getting up early, Naruto opened his eyes and the first thing he did was to call up the panel to check the system loading progress. This damn loading speed is like 2G network, which is really annoying. System loading progress 79%. Yawned, Naruto didn't sleep much last night. Seeing that it was dawn, he could only drag himself to get up and wash. Thinking that there are still a few ninja theory classes in the morning, I will lie down in the classroom to catch up on sleep. Anyway, Naruto has always been like this in the eyes of his classmates, and no one would care about an ominous person. After washing up, he spent another hour to tidy up the room. When choosing clothes before going out, Naruto was in a dilemma. The original outfit looked like a spirited young man, and the big coat was hot in summer. After hesitating for a moment, Naruto chose a daily black short-sleeved shirt with brown shorts, and did not take the goggles on the table. He is not a genin yet, and does not have a Konoha forehead protector. I'm going out. He shouted in the empty room and no one responded, but he didn't care and slammed the door. He lived in an old apartment building on Konoha Street. To go downstairs, he had to go around the alleys and go out. Looking at the people standing in the sunlight, Naruto paused for a moment. Until he saw the unhappy eyes they cast, Naruto shrugged indifferently, lowered his head and walked through the crowd silently. The expressions on the villagers' faces were cold and indifferent, and their eyes lingered on Naruto and then suddenly retracted. System loading progress 87%. At the ninja school, Shikamaru casually glanced at the crowd and then seemed to see something. He pushed Koji beside him and pointed in a direction for Koji to look over. Isn't that Naruto? Koji stopped eating potato chips. Was he beaten again on the road? It should be. Shikamaru showed a pair of dead fish eyes. That group of people was quite excessive. Koji threw the last potato chip into his mouth and bit it with a snap. The two of them swaggered towards the crowd, relying on Koji's chubby body advantage. No matter how powerful the people who bullied Naruto were, they dared not offend the three tribes of Pig, Deer, and Joe. Chapter 2 Sunlight. Ah, it's Zamu and the others. The group of forces led by three teenagers blocked Naruto's way, and one of the teenagers who was shorter than Naruto pushed him. Monster, I heard that your dream is to become a Hokage. Shikamaru and Koji also squeezed into the crowd smoothly and happened to hear the man's question. They thought Naruto would refute and tell them loudly that he was the man who wanted to become a Hokage. However, Naruto was unusually quiet. The sunlight shone through the gate of the ninja school, drawing a yin-yang line under his feet. Naruto was exposed to the sunlight, his golden hair seemed to have lost its former sharpness, but he did not hide in fear, staring at the man straight in the eyes. The childishness on his body faded away and was crushed in indifference. It was like a different person, everything in the past was like ashes, blown clean in the summer breeze. Your eyes are really disgusting, I will beat you up if you look at me again. System loading progress 99%. Another person came forward and pushed Naruto, making him take a few steps back. The people around were just watching as usual, talking and laughing, and had no intention of stopping them. Damn, those guys from small families are too bullying. Koji was so angry that he was about to stop them. Shikamaru sighed, said it was really troublesome, and walked slowly towards Naruto. System loading progress 100%. Option 1, push down the three people in front of you and tell them loudly that your dream is to become a stronger Hokage than the fourth generation. Reward, master the three-body technique. Option 2, deny the dream of becoming a Hokage and don't get entangled. Reward, the side effects of chakra disorder in the body disappear. Naruto saw the panel, but saw that the people around him didn't react. Preliminary judgment was that only he could see the content on the panel, so he was relieved to focus on the options above. Three-body technique is an important part of the ninja school graduation assessment. If you master it, you will graduate successfully. It is also because of the nine tails chakra that the chakra in the body is disordered and the ninjutsu cannot be used normally. One is a shortcut to directly solve the current graduation problem. The other is to solve the problem of chakra disorder at the root. Even if he still needs to spend time practicing the three-body technique later, it is worth it. That Naruto-kun Hinata, who appeared from nowhere, said timidly. Hey? What are you talking about? I can't hear it. The tall boy named Zaimyu didn't seem to hear what Hinata said, and looked straight at Naruto. As for Hinata, Zaimyu ignored her directly. Naruto-kun didn't do anything wrong. Hinata was a little scared but still plucked up the courage to say. What nonsense are you talking about? It's disgusting. Zaimyu ignored Hinata and didn't want to listen to anyone at all. His attitude can be described as quite vulgar. I don't want to be a Hokage. I'm not as naive as you. That's your ridiculous dream, isn't it? Naruto said, but it's also quite sad. With your current strength, you may not even be a ninja in the future. Naruto pushed the leader Zaimyu hard and said mercilessly. Can you be a Hokage? Is there anyone in your family who can do it? You can't. They can't do it either. You, what are you talking about? Zaimyu took a step back and looked at Naruto with a slight stutter. Naruto's eyes were still sharp, staring straight at the leader Zaimyu. People will change, Zaimyu. Go back and ask your father, believe it or not, I will burn your house tomorrow and nothing will happen. Think carefully with your muscular brain. What can be done and what can't be done? Bah! What a thing! Naruto spitted on the boy's face and left with a gloomy face. Anyway, it's not the first or second time that I've skipped classes, but today I'm skipping classes openly. Zaimyu was stunned, thinking back to Naruto's ferocious tone just now, and didn't dare to say a word. You're talking nonsense. We didn't. The two people's angry voices came from behind, and Naruto's words seemed to touch their pain. The young man who wanted to become a Hokage was inferior and sensitive. Their dreams were exposed naked in the sun, which made them jump. Rewards were successfully transferred. After a mechanical prompt sound, Naruto felt a coolness in his body, as if he had drunk a mouthful of ice water on a hot day. He tried to feel the flow of chakra in his body. He really felt the direction of the chakra flow, and the chakra that had almost no resonance in the past became active. It was like the ice spring water suddenly became boiling, and every cell in the body was moistened by the chakra, and a sense of comfort came over the whole body. This made Naruto shout and secretly say that it was cool. Shikamaru, did my ears break just now? Koji tugged at Shikamaru's clothes, and asked as he looked at Naruto's back as he left. Naruto said he didn't want to be Hokage anymore. Isn't that his dream? Why did he suddenly? Who knows? Shikamaru's dead fish eyes moved, and he said indifferently, that guy was too scary just now, and what's the good of being Hokage? I'm so busy all day, I don't even have time to be in a daze. Don't say those things, Naruto is gone. Koji said, if he skipped class and was found by Iruka teacher, he would be miserable. Hinata was in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, looking at Naruto going away with a tangled face. Class was about to start, but she was afraid that Naruto would get into trouble. Naruto-kun, you are in pain now, right? Thinking so, Hinata clenched her hands. At this moment, she really wanted to chase him, but she didn't have the courage. I had already used up all my courage to step forward and try to help him out. Now in front of so many people. The ninja school without Naruto seemed particularly peaceful. Iruka, who learned that Naruto had skipped school in the morning, lost his temper as usual. No one was making trouble with paint buckets, and no one was making a big fuss in the ninja school. Everything seemed very harmonious. Until sunset, Iruka did not find any trace of Naruto on the Hokage rock. The most naughty child in the class seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. Just when Iruka was a little flustered, a soft voice suddenly sounded. Teacher Iruka. Hinata? Why are you here? Iruka turned his head and was slightly stunned. The girl stood timidly in the orange sunset, lowered her head and dared not look at him, her face flushed, as if she was caught doing something bad. I'm looking for Naruto-kun. The girl's voice was as low as a mosquito's. Naruto-kun didn't come to class all day. I was worried. Looking at Hinata's red face that was about to bleed, Iruka smiled kindly and said. Little Hinata is also worried about Naruto, right? It's okay, the teacher will be responsible for finding him. It's late now, you should go home first, otherwise Master Hayashi will worry about you. No. Hinata mustered up her courage and said loudly, Iruka Mr. Luca, I also want to go with you to find Naruto-kun. Iruka was touched, the smile on his face froze, looked at the sky, and said gently. Well, we can only look for another half an hour. If we can't find it, Hinata promised the teacher that she must go home. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Iruka. Hinata nodded excitedly. Ah? You are looking for me? Naruto looked up and looked at the two of them in confusion, and was a little surprised that Hinata was there too. Hinata, why are you there too? Naruto asked unexpectedly. Hinata lowered her head. I asked Hinata to help me find him. Iruka spoke up to help. I think Hinata should know where Naruto is. Is that so? Naruto scratched his head. Is Mr. Iruka here because of truancy? Chapter 3 Losing myself in the voices of Hinata-chan. I guess so. Iruka hesitated for a moment and asked as gently as possible, but the teacher wants to hear why you want to give up your dream. No reason, that kind of thing is not my dream. Naruto shrugged. Iruka teacher said that Hokage is the strongest existence in the village, right? Yes, I did say that. Iruka nodded. They are right, I am just a slacker, and it is impossible to become Hokage, right? Naruto asked back. You can't say that, as long as Naruto is willing to work hard. Iruka was also a little speechless. He probably knew Naruto's situation, but he couldn't say it clearly due to the ban of the third generation. Naruto tilted his head and looked at Iruka with a puzzled look. Iruka teacher, I don't want to be Hokage anymore, I want to change to a dream that is not so far away. What dream? Iruka's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he himself didn't know why he was confused by a child's words. Maybe he will find a virtuous wife to marry, like an ordinary adult. Naruto scratched his head and said. Iruka was a little surprised and a little frightened. For Naruto, ordinary dreams are even more out of reach. It is impossible for Naruto to marry and have children in an ordinary way. These words were stuck in Iruka's throat. When he thought of the cold eyes and exclusion cast on an orphan, Iruka felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. In any case, Naruto sealed the 9 tails in his body and protected the people in the village. But Naruto made a contribution and became a Jinchuriki forever, but he had to suffer the villagers' contempt. Iruka's parents died in the 9 Tails rebellion, but Iruka was very happy for the fatherless boy in front of him. The motherless boy couldn't hate. It wasn't him who was wrong, it was the 9 Tails. Naruto was just put into the 9 Tails container at birth, and he has lived with hatred and disgust until now. Suddenly Iruka realized that Naruto might have grown up and understood the disgust and hatred in the eyes of the villagers. When this thought formed in his mind, Iruka suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Once the seeds of hatred are planted in the heart of the Jinchuriki, the consequences will be disastrous. Iruka's eyes blurred, and when he looked again, Naruto still had that bright smile on his face. Naruto, your dream. What's wrong? Isn't it great? Iruka-sensei. Naruto still smiled brightly. Iruka-sensei, you are so old and don't have a girlfriend, you must have a lot of savings, right? Hey! Iruka's mentality exploded when he heard the words, and he clenched his fists and shouted, Naruto! Help! Naruto ran away in response. While the two were playing, Hinata on the side had already blushed, and her whole body was bubbling with shame. Her hands were tangled together, and she was mumbling something. Okay, let's stop here. Iruka said with a stern face, remember to go to school tomorrow. Naruto. Yes, Iruka teacher. Naruto lowered his head and looked like he was being taught. At the same time, the two of them looked at Hinata who was lowering her head and not saying anything. Hinata uttered an ah and her face quickly turned red again. Naruto, you can go home by yourself. Teacher, I will take Hinata home first. Are you okay alone? Iruka said, holding his forehead. Just as Naruto was about to respond, the panel popped up again without any warning. Option 1, pursue Sakura. Reward, S-level ninjutsu. Option 2, pursue Hinata, save 10 years of Dieters. Reward, 9 Tails recognition, can use 9 Tails chakra at will. Note, option 1 will instantly get a random S-level ninjutsu mastery, there is a certain probability of obtaining rare wood escape ninjutsu. Option 2 is a progress reward, and the reward will be delegated synchronously with the degree of strategy. This can basically be abandoned. The power of the 9 tail is not comparable to an S-level ninjutsu. Besides, even if there is no reward, let him choose one person from Sakura and Hinata as the object of pursuit. Naruto will choose Hinata without hesitation, even if it is not for anything else, at least let the child eat a soft bite in the future. Big is justice. Choose the second one. The mission is successfully started, please complete it first. Teacher Iruka. Naruto suddenly interrupted, let me send Hinata home. Ah. Hinata blushed to her ears and turned away. Hey! Irika looked at Naruto in confusion. I know where Hinata's home is and I've sent her there before. Naruto explained with a smile, Teacher Irika, it would be too much trouble if you don't go there. This Irika hesitated, but when he thought of the cold Hyuga clan members, he agreed. Well, Naruto, you have to protect Hinata, do your duty as a man. Irika said with a smile. Yes. I will protect Hinata-san. Naruto responded with a bright smile. After Irika left, Naruto patted Hinata's shoulder. The latter was startled, tears welled up in her eyes. It's okay, I'll take you home, Hinata-san. Naruto smiled gently, and his voice became much softer. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata's voice was very low. Then give me your hand. Hinata-chan. Why? Hinata was startled, her face flushed, and she stuttered. It's dangerous for a girl to walk alone at night. It would be more reassuring if ordinary friends hold hands, right? That's what I said, but Naruto-kun's hand. Hinata hesitated. What's wrong? Is it bothering? Sorry. No. It won't. Hinata shook her head like a rattle, and carefully handed her hand out, her heart pounding. Until the temperature of the other palm came, Hinata's heart seemed to be injected with a warm current, and the whole person's uneasy mood instantly settled a lot. Naruto-kun didn't lie to me, and I felt more at ease. But this is already considered holding hands, right? What on earth was I thinking? Naruto-kun didn't think about it at all. Looking at Naruto who was half a body ahead of her, Hinata suddenly felt flustered. Naruto-kun was really a very gentle person in his bones. Naruto, who was walking in front and holding Hinata's hand, was unaware of Hinata's thoughts behind him. Feeling the nine tails chakra overflowing from his body constantly circulating in his meridians, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Sure enough, it succeeded. Naruto sent Hinata to the gate of the Hyuga residence and stopped. If it was not necessary, the Hyuga clan would not welcome outsiders, let alone him. Thank you for sending me back, Naruto-kun. Hinata bowed to Naruto with red ears, her slender neck was white and rosy. I should thank you, after all, Hinata, you are looking for me. Naruto waved to Hinata, have a good sleep at night, Hinata-chan. After saying that, Naruto turned and ran. In the opposite direction, towards the darkness in the distance. Hinata lost herself in the sound of Hinata-chan, and whispered while holding the wooden door. See you tomorrow, Naruto-kun. Chapter 4 Unworthy of a Human Being. With a creak, the door of the apartment was opened from the outside. The dim light from the corridor shone into the entrance like a blade, and Naruto's shadow was elongated, casting it on the shoe cabinet like a monster. He lowered his head to change his shoes and turned on the light. Naruto stood on the balcony to enjoy the breeze, and the instant noodles were steaming on the small table behind him. He originally wanted to buy some vegetables, but it was too late and he was kicked out in disgust. If there were more people, or Naruto went earlier, perhaps the boss would not have such a gloomy expression on his face. He was not sure if there were any Anbu watching him now, and whether the words he said during the day would reach the ears of the third Hokage. The human pillar after all, the power is the strongest weapon of the village. Once the attitude towards the village changes, terrible things are likely to happen. But Naruto didn't care. He didn't think about revenge on the village. There was not even any dark thoughts in his heart. He just wanted to lie down. It's cool to lie down, okay? The system is by your side, and Ashura is reincarnated. Since the power of the system is greater than the nine tails, and may even be greater than any power in this world, why not take a simple path? In order to gain everyone's recognition, he wants to be a Hokage even if he works hard, and protects those who discriminate and bully him, just to gain their recognition. This is too ridiculous. People live in the world to develop. Realize your own value, rather than getting value from others. When people look at you with disgust on the street, you will feel inferior and sensitive, guilty, and lost. This is a people-pleasing personality, hoping to be recognized and accepted by others. The current Naruto is no longer the Naruto of the past. He knows that a good person can only be looked down upon. There is no need to gain recognition from others, but to learn to reconcile with yourself. Be an ordinary ninja down to earth and enrich your life. It is them who are wrong, those who want to get benefits from the nine tails but don't want to pay the price. It is called protection, but it is actually Pua. Hokage is not Naruto's dream, but the dream of the third generation Sarutobi heroes, and I think it is the ambition of the top leaders. They hope that Naruto will serve the village like the fourth Hokage. The moonlight of the summer night is gentle, covering Konoha. The night breeze blows across the balcony, blowing Naruto's hair on his forehead, and his eyes slowly become clear. He doesn't want to be a Hokage, nor does he want to be recognized by others. He just wants to live a secular life and become stronger. The instant noodles are a little cold, but Naruto still eats them without changing his expression. After washing up, he lay on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. The next day, soon after Naruto went out, he met a naughty kid wearing a big white hat and a blue scarf on the road. It was none other than the grandson of the third Hokage, the Crown Prince Konohamaru. Konohamaru was standing by the wall with a camouflage cloth. Seeing Naruto staring at him, he shouted wildly. "What are you looking at? Can't you see that I am practicing ninjutsu here? My grandfather is the Hokage. Go away." Konohamaru stared at Naruto, who was stunned by his scolding, and felt a little disappointed. He thought that this person was no different from others. As long as he heard that he was the grandson of the Hokage, he would definitely obey him. However, Naruto smiled, took out a few hundred taels of banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Konohamaru with both hands. Konohamaru showed a disappointed look on his face, waved his hands and said impatiently, "Go away, I don't want your money. This is your medical expenses and nutrition expenses, you kid, you're dead." As he said that, Naruto started to beat him. While beating, he cursed. The grandson of the Hokage is amazing. Who doesn't have a Hokage relative? In the ninja school, Naruto sat in the back row with a pale face and yawned. No one bothered him today, but when he walked into the classroom, some people still looked at him with disgust. On the podium, teacher Irika put away the lesson plan and said with a cough, "Tomorrow is the graduation exam. In the morning, it is a review exam for transformation techniques. In the afternoon, it is an outdoor class and a review exam for practical classes." As soon as the voice fell, the classroom suddenly became lively. The boys and girls whispered to each other, some were happy and some were nervous. "Transformation technique, I'm good at it. Do you think I can get transformation technique in tomorrow's graduation exam?" "I'm not sure. The exam content is to randomly select one of the 3 body techniques as the exam content. As for the probability, it's about 1 in 3. The first place must be Sasuke again. He has good grades in all subjects. The last one must be that person. Haha. That's right. He doesn't look smart. He always likes to do some annoying things. I heard that he has been postponed for 2 years. I guess he won't graduate this year. A person like that can't become a ninja after graduation, right? I'm a failure wherever I go. It's really a sad and gloomy life. If I were him, I might as well die. I would definitely not be ashamed to live in this world." Irika on the podium also heard some gossip, and his face didn't look so good. But he couldn't do anything, so he could only knock on the table to quiet the class. "Everyone go outside, line up, one by one." While waiting in line in boredom, Naruto yawned again, which was seen by Shikamaru, who asked in confusion, "Where did you go last night?" "My instant noodles were expired, and I had a stomachache," Naruto said. "Can't you cook something yourself?" Shikamaru rolled his eyes at him. "We should be able to cook some simple dishes at our age. Don't take it for granted that you can do it easily, bastard." Naruto bumped into Shikamaru. "At least the boss of the instant noodle shop won't look at me with disdain. It's troublesome to attract attention when buying groceries, okay?" Hearing this, Shikamaru was slightly startled, and he suddenly realized the white eyes Naruto usually received. Things that seemed simple in his eyes might not be so simple for Naruto. "Sorry, Naruto. Why are you apologizing so well?" Naruto glanced at Shikamaru without comment, and his eyes moved to the pink-haired girl who was taking the exam. Haruno Sakura is cuter in real life than in the comics, and her skin looks very white among the girls. The sound of potato chips breaking rang out, and Koji stood behind Shikamaru. His small eyes swept over Shikamaru and Naruto, taking in the scene that just happened. The blonde Ino stood one position in front of Naruto, and when she turned around to look for Sasuke, she happened to see Naruto's eyes sweeping over Haruno Sakura, and the corners of her mouth curved up. "Naruto, what are you looking at?" Hearing the voice, Naruto turned his head and saw the wanton and gossipy smile on Ino's face. "Sasuke doesn't like women." "What? Ino's face collapsed instantly, staring at Naruto with wide eyes, and her heart was instantly hit. Damn! What did you say? Hey! Ino, don't get excited. Let go, Ino. Naruto will die. Koji didn't even have time to eat his chips, and hurried forward to persuade them to stop fighting. Let me go. I'm going to bite that bastard to death. Damn it! Ino, who was furious, was held by Koji, and she tried desperately to beat the foul-mouthed Naruto to death. Shikamaru hurriedly separated the two of them, and at this moment, Irika's angry voice came from the classroom. People outside, be quiet. Next. Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 5 Shackles of Fate. Uchiha Sasuke gets full marks. As Irika's voice of approval came out, the students crowded at the door and looked inside. It's Sasuke after all. That's the child of the Uchiha family, full marks. It's amazing. The voices of praise kept coming, and everyone's eyes were focused on the cold-faced boy, with cold eyebrows and eyes, a high nose bridge, and clean facial lines. The sideburns on both sides of his face were spiky hair styled behind his back, and his eyes were filled with a sense of alienation. Naruto was also looking at Sasuke, leisurely examining his future teammate. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. When this name was called out, everyone whispered. While discussing something in a low voice, he glanced at Naruto from time to time. The last guy, are you going to use your seduction technique again? Ha ha ha. That's how Irika-sensei kicked him out last time. How filthy. People who use that kind of ninjutsu are so disgusting. The discussion made Uchiha Sasuke, who was leaving, turn his head and stare in that direction. Naruto happened to enter the classroom door and turned his head back, and found Sasuke's sight. The test time was very short, basically no more than a minute. Sasuke didn't leave, just stood there waiting. The classroom was silent for a while, and Irika's voice came out with a hint of hesitation. Uzumaki Naruto, full marks. Full marks? It was full marks. The people surrounding the door suddenly showed a look of surprise on their faces, and the surroundings became silent. The person who had always been the last one actually got full marks in the exam. Even though the three-body technique does not represent the final total score, it is also a key subject for ninjutsu. If you get full marks in the three-body technique, it means graduation is guaranteed. The door was opened at this time, and Naruto walked out of the classroom. His eyes swept over everyone and finally stopped on Uchiha Sasuke in the distance. Sasuke's face did not change much. He looked at Naruto and turned away. Naruto smiled and did not take it to heart. The second pillar is really arrogant. After the chakra disorder problem was solved, he did not spend too much time practicing the three-body technique to practice it thoroughly. It may also be related to the natural talent of this body, after all, it is the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Mastering the three-body technique also means that you don't have to be distracted by the graduation exam. You can leave directly after the mock exam. Naruto did not stop and walked straight out. When passing by Hinata, Naruto remembered that Hinata helped him out yesterday, so he stopped and said thank you. I left in a hurry yesterday, so I'm sorry that I'm thanking you only now. Thank you for helping me out, Hinata-chan. Hinata's cheeks flushed when she heard Naruto call her Hinata-chan again. She seemed a little embarrassed and a little happy. I didn't help much. Naruto-kun doesn't need to thank me specially. Hinata looked very cute when she spoke like this. She was wearing a long-sleeved training suit that covered her white arms, with short hair behind her ears, and her skin was as plump and shiny as if she had been filled with milk. No matter how you describe it, Hinata's presence alone can easily remind people of the dignified posture of the eldest daughter of a large family. It's precisely this dignified and slightly shy appearance that makes people feel more amazing, probably the so-called eldest lady's personality. No, thanks to Hinata-chan. Naruto said, and at the same time noticed that Hinata's expression became more and more embarrassed. It was then that he realized that there seemed to be more eyes around him. Naruto understood that he was not very familiar with Hinata now. If he continued to pester her, Hinata might face rumors, so he knew it was time to retreat. I'm leaving first, Hinata-chan, thank you anyway. Naruto turned around and waved, slowly leaving the corridor of the ninja school. He thought to himself that he should go back and prepare a gift, and give it to Hinata when they meet next time, so that it wouldn't be too abrupt. Strategy for Hinata, Ninetales approval 2.2%. The mechanical synthesized sound that suddenly sounded in his mind scared Naruto. The Ninetale has always been a concern for him. In the short term, it is indeed good to gain the power of the nine-tail. But the nine-tail is just a group of stronger chakra, to put it bluntly, it is a temporary force. Since it is a force, it is easy to be spied on. Whether it is Konoha who wants to use him as a weapon, or the various forces who want to capture the nine-tail in the future. Naruto is a piece of meat on the chopping board. As long as a strong person appears, he will target the nine tails in his belly. To be honest, he would rather the nine tails stay away from him, and it would be better to find a new home and never have anything to do with him again. However, once the nine tails leaves the body of the Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki cannot survive alone. Such a heaven-defying setting gives Naruto a headache. Now that he has a system, even if the nine tails is not in his body, Naruto can still use the power of the nine tails. Then it would be the best situation if the nine tails doesn't get entangled with him, right? Naruto is very aware that he has the nine tails, just like Alan got the attack on Titan. At the moment of getting the power, what bound him was no longer the Maria Wall, nor the tens of meters tall giant, but the future he saw that symbolized his fate. The fate was determined when he got the attack on Titan, and he was destined to be unable to break free from the shackles that made him make the choice of destroying the world. And the same is true for Naruto, starting from getting the nine tails, to the son of prophecy, the body of the immortal. Step by step, it was not Naruto who chose to save the world or to be the Hokage. It was fate. Everything was like an unbreakable shackle, a fate that came from Jiraiya's death, Niji's blood, and sacrifice. He wanted to lie down, lying on the fate that was destined to be unchangeable, and live for himself. At night, by the river in the forest, a bonfire was burning slowly, and several fish were being slowly roasted on the fire. A blond boy was hanging a fishing rod fishing. The moonlight in the forest is as clear as the water. Occasionally, the scales of fish flicker on the sparkling water. The silent forest and the cold white crescent moon are reflected on the water. With a rustle, a figure suddenly appeared beside Naruto, as if it appeared out of thin air. Instant body technique. Naruto had noticed that there was a person standing next to him, and he turned around suddenly. He saw a ninja with long white hair standing in front of him. Teacher Mizuki. Naruto asked in pretended surprise, "Why are you here?" The person who came was Mizuki, Iruka's friend and the most scheming man in Konoha. At this moment, Mizuki didn't know that he had fallen into the surveillance of the crystal ball of the third generation, and smiled at Naruto with a gentle face. "Naruto, do you want to become stronger?" Chapter 6 The Fisherman is ecstatic. Naruto was stunned for a moment when he heard the words. He looked at Mizuki, blinked, and asked, "Teacher Mizuki, what do you mean?" Mizuki's mental state was a little strange, giving people an indescribable abnormal feeling. It was like he was intoxicated by some kind of hallucinogen, and he seemed particularly evil. To be honest, even if he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when Mizuki's face appeared. "Tomorrow is the graduation exam of the ninja school, right?" Mizuki asked. "Yeah." Naruto nodded. "Then Naruto is sure to pass the exam." Mizuki narrowed his eyes and looked at Naruto with a half-smile. "Well, this kind of thing, Teacher Mizuki, you know me." Naruto scratched his head pretending to be embarrassed. "Maybe graduation will be postponed again this year." "Does Naruto want to become stronger?" "I happen to know a secret that will definitely help you pass the graduation exam smoothly." Hearing this, Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly. If Mizuki knew that he had scored full marks in the random test of the 3 body techniques this afternoon, he would not say this in front of him. However, I did not see Mizuki at the ninja school all day today. It was normal that he did not know about this, that is, Mizuki did not look for Iruka, but came directly to me. He was so anxious, something must have happened, so Mizuki was eager to trick me into stealing the Book of Seals. But the problem is that the Book of Seals was originally a conspiracy of the village. Naruto was speechless about this. Now he started to worry about the psychological state of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Afraid that the Jinchuriki would breed hatred towards the village? Now he is going to great lengths to brainwash himself with the recognition of his partners. What have he been doing before? Speaking of this village, it is also strange, the brain circuits of the top leaders seem to grow in the sewer. If it is to protect the information of the Jinchuriki and prevent the villagers from knowing that he is the son of the 4th Hokage, then what is the meaning of releasing the news of the Nine Tails? Desperately blocking the news that Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, regardless of the rumor that Naruto is a fox demon, right? It's really double standards, nakedly kicking someone when he's down. Capitalists don't play like this. Not only did they not pay the compensation they should have, they also used Pua. On the one hand, they let the villagers target him, and on the other hand, they brainwashed him to protect the village. How shameless! The stage has been set, the actors are in place, and a big brainwashing drama of the Will of Fire against the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is about to begin. As long as he nodded and agreed, Mizuki would immediately inform Irika that he had stolen the Book of Sealing, and he could indeed steal the Book of Sealing easily. I don't know what kind of madness Mizuki has, so naively believe that a child can steal the Book of Sealing, which is as important as the Nine Tails. But looking at his eyes, he really believes it. Naruto didn't want to agree. He had no interest in the Book of Sealing. Anyway, he could only learn one shadow clone in a short time, which didn't mean much to him with the system now. And he didn't want to get into the tear-jerking game that was set up. It would be more painful to pretend to be moved than to kill him. The village has treated him like this. If he is asked to protect those who treat him equally in the future, he can accept it, but it is really hard for him to believe that he will protect the village. Why? He is asked to repay evil with kindness. Dummy. Just when Naruto was about to refuse, the system panel popped up again. Option 1, reject Mizuki's invitation and tell him to get out of here and don't disturb your nest. Reward, full-level fishing technique. Option 2, accept Mizuki's invitation and steal the sealed book. Reward, impure world reincarnation, incomplete. At a glance, Naruto made a choice in his heart. Although stealing the sealed book can get the A-level ninjutsu shadow clone, you can also learn the incomplete version of impure world reincarnation. But what's the use of the incomplete version of impure world reincarnation? Using this trick requires a living sacrifice. It's tasteless to eat, but it's a pity to throw it away. Right now, Naruto doesn't have anyone he particularly wants to resurrect. Although the shadow clone is indeed very tempting to him, he will be very passive in the future if he gets involved in trouble. Mr. Mizuki, I'm sorry to refuse. Naruto's voice was very calm. What? Mizuki was a little surprised. It seems that he didn't expect Naruto to refuse him. In his impression, Naruto has always been the kind of simple-minded and impulsive tale. Why? Naruto, this is a precious opportunity. If you give up, you will regret it in the future. Mr. Mizuki, you don't have to waste your breath. Naruto glanced at him. I have made up my mind, there is no point in talking anymore. Don't you want to become stronger and be recognized by the people in the village, Naruto? Mizuki was still doing the last struggle. Ah, don't do that, it's too troublesome. Naruto said nonchalantly, people in the village don't like me since I was a child. If you keep making trouble, it will only make others hate me more. Hearing this, Shoimu was a little speechless. After a while, Naruto, don't you want to know why the villagers treat you like that? Shoimu's voice sounded again, with a hint of bewitching. You want to say that I'm a fox demon, right? Naruto's voice was emotionless, holding the fishing rod in his hand and said lazily, the nine-tailed demon fox that destroyed the village and killed the villagers. You? How do you know? Shoimu stepped back a few steps and said in shock. Please, I'm 12 years old, not a 3-year-old child. Naruto turned his head and stared at Mizuki. Teacher Mizuki, I have long ears. I grew up in the village. Since I can remember, I have been disliked and have few friends. The shop owner always looks gloomy when he sees me, and so do the villagers around me. I also want to buy some fresh vegetables and live under the sun like a normal person. But I am destined to shrink in a corner and watch my peers go home for dinner after school. Teacher Mizuki, you have also been isolated, right? You must understand. Suffering is not a treasure, but it is unavoidable. I was bullied and no one spoke for me. But so what? I'm not a fox demon, and everything has nothing to do with me. I'm just myself, Uzumaki Naruto. Mizuki, why? You know everything. Wouldn't you be dissatisfied with this village? Naruto retracted his gaze and locked his eyes on the fishing rod under the moonlight. The fishhook hung under the water, and ripples appeared around it. He didn't know whether the person who asked this question was Shoimu himself or the person behind the scenes who controlled Shoimu. Are you dissatisfied with the village? Of course he is dissatisfied, but he can't say it. At least, not now. After a long time, a mechanical synthesized sound appeared in Naruto's mind. Full-level fishing technique takes effect. A grass carp was caught by Naruto, and his voice also sounded at the same time. The voice seemed very calm in the night sky, as if echoing with the night wind. No. Chapter 7 I have few friends. Shoimu finally left, and Naruto continued to fish by the river. With the blessing of the full-level fishing technique buff, it didn't take long for Naruto to successfully catch a large basket of wild big black fish. In addition to the 2 that were roasted and eaten before, Naruto didn't actually need so many big black fish. There was no refrigerator at home, and it would go bad if he took it back. At first, Naruto just wanted to try how useful the full-level fishing technique was, but the result was far beyond his expectations. From the moment he put the hook down, he kept catching fish. Even if there is no bait on the hook, an empty hook, as long as Naruto holds it, it can catch fish continuously. What stopped him from continuing fishing was not time and physical strength, but the fact that the fish basket, which was taller than his waist, was full and could not hold any more. Even the fish could easily jump out with a little struggle. Looking at the basket full of big black fish, Naruto was silent. It is definitely unrealistic to take it back. The refrigerator is broken and it cannot be stored. Sell it? That is impossible. No fish shop in Konoha village will buy the fish in his hand. Not only will they not buy it, they will even suspect that Naruto stole it from somewhere. Based on the principle of not causing trouble without cause, Naruto gave up selling it. Then there is only one way left, give it away. He has very few friends, and he can count them on one hand. So, there is almost no hesitation about who to give it to. The Hyuga clan will definitely not accept his gift, so it is ruled out. Teacher Irika is a single dog, but he is good to me after all, so give him a few more. Koji's house was too far away, so Naruto gave up decisively. Shikamaru could be sent, so he might as well send him one. He excluded Haruno Sakura and Ino. Naruto was not very close to them at this stage, and suddenly sending them some strange things would only make people feel annoyed. Is this a new ninjutsu developed by Naruto? The grey-haired old man, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, was staring at the scene in the crystal ball and laughing happily. This was the third Hokage's favorite voyeurism technique. Everything that happened to Naruto by the river just now was recorded by the third Hokage. Hiruzen, you are too weak. A cold voice sounded, if the Jinchuriki hates the village, it will be devastating to the village. Denzo, Naruto has made his choice. The third Hokage said seriously, stroking his grey beard, he was not bewitched by Mizuki and rejected him. Even if the crystal ball can't hear the sound, I believe it is not difficult for you to know what Naruto said. The Jinchuriki has suffered too much unfair treatment in the village, so that the conflict between the villagers and Naruto is difficult to reconcile. If we can't resolve it, the Nine Tails is likely to appear again. Ha! Denzo was a little indignant, you hand him over to me, I promise he will become the safest weapon in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was displeased when he heard this, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Denzo, I am the Hokage. I know all the things you did, Denzo, you should take care of yourself. Naruto is an important partner of the village, not a cold weapon. The root has contained enough weapons, you don't have to worry about Naruto. Faced with the warning of the third Hokage, Denzo was obviously unconvinced, but he could do nothing about it. The person sitting in that position was Sarutobi Hiruzen, not Shimura Denzo. This almost became his inner demon. The fourth Hokage, the three ninjas, Kakashi, and even the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. These people have a close relationship with the third Hokage, and the position of Hokage may even be passed from one person to another. The third Hokage, this old guy, wants to change the entire Konoha village by himself. What a dream! This is not the Konoha village of Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Throwing down a sentence, Denzo slammed the door and left. Alas! Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything, just sighed softly. Outside the Nara family's house. The three knocks on the door broke the silence, and the one who came to open the door was Nara Shikaku, the scarred Konoha's first think tank and dog-headed military advisor. The door was opened, and the bright light in the house poured out like a thread, hitting Naruto's feet. Looking at Naruto, who was full of fishy smell, Shikaku seemed a little surprised. Naruto? Why are you here? Isn't there a graduation exam tomorrow? The reason why Shikaku was so surprised was mainly because Naruto rarely came to his house. Even when he came to find Shikamaru, no matter how he was called, Naruto refused to come in. He just stood far away in the shade of the tree outside the door, curiously and nervously looking at the Nara family's house. In the eyes of others, Naruto might be a naughty child. But Shikaku knew the inferiority and sensitivity in Naruto's character, so he never told Shikamaru not to play with Naruto. Hearing this, Naruto showed a bright smile, stretched out his hand and pushed the remaining fish basket to Shikaku, and said loudly, "I caught too many fish in the past few days. I can't eat them and I can't store them, so I want to give them to Shikamaru." There were 5 or 6 fish left in the fish basket, and after sending everyone away, only Shikamaru's family was left. This Shikaku scratched his head, looking at the fish in the basket with some embarrassment. "Uncle, I have to ask Shikaku's mother." The sound of cooking came from the door, and Shikaku followed the sound and walked out. After leaning his head from behind his father and taking a look at the fish basket, his eyes lit up. "Naruto, you are really amazing. How did you catch so many fish?" "I don't know." Naruto scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "Maybe I have a talent for fishing." Shikaku, who was standing by, was moved when he heard this. He thought that such a young child could have such a skilled fishing technique, and it took a lot of hardship to practice it. The big black fish in the mountains are very smart, and it is not easy to catch them with bait. Shikaku once tried fishing, but gave up after several empty-handed attempts. "Naruto, wait a minute." Shikaku left a word and turned back to the house. After another half a day, a box of snacks and a box of food were stuffed into Naruto's hands. Shikaku looked at Naruto, who was a little confused, and said with a smile, "This is our thank you gift, please accept it." Naruto looked at Shikaku, then looked down at the 2 boxes of food in his hand, and then turned to look at Shikamaru beside him. "Take it." Shikamaru held his head and said indifferently, "If my mother knew you didn't take it, she would probably feel guilty and couldn't sleep all night." "Thank you." Naruto smiled, said hello and turned to leave. "Naruto." Shikamaru suddenly called him, "Tomorrow is the graduation exam, don't oversleep." "Got it." Naruto waved his hand, as if he had heard it. Until his back disappeared into the night, Shikamaru's worried expression did not improve. Chapter 8 Graduation Full Score. "It's a headache, I don't know how long it will take to eat so many fish." Shikamaru bent down and fiddled with the black fish in the fish basket with his hands. Naruto must have worked hard for a long time by the river to catch these fish. Shikaku stroked the scar on his face and said, "I also fished in the past, but I waited there for half a day and didn't catch a single fish. This kid, if I invite him to dinner, he will definitely refuse. I don't know if he likes the thank you gift." "Don't worry about such things. Naruto is just like that." Shikamaru said lazily, "Dad, you will put pressure on people." "What are you talking about? Damn it. Naruto is used to loneliness. Sometimes, although it seems that he doesn't care about many things, he will only feel cramped and sad for family dinners." Shikamaru stood up and said. Shikaku didn't say anything. Thinking of Naruto's life experience, he fell into a long silence. The next day, the graduation exam of the ninja school began. The school gate was much busier than usual. Most of them were parents who accompanied their children to the graduation exam, gathering at the school gate. Before the exam begins, the school is usually cleared to prevent parents from being too noisy and affecting the normal progress of the exam. Naruto came to school early and sat on the swing under the big green tree. He didn't jump down until he saw Hinata passing by and walked over. He didn't wear the orange jacket today, but an ordinary black short-sleeved shirt. The cotton jacket was too hot, and he still didn't have the courage to wear it out. "Hinata, good morning." "Good morning, Naruto-kun." Hinata was startled and her face turned red instantly. She avoided Naruto's gaze and responded in a low voice with some stammering. "This for you." Naruto took out a small gadget from behind. It was a small wooden sculpture, with a vivid Q version of Hinata. The wooden sculpture was only the size of 3 fingers, which looked very cute. Did Naruto make it himself? Hinata blushed, but her eyes could no longer move away from the small wooden sculpture. "Well, I just happen to know a little bit, so I'll give it to you." He didn't know anything at all. He had been learning wood carving from his master since he could remember before he traveled through time, and he had never stopped during the winter and summer vacations for 15 years. Hinata's face became even redder. She took the wooden sculpture and thanked him in a low voice. "I remember Hinata's grades were always very good, right? Then you should work hard on the exam." After leaving a message, Naruto waved and turned away. 2.2% of Ninetales approval. The system is not so easy to fool. A wooden sculpture can make Hinata blush, but the system seems to have noticed Naruto's behavior of brushing points. The system made a fair judgment on Naruto's delusion of taking advantage of loopholes. Although the repeated plot is effective for Hinata, it is not effective for the system. It really takes effort. Naruto said secretly. Hinata at this time is still very cute, but more introverted than in the animation. Wearing a one-piece sportswear, a small stature and short hair. Although her voice is a little lower, she is also very polite to people, and her wife attributes are full. She is a perfect lady in all aspects. To be honest, Naruto can't figure out why he can be liked by such a girl. What is Hinata trying to do? The graduation exam is held in a classroom alone. Before that, the students who take the exam will be gathered in a large classroom waiting for their names to be called. The exam begins. Irika's serious voice sounded, and the school's electronic bell rang at the same time. The exam time was very short, and only one of the 3 body techniques was selected for the exam. Naruto's class happened to be the first to take the exam, and several people had finished the exam after 10 minutes. Not many people can get the forehead protector, about 1/3. And this is just the graduation exam. If you want to become a real genin, you have to pass the test of the team leader. Haruno Sakura. Here. Naruto caught a glimpse of a pink color running towards the next classroom like the wind. He happened to be sitting at the door and could easily hear Irika's voice. Clone technique. Yes, Teacher Irika. Very good, excellent. Haruno Sakura's excited voice came, thank you Teacher Irika. Clone technique? Naruto murmured, and after a careful recollection, he found that it was not difficult. The passing standard is to create a clone with almost no flaws, and creating 2 is an excellent level. If it is full marks, the conditions are very harsh. For example, as Naruto showed in the clone technique review test yesterday, 3 clones that were difficult to distinguish between true and false. There were only 2 people in the whole class who scored full marks, Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke was called by name, and before leaving the classroom, he turned his head and glanced at Naruto who was sitting by the door. Naruto raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Uzumaki Naruto. After about half an hour, Naruto's name was finally called. Somewhat surprisingly, Naruto drew the substitution technique. This is a difficult ninjutsu. Although it is also one of the basic ninjutsu, it is 1 level higher than the transformation technique and the clone technique. It is mainly because of the speed of seal making. The assessment criteria for the substitution technique are 1 speed and the other accuracy. Speed tests the speed of seal making, and accuracy tests the perfection of the technique. It is not difficult to pass the test with effort, and you can also be excellent with hard work. Hey! Someone drew the substitution technique. Someone in the class shouted, and those who had taken the test and those who had not taken the test all gathered at the front and back doors of the test classroom. What bad luck did Naruto have? He actually drew the substitution technique that is rare in 1,000 years? Shikamaru muttered, frowning slightly. It doesn't matter which subject Naruto draws, he will fail. But after eating the fish Naruto caught yesterday, Shikamaru suddenly felt a sense of guilt. He thought to himself that no matter how funny it is, he can't laugh. This is not a joke, it will deduct merit. Ha ha ha. I hope that guy doesn't conjure up some weird things. Ino laughed gloatingly on the side. While laughing, she patted Shikamaru on the back and said, remember the guy's substitution technique last time? He conjured up a half-human, half-wooden thing, ha ha ha, I laughed so hard that I almost choked. Shikamaru didn't react, shrugged, and said, that guy Naruto is like this, he has tried very hard, but he still can't use ninjutsu. The exam didn't take too long, Irika's slightly hesitant voice sounded, with a little hesitation. Full marks. What full marks? Ino looked at Shikamaru and cast a questioning look. How should I know? Shikamaru looked indifferent, Teacher Irika didn't read the name. Uzumaki Naruto, full marks. Chapter 9 Dream. Full marks? So amazing. Sakura was stunned for a moment and murmured, Naruto seems to be a little different from before. Ino was stunned and thought to herself that today was really a ghost. How could that last place student become so powerful now? Tisk, that guy Inyazuka Kaiba turned and walked away with a white puppy on his head. As a member of the 3 truant group, thanks to Naruto's last place, his theoretical grades were not too bad. Sasuke looked for a long time and turned away, his eyes full of indifference, reflecting the lush trees at the end of the corridor. Sasuke-kun, Can we have dinner together after graduation? The girl who walked out of the corner of the corridor was nervously pinching her forehead protector, and it was obvious that she had just passed the exam. I have something to do, let's find someone else. Uchiha Sasuke was a proud man. He did not allow himself to stand still and was planning to go back and double his training. The hatred of genocide drove him to live. He had no interest in anything else and refused without any hesitation. Sakura watched the strange girl at the end of the corridor being rejected by Sasuke in the crowd, and her heart was mixed. Suddenly a hand slapped her shoulder, scaring her. Ino, what are you doing? Hehe, stop looking, Sasuke-kun will not go out on a date with you alone. Ino looked at Sakura proudly. For some reason, Naruto's annoying face flashed through her mind, and his mean voice echoed in her ears. Sasuke doesn't like women. Women. People. Ah. Damn it. Ino squatted on the ground with her head in her hands for no reason, and her face was replaced with a mask of pain. The graduation exam was successfully passed, and Naruto's life returned to normal again. During the 3-day holiday, Naruto simply stayed at home for 2 days. Naturally, he did not meet Konohamaru. On the last day of the holiday, when Naruto was sleeping in a daze, the sun shone on his body through the window lattice, warm and cozy. Suddenly, a dazzling light made Naruto frown and open his eyes directly. A member of the Anbu wearing an animal mask squatted on the tree trunk outside the window, with cold eyes in the 2 holes, and his voice was without any emotion. Hokage-sama is looking for you. After saying that, without giving Naruto a chance to react, the Anbu ninja instantly disappeared. Naruto stared at the ceiling for several minutes before confirming that someone had indeed been here just now. But where did he go? Go. The sun is so warm and comfortable, just like soaking in hot spring water. Hot spring. With even breathing, Naruto fell asleep again. When he woke up, it was already dark. There was no light in the room. A dark figure was sitting at the desk, flipping through Naruto's training plan. The pages were flipping in the dim light, and then suddenly stopped. Awake? Naruto. An old and familiar voice sounded, with a hint of gentleness and kindness. The moment the light came on, the light illuminated the entire room. The 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting at the desk with a smile, turning his head to look at Naruto and smile. On the table were Naruto's brand new forehead protector, diary, and recipes. Hokage-sama. Naruto rubbed his eyes and shouted sleepily. Didn't you call me Grandpa Hokage before? The Sandame was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, what's wrong? Do you feel awkward now that you've become a ninja? Hehe. Naruto scratched his head a little embarrassedly, I'm already a qualified ninja, it's not appropriate to call me like that. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and stopped, then asked. Did you forget something today? Something. Naruto looked puzzled, and after thinking for a long time, he remembered that the Anbu ninja seemed to have come and asked him to find the Sandame. Ah! I forgot. You little brat really. The Sandame glanced helplessly, but it's normal for you to rest. Does the Hokage-sama want to talk to me about something? Naruto asked. It's not a big deal. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, I want to ask Naruto about his future dream. My dream is to lie down. Naruto said without thinking. Lie down. The Sandame was puzzled. It's just to live a stable and easy life. Naruto explained. Have young people become like this now? It's me who can't keep up with the times. The Sandame said self-deprecatingly. But wasn't Naruto's dream to become a Hokage? What is life like after becoming a Hokage? Is it happy? Naruto asked. Well, the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed and said, I'm usually busy, and sometimes Konohamaru would complain that I can't accompany him. But in order to protect the village and the people in the village, this responsibility will drive me to keep moving forward and even risk my life for the village at any time. I think I'm probably happy. Well, this is the life of Hokage-sama, it's really hard. Naruto said, sitting cross-legged on the bed, but I don't want to live so hard, and I don't want to be looked at with strange eyes anymore. People like me, even if I eat a fresh meal, I have to consider whether the store owner will sell vegetables to me. Even if I become Hokage, there will be no change. If Naruto becomes Hokage, he will definitely be loved by the people in the village in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen persuaded. But Hokage-sama, I'm pretty good now. Naruto said, holding his head, I don't make mistakes, and slowly become an ordinary person, and everyone will forget their hatred for me. Although I don't know why so many people are against me, there is hostility, but I want to become a ninja, and I probably won't be looked at like this again. The Sandame wanted to say something, but some words were stuck in his throat, and he didn't have the face to say it out loud. He understood that it was his negligence that made a child become what he is now. It's not a day's cold. Naruto is optimistic by nature, and it's obvious that he has become like this because of years of hostility. If you want to change Naruto's attitude, I'm afraid you need to guide him slowly in the future. Naruto, if the enemy breaks into the village in the future and wants to hurt the people around you who care about you, what will you do then? The Sandame asked. Naruto thought about it, and after thinking for a moment, he looked at the Sandame and said seriously, I don't know. The Sandame left without saying anything more. Naruto sat at the desk where the Sandame had sat, stroking his forehead protector, his eyes gradually becoming indifferent. Although this system looks like a lying system, it is actually involuted. Naruto can lie down, but his strength will continue to grow. There is an easier way to become stronger, why not lie down? Lie down yourself, involute others. In this terrifying world where power is supreme, those without power can only be slaughtered. Tomorrow is the day to assign the team leader, Kakashi, we will meet soon. Chapter 10 Ninja World. The next morning, Naruto struggled to get up early. 3 days of rest made Naruto almost forget that he was still a ninja. In this world without mobile phones and computers that cannot be afforded, there are almost no entertainment activities. Naruto also couldn't understand that there was electricity in the Naruto world. And this electricity was not generated by the human body's lightning escape, but real civilian electricity. This proved that the technological level of this world has entered the electrical age. There are electric poles everywhere in Konoha village, and there are TVs, refrigerators, even air conditioners, washing machines, and dryers. Naruto's current situation is an orphan who receives a minimum living allowance, a genin with no background, no money, and no ability. The old refrigerator at home had been broken for a long time, and Naruto scratched his head for a long time but didn't know how to fix it, so he got several bottles of expired milk on the first day of crossing. But Naruto's relief money is also relatively generous. As long as it does not involve buying large items, it is still no problem to meet normal life. Generally, the relief money will stop being issued when Naruto becomes a ninja, and then he has to rely on taking various tasks to be self-sufficient. After coming to this world for less than half a month, Naruto has a general understanding of the technology of this world. This world, the development of science and technology in the world is weak, and it feels like the technology tree is crooked. The emergence of ninjas has promoted the development of science and technology, but the supernatural energy of chakra has also hindered the progress of science and technology in some ways. For example, the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has 5 chakra attributes, does not need a lighter to light a cigarette, and only needs a crystal ball to monitor people. The power and convenience of ninjutsu have made people focus on the struggle and fighting for territory. Since the first generation of the ninja god established Konoha, the ninja world war has been fought countless times. Under war, science and technology are difficult to develop rapidly. Since ninjas are the protagonists in this world, technology is naturally developed around the needs of ninjas. For this reason, there are communication devices within the village to facilitate communication, but the communication system across countries and even across villages is very old due to the problem of sensitive intelligence. When necessary, technology will give way to ninjutsu. What Naruto cares about more is not only the technology tree of this world that has been distorted, but also the level of weapons in this world. Ninjas almost all use traditional cold weapons. The most advanced ones are the chakra short swords used by Kakashi's father, Konoha White Fang. Or weapons transformed by summoned beasts, such as the third generation of the ninja beast Monkey Demon. The other is the 7 ninja swords in the hands of the cursed 7 people of the Hidden Mist Village. On the contrary, artifacts such as the Kusanagi sword, the 10-fisted sword, and the Tian's spear, the golden robe 7-star sword, and the red gourd left by the 6-path sage seem to be a bit lame. When they come out, they can no longer beat the bloodline cheaters who are everywhere. But what about hot weapons? It seems that apart from Akatsuki member Scorpion, who was born in Sand Village and has powerful thermal firepower, the Shura Road made by puppeteers in Pain Road has various tracking missiles and even laser cannons flying around. The development of thermal weapons seems to rely on the group of puppeteers. Although high-tech weapons such as chakra armor and even airships and steamships with the characteristics of the steam age have appeared in the distant snow country, Due to the geographical location, there are still large Kunao launchers led by cold weapons. The Sky Ninja Village even has an aircraft Air Fortress aircraft carrier battle group. Even if this aircraft carrier battle group is not nuclear powered, it still has a certain deterrent power. In general, so far, this world has been due to the factors of war. The conflicts between the major ninja villages have been accumulated for a long time and it is difficult to achieve peace. Under this premise, ninjas, as the main combat force actively preparing for war, naturally have a higher status than technology. Technology cannot develop independently without ninjas for the time being and is still very limited. The emergence of ninjas has changed the world pattern, and the world pattern under the Cold War state also restricts the development of technology. After washing up, Naruto looked at himself in the mirror with sleepy eyes and yawned. He threw his toothbrush into the cup and ended his random thoughts in the bathroom. After getting dressed and going out, when he arrived at the ninja school, there were already many people in the classroom. Naruto, who was late, still attracted some people's attention, but no one came forward to say hello. Everyone was discussing who their teammates would be and which Jonin would be their team leader. Ninja teams were all in groups of 3. Since the end of the Second Ninja World War, Tsunade, who was a medical ninja among the 3 ninjas, has been recognized by the top leaders for her role in the team. To a certain extent, having a female medical ninja in the team will greatly increase the survival rate and mission completion rate of the team. Since then, the tradition of 2 men and 1 woman has been retained. This is how Konoha explained it to the outside world, but Naruto understood that this was only part of Konoha's statement. The more embarrassing reason was that Konoha had almost lost all its people in the years of war. The ninja village itself was a militarized camp, and wars were all indiscriminate charges and fights. It was obviously unrealistic to have a female medical ninja in a 3-person team. Therefore, after Tsunade proposed the idea of a team of 2 men and 1 woman, Konoha's top leaders were not moved. Some top leaders even thought that this was an overly ideal idea proposed by Tsunade after her brother Rope Tree died because she was too sad. But the years of war eventually forced the top leaders to accept Tsunade's proposal. The high casualty rate had made Konoha have few people to send to the battlefield, and even teenagers had to go to the battlefield in the end. If medical ninjas are not equipped, even the old and weak women will have to go to the battlefield holding Kunao in the future. Naruto, aren't you curious about what kind of people your companions will be? Koji pushed Naruto, who was staring blankly. I'm not curious at all. Naruto said with his head in his arms bored, even if others are nervous, why are you 3 joining in the fun? As he said that, Naruto's eyes swept over Shikamaru, Koji, and Ino. The village's pig, deer, and butterfly combination, if I were the Hokage, I would never break you up. Hearing this, Ino snorted and complained. Team up with the 2 of them? So annoying. Trouble. Shikamaru muttered. Hee. Koji seemed very happy, maybe this way he wouldn't have to separate from his childhood friend. Maybe because they grew up together, Shikamaru and Koji never thought of Ino as a girl. And Ino seemed to always have her eyes on Sasuke, and her carefree personality was like a little boy. Chapter 11 The First Information Sharing of Team 7. Irika walked into the classroom and announced the grouping. Sure enough, the classes were assigned in groups of 3. Team 7. Naruto was stunned when he heard this. The first on the list was Team 7? It must have been a decision made by the Sandame after many considerations. However, will it be different from the class division in the original plot? The first place in this graduation exam was Naruto, the second was Sasuke, and the third was Sakura. If we only look at the results, wouldn't it be a bit biased to put them all in the same class? Haruno Sakura. Sakura, who was called, was stunned for a moment, and then became nervous again. Uzumaki Naruto. Sure enough, he had already guessed the result in his heart. Sakura on the side seemed a little happy. After all, who wouldn't want to have a strong companion? After changing his soul, Naruto did not stick to her. Sakura did not dislike Naruto, and they still had a normal classmate relationship. Even though he was determined to lie down, his strength was far superior among all his classmates. This aroused Sakura's curiosity, and she felt that Naruto seemed to have grown up overnight. Although she was curious, she did not have a good impression of him. Uchiha Sasuke. As soon as the voice fell, Sakura stood up instantly, with uncontrollable joy on her face. Great. Trouble. Sasuke was displeased and snorted coldly. Next is Team 8. Irika's voice sounded again. Naruto listened quietly and found that there was no difference from the original plot. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and turned his head sharply, looking at the corner of the back row on the right, but happened to meet a pair of eyes. Hinata hurriedly looked away, her face instantly burning, like a crappy thief. After the division of classes, Sasuke did not leave directly. "Let's go out and have a meal together," Naruto suggested. "Okay." Sakura seemed very happy, and glanced at Sasuke beside her. She agreed to the proposal without thinking, and silently gave Naruto a big thumbs up in her heart. "No." Sasuke refused coldly. Hearing this, Naruto was not too surprised. He stopped, turned to look at Sasuke and asked, "Are you dissatisfied and want to go home to practice? What does it have to do with you?" Sasuke's eyes were alienated and indifferent. If others were treated like this, they would be angry, but Naruto completely ignored the little tsundere of Master Nizuzi. "Let's be frank. Your attitude will only waste time," Naruto said. "We are already partners, and this cannot be changed." "So what?" "What? You don't even know this, do you?" Naruto looked at Nejima calmly. "Do you know what the power of cooperation is?" "I don't need a companion." Sasuke gave Naruto an indifferent look and wanted to leave. Sasuke Sakura was caught in the middle. In an instant, he reached out to grab Sasuke. "Don't worry about him," Naruto said, "he's just a self-righteous kid. If you don't want to become stronger and just want to waste time, just go. Always be a loser." "Say it again." Sasuke turned around and grabbed Naruto's collar. "I'll say it 10,000 times." Naruto also stared at him. "I thought you were a smart man, but you're just an idiot. You." Sasuke's face was as cold as ice. "Naruto, Sasuke, stop it." Sakura stepped forward and grabbed their hands, trying to separate them. "Aren't we companions? He doesn't consider you as a companion at all. He only has himself in his eyes." Naruto said, "How can such a person have companions?" "I told you, I don't need companions." Sasuke said, "I am enough alone. Companions will only be a burden." Sasuke. Sakura, who was sandwiched in the middle, forced a smile and gently persuaded, "Naruto just proposed a dinner party. Maybe he wants to share something with us. Naruto has suddenly become stronger recently. He must have some good training methods. It's good to go over and listen." After the voice fell, Sasuke's face also flashed a trace of hesitation. After a moment of struggle, he let go of Naruto. Naruto didn't care about anything. He originally wanted to provoke Sasuke so that he would come with him to the dinner party to talk about things. As Sakura said, he had information to share with the two. For a long time in the future, the three of them will go through life and death together to carry out dangerous tasks. Avoid the pits that can be avoided in advance. Suffering is not a treasure, and suffering is not a blessing, but people cannot avoid it. The end of all suffering is despair. The three of them came to a barbecue restaurant and ordered a few plates of barbecue and juice. It seemed that Sakura was grilling meat for the first time and seemed a little restrained in front of Sasuke. Sasuke had a cold face and folded his hands, as if he was just here to listen. Relying on the experience of the dinner party before crossing, Naruto skillfully brushed a layer of oil on the grill, and then brushed a layer of cheese on it. The grilled meat covered with cheese exuded a milky aroma, which made people have an appetite. "Naruto, do you often eat barbecue?" Sakura was slightly surprised. "Well, I don't have that money, I just hunt frequently, so I have some experience in barbecue," Naruto said modestly. Then he divided the barbecue into plates for Sakura and Sasuke, and then put the next plate on the grill in the same way. "Thank you." Sakura blushed for a moment. Thank you," Sasuke said awkwardly. After eating a plate of barbecue, the atmosphere between the three people instantly eased a lot. Sasuke ate the barbecue quietly. Although his face was still like ice, his frown was relaxed. "Delicious." Sakura took a sip of juice and praised with satisfaction. Naruto saw that the time was almost right, so he didn't keep it a secret. He wiped his mouth and stared at the two for a long time before speaking. "Do you know the inside information of this class division?" Sakura shook her head and said. "This is something decided by the Hokages. It may be related to grades." Sasuke asked disapprovingly. "Does this have anything to do with us?" "Of course it has something to do with it," Naruto said. "The most important part of a ninja's mission is to collect intelligence. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Maybe we will cooperate or confront with other classes in the future. After all, there is still the Chunin exam, right? It seems to make sense. Sakura nodded in a daze. Naruto, do you know the inside information of the class division? Of course. Naruto nodded and said. The members of Team 8 are from Konoha's reconnaissance family, and they belong to the second generation of the reconnaissance department. The vision detects the Hyuga clan, the scent tracks the Inyazuka clan, and the insect race tracks the Aberame clan. This grouping should be the result of a discussion among the top leaders of Konoha, and the classes are divided based on each person's characteristics and personality. Chapter 12 The Cruel Truth. Is there any meaning in knowing this? Sasuke asked, but his tone was not so aggressive, just asking. Of course it is meaningful. As far as I know, there is a female ninja who is good at illusion among the Jonin. Naruto said, it is very likely that she will lead Team 8 this time. Illusion. Sasuke frowned. According to what you said before, the top leaders should want to train Team 8 in the direction of the reconnaissance team. Why would they find a female Jonin who is good at illusion to lead the team? Oh, right, it seems that illusion is not needed for reconnaissance, right? Sakura was also a little confused and asked. Hehe, in the afternoon, Teacher Irika will introduce the teacher who will lead the Jonin in the classroom. But I secretly went to the office and stole the class division table. As he said, Naruto took out a form from his pocket. It clearly printed the class division table of the 4 ninja classes. In front of the 7th class was a name, Hitaki Kakashi. Is he our teacher? Sakura stared at the name curiously. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of person he is. Sasuke just glanced at the 7th class, and then fixed his eyes on the name of the leader of the 8th class. Yui Kurane. A name that I have never heard of, very strange. There are many large and small families in Konoha, some of which are powerful families such as the Hyuga and Inoshikacho clans. There are also some small families that have never been heard of, such as Yamashiro, Aoyama, and Wildfire. Naruto did not go following Sakura's words. I thought that your future teacher would be the apprentice of my cheap father, the most reliable Hokage in the future, and the 6th generation Hitaki would be 50-50. Who is Yui Kurane? Sasuke asked. The girlfriend of Asuma, the leader of the 10th team. Naruto didn't know if the Sandame was watching him with a crystal ball while eating. But thinking that the Sandame wouldn't be so perverted, and didn't notice the scrutiny, he didn't care too much. Asuma. Sakura was puzzled, but soon found the name on the class division table, Sarutobi Asuma, the same surname as Hokage-sama. Yes. Naruto glanced at the two. The 10th team led by Asuma is the 2nd generation of the 3 major families in the village, namely Shikamaru, Koji, Ino, and others. In this way, the 6 families of Hyuga, Inyazuka, Aberame, Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi are all disciples of Hokage-sama's family. And these 6 families are the unwavering supporters of Hokage-sama, so this division is not surprising. Naruto, how do you know so much information? Sakura looked at Naruto in a panic. She was a little overwhelmed by her first contact with these adults. Sasuke seemed much calmer, and he still didn't forget his original purpose. Looking at the table thoughtfully, he looked up at Naruto after a moment and asked. So you mean, there is a hidden purpose for us to be assigned to the same class? Congratulations, Sasuke, you got it right. Naruto snapped his fingers. Nobles are in the same class, and civilians are naturally in the same class. Hearing this, Sasuke's eyes turned grey, staring at Naruto and said. That's it. Of course there's more. Naruto suddenly smiled. Sasuke's scalp was numb from being stared at, and he asked unhappily. Why are you looking at me? Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto said with a smile, the Uchiha clan is very powerful, and I happen to be from the Uzumaki clan. You may not have heard of it, but it doesn't matter. You just need to know that the people of the Uzumaki clan are also very strong. And at this point, Naruto glanced at Sakura, who looked dazed, and Sasuke, whose pupils were shaking, and said in a low voice after a few seconds. Unfortunately, my clan members have all perished. Our class is not called the civilian class, nor the downtrodden noble class, but the rare blood class. Naruto said, except Sakura, of course. He did not directly tell her about the 9 tails, as it was not appropriate to tell her now. Sakura was stunned, her hands on her legs trembling slightly. She was a little at a loss now. She originally thought that the result of the class division was just her pure luck. At the same time, she also had her own little pride. Although she was not as good as Naruto and Sasuke in ninjutsu and practical results, her theoretical results were the first and the comprehensive results were the third. Although there was a certain gap between her and the two, as long as she worked harder, she would definitely be able to. But when the naked truth was placed in front of her, her self-esteem and pride all disappeared silently. It turned out that she was just a foil, an ordinary person. In Team 7, she was the one who had no characteristics. Whether it was Sasuke or Naruto, she was. The huge gap made her lose her appetite. She felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. Her stomach cramped unconsciously and she wanted to vomit. Sakura. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Sakura's shoulder, which made her suddenly withdraw from her emotions. She raised her head suddenly, and in her sight, Sasuke and Naruto were looking at her. For some reason, the two people in her sight became more and more blurred. "I'm fine," Sakura said, but her trembling words still betrayed her. She could only force a smile to cover up her embarrassment just now. She wanted to say something else, but she was startled by her tears falling on the table. An abnormal incident occurred at the dinner, and the information sharing was stopped. After coming out of the barbecue restaurant, Sakura's emotions calmed down. She apologized to the two for her previous loss of composure. The two said it was okay, and the relationship between the three of them was shortened. "Let's make this information sharing activity a regular activity in the future. It will benefit us all," Naruto suggested, "but the content must be kept absolutely confidential to outsiders." "I agree." Sakura raised her hand in agreement with a bright smile. "Yet," Sasuke nodded, which was also an agreement. Such information sharing is indeed good for them. Not only can they have a deeper understanding of the village, but it also increases the three people's sense of identity with the small group. Naruto thinks that if there is more trust between the three people and fewer messy troubles, the days of getting along in the future will be much smoother. Just when Sakura was about to turn around and leave to go back to the classroom, after a few steps, Naruto suddenly called her to leave. "Sakura." "Yet." Sakura turned her head and looked at Naruto in confusion. "Is there something?" Naruto didn't say anything, but just pouted at Sasuke, who was like an ice cube beside him. "Master Sasuke has something to say to you." Hearing Naruto call him master, Sasuke also stabbed Naruto coldly. "Sasuke." Sakura suddenly became nervous. Sasuke turned his face away proudly, and spoke after a long time. "We are companions." Sakura stood there in a daze, and it took her a long time to react, and her eyes were red again. "Don't cry, Sakura." Naruto smiled and comforted, "Master Sasuke is right, you are not ordinary, you are our companion. In fact, there is nothing wrong with being ordinary people. If there is a choice, he and I both want an ordinary life, but..." Naruto spread his hands helplessly. "You know, things don't go as planned." Chapter 13 Choose between lava release and wood release. Afternoon, classroom. The three of them sat in the classroom board waiting for the guidance of the Jonin. Naruto knew Kakashi's habit of being late, so he fell asleep on the table early. Sasuke sat by the window, his 10 fingers with distinct joints crossed on the table, his eyes wandering on the lush treetops outside the window. Sakura lowered her head and stared at the desk, looking a little lonely. Although she had just been comforted by her companions, she still felt confused once the surroundings became quiet. After an unknown amount of time, the classroom door was finally pushed open. The instructor of Team 7 came late. The moment he stepped into the classroom, a lazy voice sounded first. "Hey, sorry, I'm late by accident. I'm your instructor, Hatake Kakashi." The Jonin who called himself Kakashi looked young, about 20 years old. His silver hair stood up like a scallion, and he wore a black mask, and one eye was covered by a forehead protector. He wore a black combat uniform and a green Jonin chain mail. When he spoke, his eyes curved into a crescent. When he heard the voice, Naruto had already woken up. The three of them looked at Kakashi together, with complicated expressions in their eyes. "Teacher, you're too slow," Naruto complained first. "Well, because I helped an old lady cross the road on the road," so Kakashi scratched his head and found an extremely outrageous reason. "Liar," Sakura said. Kakashi was a little embarrassed, and he laughed and forced a change of subject. "Anyway, come with me, let's talk somewhere else." After the words fell, the three of them stood up and followed Kakashi out of the classroom. During this time, the three of them maintained a tacit silence. Kakashi had previously obtained some information about the three from the Sandame. One was a survivor of the Uchiha clan's extermination night, and the other was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Naruto? The days ahead will not be easy. Kakashi walked in front, feeling a little headache. It was really hard to understand what the village's top leaders did. They made such a decision, and now they wanted to train two children to be ninjas. After sighing in his heart, Kakashi took a deep breath and cheered up. It was not dawn the next day. Sakura, wearing her regular clothes, walked out of the alley and paused for a moment in the brightly lit area, as if she was trying to identify the direction. Here. Naruto waved to Sakura. The latter also waved, with a smile on her face. After approaching, Sakura found that Naruto was standing at the door of a small restaurant. The last time they shared information was at a barbecue restaurant, and this time it was at a small restaurant. Didn't teacher Kakashi say that we can't eat breakfast? He said it's best not to eat, or you'll vomit. Naruto said indifferently, eat it, it's okay, it's better to vomit than to go hungry. Sakura was stunned and was about to refuse, but seeing that Naruto and Sasuke both ordered. So she nodded and sat down. After the three of them had breakfast, they rushed to the agreed place to wait. This wait lasted for several hours, until the sun was high in the sky, and Kakashi finally arrived. That there was a little sister who got lost on the road. Kakashi smiled shamelessly, without any sense of being late. Really, teacher Kakashi is too much. That's right. Such a perfunctory reason. Tisk. The three of them had breakfast and complained tacitly. This surprised Kakashi, who thought that these people didn't look hungry. Kakashi didn't care about the goal. He took out two bells from his arms, shook them in front of the three people and said, "Well, let me tell you the rules of the exam first. I only have two bells. Only those who grab the bells before noon are qualified to become ninjas. In other words, one of you will be eliminated." Eliminated? Sakura suddenly became nervous. Teacher Kakashi, what will happen to the eliminated people? Hehe. Kakashi's eyes smiled like a crescent moon. Unfortunately, the eliminated people mean that they have failed the assessment and are not qualified to become ninjas. They will be tied to the log until sunset. If no one can grab the bells, then all of them will be retrained. During this period, you can use any means, don't worry about hurting me, with your current level, it's tantamount to dreaming. After saying that, Kakashi paused and hung the bells back on his waist. Have I made myself clear enough now? The three of them did not answer, and Sakura's face turned pale. It was actually a real battle? She was best at theoretical analysis and intelligence analysis, and real combat was her weakness. Not to mention snatching the bell from Kakashi, it would be difficult to even get close to the Jonin. If one person must be eliminated, then there is no doubt. Naruto stood aside with no expression. After the barbecue restaurant yesterday, he did not share any more information. Some things are hard to say, and there is no need to spoil too much. The original intention of snatching the bell was to test the cooperation awareness of the three people, but through the conversation yesterday, the relationship between the three people has become much closer. But once faced with a choice, Naruto is not sure. Because of this, he did not continue to share information, but chose to remain silent. He wanted the two to take fewer detours, but never thought of helping them walk. Besides, Naruto also wanted to know the attitudes of the two when faced with a choice. Suddenly, the familiar mechanical synthesis sounded in his mind again. Option 1, use all your strength to snatch the bell, and then give the snatched bell to Sakura and Sasuke. Reward, lava release ninjutsu. Option 2, do nothing, lie down in front of Kakashi, and be tied to the log honestly. Reward, would release ninjutsu. Looking at the pop-up panel, Naruto almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Wood style and lava style? Fuck. Gold is coming out at the same time? How to choose? The lava style of the Four Tails is so powerful. If I really get lava style, I'm still afraid of the water style. But even if I choose wood style, although it is rare, it is unlikely to be able to use wood style to the same level as the first generation Senju Hashirama. This time the system did not indicate the degree of wood style, it is probably just an entry-level wood style chakra attribute. Choosing lava style can also brush up a wave of companions in front of Sakura and the others. But snatching the bell is not an easy thing, and it is very likely to fail. But if he lies down, only Sasuke will be left to face Kakashi, and the possibility of the two of them getting the bell is also very small. While hesitating, Kakashi has announced the start of the exam. Almost as soon as the voice fell, with two whooshes, Sasuke and Sakura immediately disappeared from the spot, leaving Naruto standing there in a daze. Chapter 14 Two Bells. What is Naruto daydreaming about at this time? Sakura lay in the grass, her face full of anxiety. The exam has already started, what's the point of standing there? Sasuke stood on a tree with dense branches and leaves, frowning and watching, not knowing what Naruto was going to do for a moment. He stared at Naruto with a smile and squinted his eyes, and asked, "Are you going to take the bell by force?" Naruto didn't say anything. No matter which of the two options the panel gave him, it wouldn't work. If he wanted to take the bell from Kakashi by force, he had to reach the level of a special Chunin at least, which meant that he would inevitably have to use the power of the Nine Tails. But if the condition for passing the test is that as long as one person gets the bell, the whole team will pass, then he can give it a try. But Naruto already knew that Kakashi's intention was not like this, but that he needed to see them show the spirit of cherishing their companions and working together before he could let them pass. Let's take a step back. How to distribute the bells in Kakashi's hand? Give them to teammates, only 2 bells. But given Kakashi's personality, if he just lies there and does nothing, he is likely to be judged as a failure because of his negative attitude. Mastering the rare wood release bloodline limit may bring a series of troubles. Danzo will not let him go, and the third Hokage will not let him go. In this case, use all your skills. Sooner or later, he will have to use the power of the Nine Tails. Anyway, the senior officials of the third Hokage are attracted by his chakra constitution of the Uzumaki clan and his identity as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and want to brainwash him into a firm supporter of the village. Otherwise, they would not have deliberately set up a trap before, wanting him to steal the forbidden technique book, and even preparing multiple shadow clones for him. This thing is of no use to others. If the chakra is not enough, it is no different from an ordinary shadow clone. 2.2% approval of the Nine Tails. This is the power he can use now. Get the bell. Naruto bent his legs slightly and made a forceful gesture. Just get the bell, right? Of course. Kakashi fiddled with the bell on his waist and said with a smile, "Get one, pass the test. Then I want to." Kakashi felt that Naruto suddenly became a different person when he spoke, and a very familiar feeling emerged from his whole body. The red chakra wrapped around Naruto's face, making it fade. The small body was like an arrow from a string, and it suddenly rose up at the moment when Kakashi's pupils dilated. The grass under his feet was blown away, raising waves of fresh soil. Naruto's speed was too fast. With the blessing of the Nine Tails chakra, his body was flexible to an astonishing degree. Almost in the blink of an eye, Naruto swung a punch, but Kakashi dodged it with his head turned sideways. The blow missed, and Naruto swept his elbow horizontally, and his body twisted violently in the air. At the same time as the elbow missed, his left leg had already chopped down heavily. Naruto. Him. Sakura was stunned, her mouth wide open in the bushes. A thought flashed through her mind, and she suddenly realized something. It would be impossible to snatch the bell from a senior ninja without Naruto. Now Kakashi's attention has been attracted by Naruto, she must do something. It was just a thought, but her body jumped up involuntarily, and while running around Kakashi, her hand reached for the ninja bag. At the same time, Sasuke on the tree had thrown out 6 shurikens. The 6 shurikens in his hand, the sword spun at high speed, cutting through the air, forming 6 arcs to block Kakashi's dodging. Kakashi looked relaxed, his body suddenly accelerated, and he quickly dodged the 6 shurikens thrown by Sasuke. With a sharp sound, 3 Kunao attacked again. Sakura had already caught up with Sasuke's attack rhythm, even though her position was not mature and she was too close to Kakashi. Thump, 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 3 Kunao pierced into the trunk of a big tree, all missing. Illusion. Sakura looked at the approaching Kakashi and hurriedly made hand seals. Illusion. Kakashi made hand seals first, and used his own method to return the favor. Of course, it was not a very advanced illusion. It was just that the illusion that Sakura could use was applied to her first. Sakura, who was hit by the illusion, was stunned and fell straight on the grass. Too slow. Kakashi commented, and at the same time turned his head to avoid a roundhouse kick from Naruto without even looking. At that moment, he reached out and grabbed Naruto's foot, and threw him out heavily with his backhand. Naruto did not scream as expected when he landed, but turned into white smoke with a bang. Kakashi was stunned. A substitution technique? He didn't even realize that it was a substitution technique, although Kakashi didn't take it too seriously just now. But he did grab Naruto's leg, and the texture actually deceived him. The substitution technique used by the kid who is not even a genin is so perfect that it can be comparable to that of a battle-hardened jonin. Not bad. Kakashi was a little relieved. But he soon realized something. Looking down, Sakura, who was trapped in the illusion not far away, had been carried away by Sasuke. Gah! A crow flew over the sky, its blood-red eyes overlooking the grass below, taking in the whole scene. Kakashi stood alone on the grass, the surroundings were silent, and there was no trace of Naruto and the other two. Just to divert my attention? The purpose is to let Sasuke rescue Sakura. Kakashi moved his neck, making a crisp sound, and took out a book of Intimate Paradise from the ninja bag without panic. After a glance, Kakashi said lazily with a long tone. Well, it looks a bit better. After saying that, he walked towards the river and shouted to the surroundings. Well, if you want a bell, you'd better show some real skills. In the bushes, Naruto looked at Sasuke and said unhappily. Why are you looking at me? I can't break the illusion. Before she finished her words, Sakura opened her eyes. Her pupils first suddenly expanded, then shrank again. She didn't feel relieved until she saw Naruto and Sasuke in front of her. Teacher Kakashi made the seal too quickly. Sakura said with lingering fear. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke looking at her, Sakura blinked and looked back. Seeing that there was no one behind her, she asked in confusion. Why are you looking at me? How did you wake up by yourself? Naruto asked. The illusion can be solved. Sakura explained, I just happen to be good at this, so I spent some time to solve it myself. It's mainly because teacher Kakashi held back and didn't use his full strength. Naruto was silent. Sakura was really the limit among ordinary people. She could reach this point without bloodline, all thanks to her good brain. Perhaps because of the blow she received yesterday, she seemed much calmer. There was a hint of reluctance in her smile, and her face was full of fatigue. Chapter 15 Answer. The bell has not been obtained yet. Naruto whispered. The three of them hid in a jungle, using tall bushes as cover. There was silence all around, and Kakashi seemed to have been waiting for them on the grass. Teacher Kakashi is too strong, we are no match. Sakura sighed and said, the scene of Kakashi's seal was still vivid in her mind. The seal was so fast that multiple afterimages appeared, and there were about 2 seals per second, no, it should be 3 or 4 seals, right? The speed of his seal is really too terrifying, it is simply not something a human can do. Hearing this, Sasuke's face was full of solemnity, while Naruto looked calm. Kakashi's hand seal speed was of course fast, and the title of the first technician in the ninja world was not earned for nothing. That was the first copy monster with all-round chakra attribute in Konoha after the 3rd generation, who was proficient in thousands of ninjutsu. Although Kakashi was not as powerful as the 3rd generation, he deserved the title of genius. We must cooperate to attack, otherwise there is no chance of winning. Sasuke said expressionlessly, I will be responsible for the strong attack, Sakura will be responsible for the interference, and Naruto will grab the bell. Wait, Sakura was a little panicked, I can't do it, my illusion will not work on Kakashi teacher. This is the only chance. Sasuke said in a deep voice. Sakura lowered her head. At this time, Naruto patted Sakura on the shoulder and said comfortingly. Sakura, we will buy you time, and you can seize the opportunity to use illusion on Kakashi teacher. We'll leave our backs to you, you have to believe in yourself. After hesitating for a moment, Sakura gritted her teeth and said yes. The ninja world is cruel, if you can do it, you can do it, if you can't do it, you can't do it. Naruto found that whether it was Sasuke or Sakura, their personalities were not as exaggerated as those in the comics. They were just normal personalities. Sakura is not so crazy about flowers, and Sasuke is not so cold and arrogant. They are all outstanding in the new generation, and their personalities are good in general. Perhaps it is also related to the strong strength shown by Naruto. In short, for the time being, a kind of benign pressure has been formed between the three. In addition to Naruto's previous intelligence sharing and the tacit cooperation just now, the 7th team has already formed a good tacit understanding before it is officially established. There is no grudge, no arrogance, only the belief in mutual cooperation. The scorching sun is hanging in the sky, and the grass is on the ground. Kakashi leaned against the wooden stake leisurely, his eyes scanning back and forth on the intimate paradise. It seems that he has no defense against everything around him. There is wind in the woods, and Kakashi stopped turning the book. 2 sharp sounds of air came from the jungle, breaking the tranquility on the grass. The shuriken attacked, and the light reflected under the scorching sun flashed twice quickly, and the target was Kakashi next to the wooden stake. With 2 muffled thuds, the shuriken missed as expected and stabbed hard on the wooden stake. Kakashi had already jumped away, but before his feet landed, Sasuke suddenly rushed out from his flank. Wasn't it Sasuke who threw the shuriken just now? Kakashi thought silently in his heart. It makes sense. In the information given by the 3rd generation, Sasuke's shuriken subject score was the best among the 3 people, which made Kakashi subconsciously think that those shurikens just now were thrown by Sasuke. The throwing power is very large. It can't be Sakura. It must be Naruto. Kakashi murmured, unexpectedly good. While Kakashi was still in the air, Sasuke made hand seals directly when he rushed out. And Kakashi also noticed Sasuke's surprise attack and stared at Sasuke's hands. SI character seal? Fire escape. SI Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin, 5 hand seals flew up and down, and the big fireball technique was formed. The raging flames rushed towards Kakashi in an instant, and Kakashi had to dodge again. But as he walked, Kakashi instantly realized that something was wrong. Although he dodged, his body movements seemed to be much slower. Illusion? He did not untie it on the spot, but looked in one direction. Sakura was struggling to maintain the illusion hand seal. Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to understand something. But before he lowered his head, he heard 2 bells ringing in his ears. With a bang, white smoke filled the air, and a gust of wind blew through the blurred vision. Kakashi only felt that his waist was empty. When the smoke dissipated, the bell had been pinched in Naruto's hand. The other 2 people in the team saw that Naruto succeeded, and they were relieved and slowly approached. Seeing this, Kakashi also stopped his movements. Even though he had released as much water as the Pacific Ocean, it was a fact that the bell was taken by several people. Congratulations, you have successfully grabbed the bells. Kakashi smiled with narrowed eyes. By the way, you are the best team of graduated genin I have ever seen. Hearing this, the 3 of them smiled. Sakura was even more relieved, and her worried face looked better. But the next second, Kakashi changed the subject and his tone became serious instantly. You only have 2 bells, so only 2 people can pass, or 1 person. After the voice fell, Sasuke and Sakura's eyes immediately focused on Naruto, who was holding 2 bells. You can give one of the bells to another person, or you can choose not to give it. Well, if you train alone, you can probably learn more from me. I am a jonin after all. Apart from the time I usually go on missions, I don't have much time left to teach my disciples. It's better to teach 1 than to teach 2. This way I will be much more relaxed. Kakashi's words immediately made Sakura and Sasuke, who didn't have bells in their hands, nervous, and they looked at Naruto in panic. Kakashi's words were too tempting. Sasuke and Sakura knew that Naruto was the strongest among the 3 of them. If Naruto chose to take the bell alone, they couldn't say anything. Although there would still be complaints, but Sakura was even more disheartened, her heart almost fell into an ice cave. There were only 2 bells. Even if Naruto was willing to give up 1, he probably wouldn't give it to her. Who would need a companion who couldn't help at all? How is it? Kakashi asked Naruto with a smile in his eyes, holding his hands. Have you considered it? You don't need to consider this. Naruto raised the bell in his hand. Hearing this, the expressions on Sasuke and Sakura's faces froze. Is it still the same? Accepting the teachings of the Jonin alone will make faster progress. The smile in Kakashi's eyes became stronger, and he put down his hands. Just when he was about to speak, Naruto spoke again. I'm so strong now, I don't need any guidance at all. What? Sasuke was slightly stunned. Sakura held her breath and looked at Naruto with incredible eyes. As he spoke, Naruto threw the 2 bells back. The 2 bells seemed to have eyes, and fell into Sasuke and Sakura's hands like fallen leaves. Jonin guidance or something. Naruto dug his ears and smiled brightly in the sun. I don't need it at all. Chapter 16 Leo Suzuki, please read. You little brat. Kakashi was not angry because of Naruto's words, but laughed, then you have to go back to the ninja school. Go back, anyway, I'm so strong, go back still the first in the grade. Naruto said disapprovingly, resting his head on his arms. No. He can't go back. Suzuki gritted his teeth, walked in front of Kakashi and took out the bell, give him mine. No, Suzuki, you and Naruto can't go back. Sakura handed over the bell she had just received, Teacher Kakashi, give Naruto mine. Anyway, I can't help much, it's always Naruto and Suzuki who are. All passed. Kakashi suddenly said. Hey. Sakura was stunned, and the bell in her hand fell on the grass. Ding-ling-ling. Passed. Suzuki was stunned. Passed, all passed. Kakashi reiterated again. Hokage building. That's what happened, Hokage-sama. Kakashi put 3 ninja files in front of the Sandame's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything, his eyes were fixed on Naruto's file on the top, and he smoked his pipe. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and asked. Kakashi, what do you think? Hokage-sama, the performance of the 3 today is remarkable, but they are the best among the genin teams I have seen. Kakashi stood in front of the Sandame's desk with his hands behind his back and said without emotion. Naruto seems to be able to use a small amount of the power of the 9 Tails Chakra, Uchiha Suzuki has mastered the fire release ninjutsu, and has a strong ability to control chakra, and Sakura has a talent for illusion and medical ninjutsu. So I applied to Hokage-sama for more people to speed up the training of Team 7 so that they can be independent faster. Kakashi, you are too impatient. The Sandame politely rejected Kakashi's request, one is an Uchiha child, and the other is the village's Jinchuriki. Suzuki and Naruto are both important companions of the village in the future. Rather than letting them become independent as soon as possible, it is more important to cultivate their bond with the village. When the Sandame said this, Kakashi already understood what the Sandame meant, and said nothing more. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Sandame watched Kakashi slowly leave the office, and only sighed slowly until the door was closed. He turned his hand and picked up the 3 files to examine them carefully. On the other side, Naruto was lying on the bed, shaking a bell in his hand. This was what Kakashi gave Naruto later, even as a souvenir. The breeze blew outside the window, and the bell in Naruto's hand jingled, echoing with the high and low sounds of the big bell outside the balcony. In life, it is difficult to support one person alone. In the future, Naruto will inevitably have to carry out tasks with Suzuki and Sakura, and they will inevitably form a bond. He also hopes that Suzuki and Sakura will become stronger, so that it will be easier to carry out tasks. But it's with this village Naruto really has no feelings for this village. Ninjas just work, and work hard just to eat. Click, Naruto held the bell and placed it casually on the bedside. It's useless to think so much, just take it one step at a time. At least make money for food first, and deal with other things improvisationally. Thinking like this, Naruto closed his eyes. Time passed quickly, and the 3 of them practiced climbing trees and treading water as usual. Since the problem of chakra disorder in Naruto's body has been solved, everything went smoothly. The 3 of them trained together from dawn to dusk, and had long forgotten about time. Occasionally, they would do some D-level missions, which is also a hard rule of Konoha. Before taking C-level missions or above, the genin class must do a certain number of D-level missions, which is a bit of an experience-boosting job. D-level missions are simple, but the rewards are also meager, and the money that can be actually obtained is not much. And the training in recent days has caused Naruto's appetite to increase greatly. Naruto has never thought of relying on the system for the skills of climbing trees and stepping on water. Some basic things still need to be worked hard. Relying on the system, he has obtained part of the power of the 9 tails, the 4 tails lava release, and the full-level fishing technique. Although he gave up the multiple shadow clones, he was not in a hurry. When he becomes stronger in the future, he will ask the village for that ninjutsu. That's it. At worst, learning a shadow clone will be enough for the future. Hinata seems to be training too. He hasn't met Hinata for a long time. Even if he wants to make some progress in the task, there is nothing he can do. July. Naruto, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to hear a knock on the door vaguely. He opened his eyes dazedly, and the knock on the door became clearer. Someone is really knocking on the door. Who would come at this time? Bang bang bang. A quick knock on the door sounded, and at the same time, there was a female voice. Hey! Naruto, open the door. I knew you would forget. We clearly agreed. You promised. Naruto, who was sleeping dazedly, went forward to open the door. After seeing the person coming, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Sakura? Why are you here? Ah! Sakura was about to explode. You clearly promised me a few days ago, and I reminded you yesterday, and you forgot again. Yesterday? Naruto really couldn't remember anything. He recalled it carefully and asked tentatively, Sasuke's birthday. Yet. Sakura turned her head away, looking a little awkward. Thanks for remembering Master Sasuke's birthday. Naruto yawned. It's all in the file. Sakura said, standing at the door of the corridor. Sasuke's birthday is July 23rd, Leo, and Naruto's birthday is October 10th, Libra. Naruto was a little surprised that Sakura remembered his birthday, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Look, it's easy to remember, right? Sakura asked. What about your birthday, Sakura? Naruto asked. March 28th, Aries, it's already passed. Sakura said, but boys probably don't care about these. Okay, I wouldn't have agreed to you if I had known. Naruto said casually, training is so hard, today is a rare day off. Okay, let's go, accompany me to pick a gift for Sasuke, I don't know what to pick alone. Sakura urged, as a reward, I will treat you to barbecue. Okay. Naruto heard that there was food, so he forced himself to go back to his room to change clothes. The training of Team 7 has come to an end, and the performance of the three is pretty good. Kakashi submitted a request to the village's top management to take a sea-level mission, but the review will take 2 days. For this reason, Team 7 got a 2-day holiday for the first time in a month and a half. If nothing unexpected happens, they will have to take the mission after the 2-day holiday. At this time, the drunken Dazna, the bridge-building expert of the Wave Country, should have arrived at the Konoha ninja village. Chapter 17 In the Rain. The low-hanging clouds are dark grey. After Naruto washed up, changed his clothes, and opened the door, the sky in the distance suddenly became dark. It was as if someone turned off the lights above the clouds, and the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. Then a thunder rumbled through the sky, and heavy rain fell without warning. Naruto and Sakura stood in the corridor at the door, looking at the heavy rain curtain, and were a little dumbfounded. Did the weather forecaster in Konoha say it would rain today? Sakura stood by the wall, frowning as she looked at the white mist that blurred almost instantly. It was gloomy this morning. Naruto complained, the good news is that I have an umbrella. About an hour later, the rain was a little lighter. Let's go. Sakura stood up and said. Oh. Naruto responded and locked the door. With a bang, the dark umbrella was opened. The two of them hid under a black umbrella. Fortunately, the umbrella was large enough, so they didn't have to worry about getting wet. Naruto. Sakura broke the silence, and her mood seemed a little low. Yet. Why did those people look at us like that? Sakura asked worriedly, are they also residents of the apartment? When the two walked out of the apartment together, Sakura saw for the first time that the villagers standing under the eaves had a gloomy look on their faces, as if they were looking at something extremely disgusting. Because you walked beside me, you are hated as well. Naruto said. Is that kind of thing really okay? Sakura couldn't help but shudder. Naruto, you've always been looked at like that. She didn't continue the rest of the words, and stopped talking. Ah, it doesn't matter. Naruto didn't seem to care about Sakura's words, holding the umbrella in his hand, his eyes looking steadily ahead. The street under his feet was flowing with rain. There was always plenty of rain in midsummer, and the black umbrella looked extremely abrupt on the cold street. His voice was firm and warm, as plain as boiled water that had just cooled down. I don't care about them anymore, although it's a bit too much to say so. But they are really just some brainless termites, just following the crowd. Or, hating me will unite them, and no one would want to be out of the group, right? The rain hit the black umbrella, making a rustling sound. Excuse me, they are just living, aren't they? Wearing human skin, the only meaningful thing is to work and reproduce. Listening to Naruto's words, Sakura didn't know what to say. Walking through the old streets, the two stopped in front of the gift shop, and Naruto motioned Sakura to go in first. Sakura didn't understand and looked at Naruto in confusion. If you go in with me, the boss may not sell it to you. Hearing this, Sakura was stunned for a while. She looked up at Naruto, then looked at the rain outside, hesitated for a moment and turned around to go in first. After a pause, Naruto probably estimated that Sakura had made her choice, and then he walked into the store. The boss recognized Naruto, frowned and looked at him, but didn't say anything. At this time, Sakura was walking out, holding a gift in her hand, a cute blue doll. Naruto nodded, turned around and walked out the door. You're leaving without buying anything. The boss sitting at the door suddenly said sarcastically, next time you don't have money, don't come to my store. Naruto ignored her and continued to walk forward. Sakura felt as if her palm was pricked by a needle, her brows furrowed, and her fingers were deeply embedded in the doll. Ninjas cannot harm villagers in their own village, which is clearly stated in the ninja regulations. The boss obviously knew this, and he did not show any sign of restraint when he saw Naruto walk out of the store. Although she had been prepared in her heart, she saw the naked bullying happening in front of her eyes, and the person being bullied was her companion. Sakura threw the doll heavily into the boss's arms with resentment, scaring the boss. What are you doing? I'm not buying it. What a crappy store. Sakura glared at the boss and walked out angrily. Are you sick? Really? Sakura walked out of the gift shop and looked at Naruto, who was standing under the eaves on the other side to avoid the rain and wait for her, pursed his lips and said. The things are not good, I won't buy them. Well. Naruto said nothing, opened the big black umbrella and walked into the rain. I plan to go to the ninja tool store to buy a wristband for Sasuke, what do you think? Sakura forced a smile and said, I don't understand boys' preferences, so I asked you to come out for advice. I didn't know this would happen, and I didn't think too much, I'm sorry. At the end, Sakura's voice became lower and lower. Don't apologize, I heard it just now, you can actually buy it. Naruto said disapprovingly, I don't care about those bugs talking at all. Bugs? Sakura blinked and didn't react for a while. Well, I regard those people as bugs. Naruto said, in fact, they can't do anything to me except ostracizing me. They have no power and live in confusion in this world. Even if I become a ninja, they still speak rudely to me as always. I don't care about bugs like these who don't care whether they live or die. To me, they are just bugs of Konoha. Sakura became more and more nervous as she listened, and could only change the subject in time. But just as she was about to speak, a striking golden light flashed before her eyes. Why are you walking together? Ino raised her umbrella and stood in the rain, looking at the two people. Sakura was afraid that Ino would know that she was preparing a birthday gift for Sasuke, and was afraid that Naruto would let it slip, so she quickly explained. I need Naruto's help. Ino stared at Sakura suspiciously, when did you two become so close? To the point where you can ask each other for help. It's about training. Right, Naruto? Sakura was so concerned that she was confused and clumsy. It was obvious that she was lying. Yes. Naruto nodded. It's about training. Ino retracted her gaze, and the gossip and suspicion on her face slowly disappeared. She knew that the two of them were assigned to the same class as Sasuke, and Naruto's first place in the graduation exam was indeed surprising. If it was about asking for advice on training, it would be understandable. But there was another thing that made Ino concerned. Ever since Naruto said in front of her that day that Sasuke didn't like women, this almost became her inner demon. I see you've walked all the way, so are you done asking for advice? Ino asked. I'm done asking for advice, Sakura said helplessly, and she really couldn't lie anymore. Okay then. Ino handed the umbrella in her hand to Sakura, and ran away with Naruto. What? Sakura was stunned. Lend it to me. Ino's voice came from afar, and the two of them were gone. Chapter 18 Incident. In the alley, Ino forced Naruto into a corner. The thick golden bangs covered half of her cheeks, and her blue eyes stared at Naruto, saying hey. Does Sasuke like girls? What? Naruto tilted his head and looked at Ino in confusion, without any sense of being questioned. Damn it! You said it yourself. Ino was a little crazy, and grabbed Naruto's clothes. Don't play dead. Naruto. Then you have to go and ask Sasuke in person. Naruto suddenly smiled, quite snake-like. Ah! Damn it! Ino was going crazy, holding her head and shaking it left and right. Does he like girls? I have a way to verify it. Naruto said at the right time. What method? Ino looked up suddenly. Konoha ninjas have a collective hot spring vacation opportunity every year. Naruto said with a smile, when you take advantage of Sasuke being alone, go directly to the men's bath. Go to hell. Ino didn't get an answer, so she let out a long sigh and gave up. The Yamanaka flower shop was not far away, and Naruto sent her there, and then returned to the apartment. In comparison, he actually had a good relationship with the Inoshikacho trio. The next day, the 2-day holiday ended. Kakashi summoned Team 7 and told the three that the mission review had been passed, and also gave them the first sea-level mission. Protect the bridge-building expert of the Wave Country. Sakura asked. Yes. Kakashi was not in a hurry, his eyes drooped, his hands in his pockets. Come on, this is the first sea-level mission in your life. Although sea-level missions generally do not encounter enemies, anything can happen outside the village. Bandits, wandering ninjas, pirates, ninjas from other ninja villages. All factors may trigger a battle and escalate the mission. I know, Kakashi teacher, you are so nagging. Naruto was not as depressed as he was yesterday on a rainy day, and couldn't help complaining. When he went out in the morning, he threw a bag of garbage on the faces of the gloomy people downstairs, so he was in a particularly good mood. The villagers were just keyboard warriors. When they saw Naruto take out the ninja forehead protector, they immediately shrank back and dared not speak. Kakashi didn't say anything, but directly hit Naruto. Team 7. Gather at the village entrance in half an hour and disband. After speaking, Kakashi turned into a white smoke with a bang and disappeared instantly. I'm really looking forward to this mission. Sakura said with a hint of longing, I wonder what kind of person that bridge-building expert is. It's just protecting the target anyway. Sasuke said, it doesn't matter who they are. Kakashi said that there will be no fighting in sea-level missions. It's boring. Let's finish it early. It's a waste of time. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and found that he was wearing a blue wristband on his left wrist. Naruto, who do you think that bridge-building expert is? Sakura turned to look at Naruto, who was yawning at the moment. I don't know. Since he is an expert, he must be an old man with a bad temper. Naruto stretched out his hand and scratched his face, saying disapprovingly. Half an hour later, at the gate of Konoha village. Hey! Are you kidding? I paid you. Sending 3 little ghosts to protect me, what's wrong with you Konoha? An old man with a beard holding a bottle of wine yelled at Kakashi. Is this the attitude of Konoha? How can you protect me? I am a bridge-building expert. Sakura's face was full of black lines. She stared at the tall and sloppy old man and glanced back at Naruto, meaning that you really guessed it right. Kakashi was explaining with a smile, but the old man didn't believe it at all and said excitedly. I am Dasna, the bridge-building expert of Wave Country. Naruto on the side was a little impatient and shouted at the man. Shut up, old man, what's so good about building a bridge? You little brat. Dasna looked a little excited, but was quickly persuaded by Kakashi. After much persuasion, he finally agreed to set off. Half a day later, the group walked to the junction of the Fire Country forest. If they walked a little further ahead, they would reach the ferry. Kakashi's eyes became sharper and he glanced at each other. Sasuke also noticed Kakashi's reaction and frowned slightly. Although he still looked calm on his face, he was secretly alert. Naruto had known that someone was following him. The tracking tricks of the mist ninja were too clumsy. He was not worried and continued to hum a song. As they walked, even Sakura in the team felt a little nervous. She felt uneasy when she heard Naruto's ambiguous humming. Just as she was about to speak, something unexpected happened. 2 ninjas suddenly jumped out of the bushes nearby, holding 2 spiked chains in their hands, and cut directly at Kakashi in front. At that moment, the sultry wind stopped, and Naruto could feel the sweat sticking to his skin frozen in an instant. This mysterious feeling was fleeting, and the black and white picture was instantly injected with color and became vivid. With a ding, the mechanical synthesized sound in the brain sounded again. At this time, the still picture also moved instantly. Kakashi was cut and attacked, and the ground was covered with blood. Naruto knew that this was Kakashi's substitution technique, and ignored Sakura's screams. The 2 ninjas thought they had dealt with Kakashi, so they ran straight towards Naruto, who seemed to be defenseless. Naruto, get out of the way! Sakura shouted in horror. But Naruto was unmoved, as if he was fixed in place. Sasuke, who was not far away, made a sound and threw 3 shurikens with gritted teeth. The 3 shurikens temporarily repelled the 2 ninjas, and then Naruto finally moved. However, he did not retreat, but went towards the 2. Naruto. Danger! Sasuke was also stunned. After he came to his senses, he did not hesitate at all, and ran over there with the kunai. Sakura, protect Mr. Dazna. Sakura only heard a sentence left by Sasuke, and then saw Naruto and Sasuke running towards the 2 ninjas. Her heart was beating fast, and she felt a little panic in her heart, and at the same time, a little inferiority. It was their first mission, but they didn't seem to be as afraid of fighting ninjas as she was. Just as she was distracted, Naruto's voice came from the front. Damn it! Are you kidding me? Option! Get out of here! Bang, 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 2 Kirigakure ninjas fell to the ground with bruised noses and swollen eyes, while Naruto was still muttering strange words and beating them. Sasuke stopped halfway, also with a look of horror. And Kakashi, who should have died, was standing by intact, looking at Naruto and shaking his head. Chapter 19 The Treasure of Kado. Okay, Naruto, stop making trouble. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who was punching and kicking the 2 ninjas and muttering something. I have something to ask those 2. Hearing this, Naruto stopped unwillingly. He was sure that the screen paused and faded just now must be caused by the system, but strangely, the system option did not pop up directly. The ripples that appeared and disappeared in an instant seemed like the system had experienced some terrible freeze. Naruto didn't know what happened, which caused the system to appear and then shrink back. Has it been played? Naruto felt a little uneasy. Last time, when he had the option to grab the bell, he chose to do his best to grab the bell and did not choose to give up and lie down. The option was a bit unreasonable. Do nothing? Wouldn't that hurt others and yourself? Even if they got would release, Team 7 might no longer exist. At the same time, Naruto also realized one thing. Each option given by the system is not equal, but more like random. The system has no feelings, it just randomly triggers options. Neither the active option nor the lying option is a perfect option. Once a choice is made, there is an opportunity cost. For example, Naruto chose to refuse Mizuki's invitation and gained the full-level fishing technique. At the same time, Naruto lost the opportunity to get multiple shadow clones. However, Naruto did not regret it afterwards. Not many people can use multiple shadow clones, and they will be in his hands sooner or later. But if he agreed to Mizuki, he would not be able to step into the touching drama set up by the top leaders of the 3rd generation, and he said his loyalty to the village while suppressing his nausea. After summarizing in his heart, Naruto also realized one thing. The system is just a helper. No matter what you choose, it is to make your situation better. It is precisely because of the existence of the system that Naruto can get ninjutsu without relying on anyone, and even does not need to establish any bond with the 9 tails to directly extract its power. This is the meaning of the system, which can save Naruto a lot of trouble. You can refuse what you don't want to do, and you can get what you want. Naruto thought silently, this is probably the real meaning of the lying system. Are you okay? Sakura asked worriedly. It's okay. Naruto waved his hand, indicating that he was really fine. Sakura calmed down a little after hearing that, but soon seemed to remember something and asked hesitantly. Naruto, why did you stand there just now? It was my first actual combat, so I was a little panicked. Really? Sakura showed a relieved look and comforted, I was also scared just now, and my whole body was stiff. Rather than saying that Sakura was comforting Naruto, it would be better to say that she was comforting herself. When Kakashi was cut into 5 or 6 sections by the 2 mist ninjas, Sakura's face was as white as paper. Naruto nodded and said nothing more. And Kakashi's interrogation also made progress. The 2 mist ninjas were the ghost brothers, and they came for Dazna. But when asked about Dazna, he kept silent. The mission has been accepted. Even if you notice something wrong, it is definitely not okay to abandon the client. Kakashi thought for a while and decided to take Team 7 to complete the mission. It was not until Team 7 arrived at the other side of the Wave Country and took the boat to the island of Wave Country that Dazna told the truth. The person who wants to kill me is a wealthy man in the shipping company. You must have heard of his name. Dazna showed a helpless expression on his face. As Dazna told the story, the whole story became clear. Kado is the boss of a shipping company and a big shot who is good at both black and white. He runs a company on the surface and secretly uses money to hire ninjas to commit crimes. It was this Cardo who took a fancy to the island country of Wave Country surrounded by the sea and wanted to control the waterway to expand his voice on the island and completely control Wave Country. The only bridge on the island is under construction. The old man in front of him is the only one who knows how to build a bridge on the sea. If Cardo kills him, the bridge will naturally not be built. Naruto leaned on the back of the boat, his hands drooping to touch the flowing sea water, thinking about how to make a fortune from this Kado. The Kingdom of Waves is a small island country that is so poor that people have to eat dirt, but Kado is a real rich man. Anyway, Kado will die in the end, so why not take the opportunity to make a fortune? After all, being a ninja is to earn money to eat. If you keep doing missions, not to mention that you don't have much money, you can't always work. Ninjas also have a golden age. Ninjas from large families usually only go out to experience when they are young. Then they work from 9 to 5, burn incense and drink tea. Since Naruto has decided not to work hard to become a Hokage, he can only rely on himself in the future. There are many places to spend money. Dating, buying a house, traveling. Speaking of it, Jiraiya's lifestyle is not bad, traveling everywhere, going to different places and exploring different women. He is in his 50s and 60s, and still so moist. Just as Naruto was thinking about it, the boat had already docked. Dazna's lie gave Kakashi a headache, and he could choose to give up. But the purpose of this trip was also to train Team 7, so he decided on the next plan. As long as Dazna was safely sent home, the mission would be over. What should we do after this mission? Kakashi said leisurely as he walked on the road, or Team 7 should take 2 more days off. That's good. Naruto was the first to agree. That's great. Sakura said with a smile. Sasuke didn't say anything, but looked around. As the mission was about to end, he frowned slightly when he heard that several people seemed to have let down their guard and even discussed their plans after the mission was over. If all ninjas were like this, it would probably be difficult to survive to the end. Hey, how long will it take? Naruto turned to Dazna and asked unkindly, Old man, talk. Compared to Sasuke, Naruto was not worried about Zabuza Momokai suddenly appearing. It's a 50-50 chance. Oh no, Kakashi is here, there's no problem at all. Even if Uchiha Madara came, Kakashi could at least beat him. Kakashi is so powerful that he can fight anyone with equal strength. With such a strong guarantee, Zabuza's sneak attack can only become a laughing stock. In addition to Kakashi, there are Sasuke and Naruto who can fight. 3 against 1, the advantage is on Team 7. And Naruto didn't pay attention to Zabuza. He was always thinking about Kado, the financial backer behind Zabuza. System, come out quickly. Naruto thought silently in his heart, I can't do it without you. System? System, Dad? Ding! A familiar mechanical synthesized sound rang out, and Naruto took a breath of cold air. This sound was like the sound of nature in his ears at this moment. Chapter 20 Choice. The panel popped up, and it was still a classic scene of choosing one of 2. Option 1, kill Zabuza Momokai. Reward, ice escape, incomplete. Option 2, kill by, reward, all assets related to Cardo. Real estate and company industries will be converted into cash at the same value and stored in the new function system warehouse. Seeing this, Naruto swallowed his saliva almost at the same time. He had no guilt in killing anyone. Whether it was Zabuza Momokai or Bai, they were enemies fighting to the death. But what really made Naruto feel bad was, why did he have to choose one of 2? Why would there be such a cruel thing as choosing one of 2 in this world? Ah! Can't we just kill them all? The system didn't respond to this. Naruto didn't dare to act rashly, as the previous incident made him a little afraid. If the system was blocked by a bug, it would be a loss. Without the system, Naruto couldn't escape his predetermined fate. Whether he wanted to or not, the Akatsuki organization would find him and kill him. Unless he practiced hard, but this also meant that he couldn't escape the vicious circle of working for Konoha. It was necessary to have those ties and get involved in troubles such as the Child of Prophecy. He was tortured to death over and over again, and the tip of the knife licked blood. Naruto? Why did you stop suddenly? Is there something wrong? Sakura was alert when she noticed Naruto's sudden pause, and looked around nervously, fearing that another ninja would suddenly jump out from a corner. Fortunately, what she was worried about did not happen, and Kakashi and others who were walking in front heard the noise and turned back to look at Naruto, who had stopped. "It's okay, I just feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach," Naruto said. After hearing this, Kakashi and the others turned around and continued to move forward. Naruto followed the team's pace, staring at the pop-up panel in front of him, frowning, and a constant struggle in his mind. Zabuza is a water-attributed ninja, and he can use the Nine-Tails chakra to counter it. With the addition of the Molten Release, he should be able to fight him. But with Kakashi here, there won't be much pressure even if he faces Zabuza. Instead, he can take advantage of Zabuza's contempt for the genin and seize the opportunity to launch an unexpected sneak attack. Bai's bloodline limit is Ice Release, which counteracts the Molten Release. No matter what, if you want to kill Zabuza, you can't get around Bai. As long as Bai is still alive, he will definitely protect Zabuza to the death. So, it's not that easy to kill Zabuza in one fell swoop. Instead of doing this, it's better to just go straight. The target is set on Bai. Killing Zabuza will get the blood limit Ice Release. This is also a rare help for Naruto at this time. Even if it is a broken Ice Release, Naruto's strength can leap to the level of a special Jonin. But all of Kato's wealth is also very attractive to Naruto. In this world, the Akatsuki organization will also take tasks for money. The assumption that as long as you are strong enough, you will not lack money is not valid. Robbery will also bring risks such as being chased and investigated by ninjas. The property that a person can rob at one time is also extremely limited, and wealth is more in the form of fixed assets and companies. The stolen money and jewelry may not be spent, and it is also necessary to consider whether it will bring security risks to oneself. And this system operation is to directly withdraw Kato's wealth. All the company's fixed assets and the jewelry and ships on the books will be deposited in the system warehouse in cash. This means that all the money is clean. With this money, I am truly free. Naruto murmured in a voice that only he could hear, "I also want to become stronger, and I will definitely do it next time." In front, Kakashi was talking to the old man Dazna who built the bridge, and his voice inevitably reached Naruto's ears. Kato has accumulated a lot of wealth over the years by using ninjas. Now his wealth is even richer than a country. He has countless wandering samurai and ninjas under his command, and his power is very huge. Well, I have heard about this. I occasionally hear information about this when I go on missions. Kakashi's lazy voice came. That man is a very scary guy. If you didn't escort me, I might have died on the way. Since we Konoha have accepted the mission, there is absolutely no reason to give up halfway. Don't worry, we will be responsible for sending you home safely. The conversation gradually became noisy, and Naruto stopped listening. His eyes gradually became firm. Rich enough to rival a country? Sure enough, he made the right choice. The system solved his worries, and the wealth would be directly stored in the system's warehouse. This means that Naruto only needs to complete the tasks of the system options, and the money will appear in the system warehouse without leaving a trace. Even if someone finds out that Kato's wealth has disappeared, they will not associate it with Naruto. Since he no longer intends to get involved with the Sandome, and avoid being indoctrinated with the brainwashing rhetoric that the interests of the village are above all else, he must take the initiative in the economy. He remembered that in the original work, Naruto ran around for tasks for the village, solving one thing after another. After that, he was still a genin. Although there were too many missions, which made him too busy to take the exam. But according to the rules, Naruto was a genin, and the share of the missions he got was very low. In the end, he couldn't save much money even if he worked hard on the missions when he was a genin. After becoming Hokage, he lived completely around the village. On the other hand, the members of the big families in Konoha had no shortage of money. Even Tsunade, who was addicted to gambling, could not lose all her money. Moreover, the dowry given by the Hyuga clan was enough for Naruto to spend his whole life. The economic status before marriage and after marriage were simply incomparable. After all, soft rice is still delicious. Although Naruto doesn't mind eating Hinata's soft rice, as a man, he always has to have some outstanding qualities. After thinking about it, Naruto still chose Kato's treasure as his first pot of gold to make a fortune. It won't be long before Team 7 will be short of people. Naruto must make plans in advance and can't fall into the vicious circle of working hard. People around him are not short of money. You can't live like the Prince of Konoha and have to work to earn money. Just thinking about it, the way ahead was suddenly blocked by a violently spinning beheading sword. Danger! Sakura threw Dazna directly. The beheading sword passed over the crowd and nailed it to a tree. A figure appeared on the beheading sword, staring at everyone with cold eyes. Mamakai Zabuza. Kakashi almost instantly recognized the man standing on the sword with bandages all over his body. He then whispered to the 7th team behind him, "Be careful, this man is a rebel ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, and his strength is no less than my elite ninja." Kakashi. Mamakai Zabuza jumped off the grass, grinning unscrupulously, carrying a huge beheading sword on his shoulder, and shouted arrogantly, "I'll take the life of the man in front of you." Almost at the moment of speaking, Zabuza's figure suddenly disappeared, and with a bang, he suddenly rushed in front of Dazna. "This is my employer. If the mission fails, I will be in trouble. You should change your target." Kakashi's voice was lazy but very firm. Aku now directly blocked the beheading sword. Chapter 21 by. At the moment when the weapons of the two elite jonin collided, the thick murderous aura burst out directly, almost suffocating people. Even Naruto felt the murderous aura for the first time. The whole person seemed to fall into a 1,000-foot ice cave in an instant, and his whole body seemed to be frozen and unable to move. Sasuke and Sakura were not much better, and they stood still one by one. Thick fog gradually rose around them. Kakashi and Zabuza were facing each other with a sword, and they had no intention of caring about the situation of Naruto and others. The warm chakra slowly flowed in his body, and Naruto only took a few breaths to adjust. He turned around and rushed directly towards Sasuke and Sakura, slapping each of them on the back. Almost at the same time, Sakura and Sasuke's eyes were suddenly blurred for a moment. Then he suddenly woke up again, as if he hadn't breathed for a long time, and took a quick breath of cold air. The murderous aura of the Jounin is too terrible. Sasuke's face was straight, and he said with lingering fear. At the same time, he also realized that Naruto was the first one among them to react, and it was his action that made him and Sakura get rid of the stiff state. Sakura sat in place, shaking all over. Zabuza's murderous aura was not illusory, but a substantial substance that gradually spread out with chakra and came into contact with the skin, which made the 3 members of Team 7 feel terrified. "Sakura." Naruto pulled Sakura up and said, "Hurry up and disrupt the chakra flow in your body, just like you did when you broke the illusion." As soon as these words came out, Sasuke and Sakura reacted immediately and formed a seal of release with their hands. This trick really worked, and the two of them immediately got rid of the stiff state. On the other side, Kakashi had already fought with Zabuza. And a water clone of Zabuza suddenly stood up from a puddle like a ghost and rushed towards Naruto and the other two. The water clone of an elite Jounin has the strength of a Chunin at the least. Be careful. Kakashi also caught a glimpse of Zabuza's water clone while fighting, and hurriedly shouted to remind him. In theory, Kakashi could have left a shadow clone to protect Team 7. But he obviously didn't want to do that, because ninjas are originally a profession where the strong prey on the weak. Without Kakashi's reminder, the 3 of them also saw Zabuza's water clone. Sasuke pulled Dazna back, and Naruto grabbed Sakura and also backed away. "Sasuke!" Naruto shouted, "Quick! Shuriken!" In response, 3 streams of shuriken flew towards Zabuza, and Naruto immediately followed the shuriken, clearly intending to meet him. "Sakura! Illusion!" Naruto commanded as he charged. It was the first time for the 3 of them to fight as a group, and they had never discussed the battle plan before. Although Naruto was commanding at the moment, he was clearly fighting in the face of Zabuza's clone. Dazna, who had previously boasted that he was an expert in bridge construction, was now trembling with fear, standing in place like a saduk, and Sasuke temporarily stood in front of him to protect him. Sakura heard Naruto's voice, and although she was panicked, her body still reacted in time. Of course, this illusion had no effect on Zabuza's clone, but it still distracted him for a moment. And that moment was enough. A mechanical synthesized voice sounded in Naruto's mind. Kyuubi's approval 2.2% Scarlet Chakra instantly enveloped Naruto's whole body, his pupils turned red in an instant, and the surging power boiled in his body. With a bang, Naruto, who was charging, suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Naruto's body appeared behind Zabuza's water clone like a ghost, and smashed the water clone with a heavy sweep. The power of the 9 tails was enough to make the 4th generation in a group of elite Jounin helpless. Even if Naruto could only use 2.2% of the power of the 9 tails, it was already close to the strength of a special Jounin. If we put aside the premise that the recently acquired 4 tails lava release is not mentioned, Naruto's only relying on the little power of the 9 tails is enough to look down on Konoha's Chunin. That kid, how can he be so strong? Saduk himself, Tazna, who was standing in place, couldn't help but sighed when he saw Naruto cleanly solve the water clone. These words were naturally heard by Sasuke, who was holding a kunao in front of him, and Sasuke's face suddenly became ugly. If Naruto was lucky to defeat the ghost brothers of the Mist Ninja who followed him the first time, then he was released from the stiff state before himself the second time and defeated the water clone of an elite Jonin. One thing after another has shown that Naruto's strength is indeed the best in Team 7. And he, Sasuke, is only better than Sakura. If Naruto was born in a big family, enjoyed the best ninja resources, and practiced hard every day, Sasuke would not care so much. But he knew very well that since he knew Naruto, this guy has always been the last in the class. He is boastful and the strength is at the bottom. Such a person is not worth wasting his time to look at. He never thought of forming a partnership with such a person, but it seems that overnight, Naruto has become a different person. Not only did he graduate with the top grade in the ninja school, he also knew the secrets of so many villages. Although those were not big secrets, for Sasuke, whose family was wiped out when he was young, and Sakura, who was born in a civilian family, these were already little-known facts. Whether it was intelligence sharing or strength improvement, Sasuke secretly thought in his heart, could this guy have been pretending in the past? He was always at the bottom of the class, too stable. Pretending to be a bad student? Chaotic thoughts wandered in Sasuke's mind, but Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. She clasped her hands together nervously, thinking secretly in her heart. Fortunately, there is Naruto. If it weren't for Naruto's shouting just now, maybe he could only stand like a piece of wood again? At least he performed the illusion, which was also considered to be a contribution to the team. After breaking one water clone, Zabuza no longer had the mind to create a second water clone. At this moment, he was fighting with Kakashi, and both of them were injured. Naruto saw this and rushed forward without thinking. At this time, Kakashi also found Zabuza's weakness, and he quickly formed a seal and fired a water dragon bullet directly at his face. Zabuza barely dodged it but was also injured, and before he could move again, 3 flying needles suddenly flew out of thin air and pierced Zabuza's neck directly. Kakashi immediately became alert, but Naruto's brows relaxed. Is Bai finally going to appear? A masked boy suddenly appeared from the thick fog and jumped directly in front of Zabuza, who was lying on the ground. Naruto's pupils shrank slightly, and he secretly mobilized his chakra. Chapter 22 Molten Release. Zabuza fell to the ground, and Bai, wearing a mask, stood beside him, looking at Kakashi and the 3 members of Team 7 calmly. I am a pursuit ninja of Kirigakure, responsible for recovering the rebel ninjas of Kirigakure. Bai's voice was cold and his words were concise. The milky white fog was still gathering near the woods, with no intention of dissipating. The mist on the treetops condensed into water and fell on the grass with a plop. Even Kakashi was a little unsure of the masked boy who claimed to be a pursuit ninja. Team 7 was even more tense, ready to take action at any time. Kakashi didn't say anything, but walked forward to check that Zabuza's breathing had stopped, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Since the person was dead, it was only right to return the body to the hidden mist village. Teacher Kakashi, is he dead? Naruto suddenly appeared behind Kakashi, pointing at Zabuza, who was motionless on the ground, and asked innocently. Bai stood aside without any reaction, and his eyes under the mask swept across Naruto's face. Ah, he's dead. Kakashi, Konoha's first technician, replied perfunctorily, he was just hit by my water dragon bullet, and the steel needle of this pursuit ninja hit his throat, so he probably died like this. At this moment, Naruto seriously suspected that Kakashi had seen through Zabuza's fake death and was going to let him go. Actually, it is understandable that the 44 seal water dragon bullet technique consumed too much of Kakashi's physical strength. It is understandable that Kakashi is unwilling to take the risk of entanglement with him, but damn! An elite Jonin, so lacking the awareness of finishing off the enemy? Naruto intends to teach the naive Kakashi, the first water king of Konoha, a lesson to let him know how powerful the first Koketishug, no, the first ruthless man of Konoha is. Hey teacher Kakashi, how can this person move even though he is dead? Naruto pointed at the demon Zabuza, who was in a state of suspended animation on the ground, and said. What? Kakashi's eyes suddenly became serious. He's dead. Bai, who pretended to be cool on the side, couldn't help but retorted, little brother, you must have seen it wrong. This person is a rebel ninja from the Hidden Mist village, and his body is covered with the secret of the village. Please allow me to take his body back to the village. After saying this, Bai under the mask couldn't help but get nervous, but fortunately the mask covered his face, so he didn't reveal the truth. Zabuza was really unable to resist the round-robin battle of 3 men and 1 woman in Konoha's 7th team, so he wanted to achieve the purpose of escaping through a pre-planned fake death. Bai arrived as promised, and thought everything would go well, but he didn't expect a yellow-haired kid to show up halfway. Kakashi looked at Naruto, then at Bai, and finally his eyes stayed on Zabuza, who was motionless. In this case, please let me verify whether Zabuza is alive or dead. Okay. Bai replied. Kakashi stretched out his hand and slowly reached towards Zabuza's neck. Everyone's eyes were focused on Kakashi's hand, and Sakura and Sasuke subconsciously held their breath. Lava release. Naruto, who was standing next to Kakashi, suddenly jumped up, a large amount of chakra gushed out of his body, and his eyes instantly turned scarlet. The scorching magma gushed out from Naruto's hand, and the scorching heat instantly evaporated the white mist around the few people. Seeing that Naruto had thrown a hand of magma at Zabuza, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, Bai was shocked and rushed to Zabuza. Bai's right hand was directly burned black by the high temperature of lava release, but he also saved Zabuza, and his left hand neatly pulled out the steel needle from his neck. Zabuza opened his eyes suddenly and came back to life in an instant. Mr. Zabuza, I failed. Bai said to Zabuza apologetically, without his face twisted by the great pain in his right hand. It seemed that the right hand was not his, but someone else's. After he finished speaking, Bai made a seal with one hand, and took Zabuza away with a whirlwind like a happy wind man. This escape secret technique is similar to the smoke escape. Naruto can understand it, but can't learn it. Kakashi watched Zabuza and Bai leave the whole time, and fell to the ground and fainted 3 seconds later. Teacher Kakashi. Sakura hurried forward to check the situation. It should be that the chakra is used up. Naruto followed suit, and shook it in front of Zabuza's nose like Kakashi had done before, and said calmly. Kakashi on the ground had fallen into a baby-like sleep, but fortunately his breathing was still stable, and he was indeed fainted. This is not the place to talk, take him back first. Sasuke said with one hand in his pocket. He just tried to seal with one hand, but failed. The hand left outside was shaking uneasily, and he directly pulled Kakashi up and put one hand on his shoulder. Naruto also took the other hand and put it on his shoulder, and directly lifted Kakashi up on the left and right. The village is just ahead, take him to my house. The protected target Dasna suggested. The 3 members of Team 7 discussed for a while and agreed directly. At Dasna's home, the 3 placed Kakashi in a clean room with a quilt on the tatami. Sakura tucked the quilt for Kakashi with a worried look on her face. When she walked out of the door, Naruto and Sasuke were already waiting for her in the corridor. When she saw Naruto's gaze, Sakura nodded tacitly, without saying a word, but followed him directly. The 3 walked not far from the house, where they could see the enemy with a wide field of vision and could not be heard by others. How is Kakashi? Sasuke asked coldly. Sakura looked tired and shook her head worriedly. He just fainted from exhaustion, there shouldn't be any problem. We can't let our guard down before Teacher Kakashi wakes up. Naruto said, the enemy will kill us at any time before they die. Who are those people? Sakura was obviously a little flustered. After all, it was her first time facing a life and death battle between ninjas. The rebel ninja of Kirigakure. Sasuke was a little calmer and said calmly. What worries me is Zabuza's murderous aura. He is as strong as Kakashi. And the masked man can make a seal with one hand. We must be on guard against his move in the future. Then kill them next time. Naruto raised his hand and made a cutting gesture. The right hand of the masked ninja is already useless. The mission must be completed. Teacher Kakashi can't fight in this state. I would like to take this opportunity to ask you. At this point, Naruto's voice suddenly lowered a lot. This mission should have ended here. We have sent the old drunk back. But if we don't kill those 2 people while they are injured, it will also be a hidden danger for us. I have a way to kill the 2 Kirigakure rebel ninjas before Teacher Kakashi wakes up. Chapter 23, The Final Kill. Kill the Kirigakure rebel ninja? Sasuke looked up at Naruto and frowned almost subconsciously. With the 3 of them, how could they kill an elite jonin with the same strength as Kakashi? Not to mention that there was a masked boy with unknown strength besides Zabuza, how could they do it? It was simply crazy. Sakura looked at Naruto in astonishment, she almost felt that her ears were broken. Naruto, the three of us are still genin. Killing a jonin is impossible, right? Yes. Naruto raised his hand, and the hot lava escape surged into his palm. I can kill them if I get the chance. What is this? Sakura was stunned for a moment. I don't know how I learned it. Naruto scratched his head pretending to be innocent, I used it once in a hurry. Sasuke was speechless, his eyes began to wander, as if he didn't know that the gap had widened since he left the ninja school. The guy seemed to have said before that the other classes were almost all family ninjas, and they probably had the same family ninjutsu as the Uchiha clan. But now the Uchiha clan no longer exists himself. Sasuke's eyes dimmed for a moment, and a feeling of powerlessness surged into his heart and disappeared in a flash. What should we do? Sasuke raised his head, his eyes became firm. If he doesn't become stronger in the battle, he will die in the battle. If he continues like this, he will never have the hope of killing that man. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Naruto said decisively. Teacher Kakashi was seriously injured, not to mention Zabuza who was at a disadvantage at the time. Half of the masked boy's arm is broken, now is the best opportunity. Naruto. Sakura was stunned when she heard it. She finally understood that these two people really planned to kill the two jonin. But we don't know where they are. I know. Naruto suddenly smiled, they can't run away, they must be hiding in a residence somewhere in the woods. Maybe it's a cabin, or maybe it's a house. Hearing this, Sakura looked at Naruto and then at Sasuke, knowing that the two had made up their minds and there was absolutely no room for turning back. Is it too risky? As soon as these words came out, Naruto and Sasuke looked at her. Sakura was a little confused, and suddenly she was at a loss, and asked stutteringly. What's wrong? Nothing. Naruto said, Sakura, if we don't do it now, it will be more dangerous when those two recover. We have no way out. Zabuza is backed by Kado. Haven't you heard that old drunkard Saduk say it? Kado has many wandering ninjas and wandering samurai under his command. If we don't get rid of Zabuza and the masked boy, we will face the siege of both forces. As he said, Naruto stretched out 4 fingers. There are only 4 of us, 1 jonin and 3 genin. We will have almost no chance of winning against Kado and Zabuza. Now there are 3 of us, and we only need to deal with a masked boy with half of his hand broken. No matter how you think about it, it is best to act now. Naruto's words made sense. Sakura opened her eyes wide, but she had no way to refute. Finally, she bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Naruto glanced at the two of them and said seriously. Believe me. We will definitely win this time. If we get rid of Zabuza, Kado will be just a bug. He didn't brag. Zabuza was the most powerful ninja that Kado could hire. A businessman like Kado who was only interested in profit and would do anything to get what he wanted would never spend a lot of money to hire a serious ninja. You should know that his subordinates were all a group of wandering ninjas and wandering samurai, in other words, hooligans. He hired Zabuza just because he was a traitor and wanted to get a free job. So the whole story is easy to understand. Kado wanted to kill the bridge-building expert Saduk Tazna. But when he learned that Saduk had paid for a bodyguard in Konoha, he also called a ditty to take over. Kado wanted to get a free job, so he didn't look for a regular platform to find a thug, but found Zabuza privately and promised to pay him after the fight. But Kado didn't even think about paying, but wanted to take advantage of the situation when both sides were hurt to rob the thugs. At night. The first time the 7th team acted alone as a group, they entered the woods in the dark. Found it. Naruto figured out the situation, jumped back to the two of them and said in a low voice, the person is in the 2-story hut in the forest. Hearing this, Sakura couldn't help but get nervous. I'll attack, you go around, Sakura, how about assisting with illusion? Sasuke quickly gave a battle plan. Okay. Naruto nodded, but there's something I want to confirm. What is it? The Uchiha clan can open the Sharingan and so on. Naruto said casually, Sasuke, you'd better use your full strength at the beginning, so Sakura will be safer. The longer it takes, the more dangerous Sakura's situation will be. Me? Sakura was a little confused, but she couldn't help but get more nervous. You don't have to worry about me, I can protect myself. Sakura, your strength is not in fighting. Naruto looked at Sakura deeply and said, you don't need to show off, Sasuke and I will take responsibility for the battle. You just need to support us with illusions. When the situation changes, we have to rely on you to get out. Hearing this, Sakura couldn't help but feel a little touched and nodded heavily. Don't worry, I can do it. Naruto didn't know whether he could do it or not. But he knew that Haku and Zabuza were right in front of him. If he and Sasuke used their killing moves at the beginning, Haku alone would not be able to stop them. The three of them took their positions and appeared on both sides of the two-story wooden house. After looking at each other and exchanging a glance, Sasuke moved first. He still ran, and 3 shurikens opened instantly, flying towards the wooden house at a weird angle. Naruto went directly behind, dark red chakra surrounded his body, and the hot lava escape shrouded his body. This time he released all his chakra, just to kill with one blow. Sakura took a deep breath and chased the landing point of the shuriken thrown by Sasuke. At the moment when the window was broken by the shuriken, she formed a seal and the illusion was immediately activated. The cabin was directly broken by Naruto, and the hot lava escape instantly ignited the cabin. Bai fled from the cabin with Zabuza on his back in a very embarrassed manner, and a black hand hung in front of him was already useless. Sasuke! Naruto shouted. At this moment, Sasuke was blocking the direction of Bai and Zabuza's escape, and the Scarlet One Magatama Sharingan suddenly opened. Bai, who was still forming a seal with one hand, was caught off guard and froze in place. Even though this time was less than a second, Sakura still seized the opportunity to cast an illusion again. Die! Naruto was almost crazy, his pupils were blood red. Grabbing the moment when Bai was stunned again, he rushed towards the two people with molten heat all over his body, and pierced Bai's chest directly. The hot magma directly burned through Zabuza, who was very weak and unable to move. The two opened their eyes wide and couldn't believe it. After all, they had capsized in the gutter. Cardo's treasure has been stored in the warehouse. Chapter 24 Sakura and Medical Ninjutsu. At the Konoha training ground, a pure black blood-eyed crow swooped down from the sky. The sunlight cast its shadow on the mud, forming a small black dot that passed by at a high speed. Uchiha Sasuke stopped the training at hand, raised his eyes from the grass and looked into the distance, passing through the strong grass in the wind, and fixed on the black dot that covered the sun hovering over the training ground. Sasuke, with a thin face, noticed a hint of weirdness, squinted his eyes and was about to open his Sharingan. Sasuke! Sakura's voice came from a distance. The girl holding the lunchbox stood at the edge of the training ground and waved. The wind in the wilderness blew her long hair, and the whole person was coated with a layer of gold in the sun. Thank you. Sasuke took the lunchbox and noticed that it had 2 layers. Is it for that guy? Yes. Sakura nodded and smiled awkwardly. After returning that day, Teacher Kakashi was very angry. Naruto has to complete 20 D-level missions alone as punishment. Before completing the mission, Team 7 can no longer accept missions. Kakashi also means well. If the village knows about it, I'm afraid that the guy will be punished more severely. Sasuke said while eating a rice ball. Hearing this, Sakura's face also flashed a trace of worry. Teacher Kakashi changed the mission briefing, changing our solo action to a collective action under the leadership of the senior ninja. Naruto also took all the responsibility, so we don't have to be punished. But for some reason, Cardo's shipping company went bankrupt. I heard that Cardo owed money and couldn't pay it back. He also died in the rebellion of the wandering ninjas. Yet, Sakura came to the street where Naruto was carrying out the mission. She looked around but didn't see anyone. She looked up and happened to see Naruto lying on the roof in the sun. Naruto, it's time to eat. Naruto on the roof heard the sound and rolled over and jumped down. This is an abandoned old house next to the bamboo forest. The summer breeze was blowing, and the bamboo leaves in the forest were rustling. There was a low slope behind the house, covered with low green grass, which looked even more eye-catching and green under the sun. The two sat on the slope and ate rice balls. Sakura seemed to be worried and occasionally looked absent-minded when talking to Naruto. What are you thinking about? Naruto asked. Nothing. Sakura forced a smile, and then her face was lost and absent-minded again. Naruto. Yet. Why do you want to be a ninja? Sakura asked. Live, the commission of ninjas is considerable, and there are many benefits if you become a ninja. Naruto said thoughtfully. If someone like me doesn't become a ninja, what else can I do? Sakura was stunned, and then said sorry. It's okay. Naruto waved his hand, took a bite of the rice ball and said, Anyway, ninjas are just a profession, and I haven't thought about being a ninja forever. I really envy you, Naruto. Sakura said a little lonely. Why? Because I feel like I can't help much. Every time there's danger, it's you and Sasuke who come forward. Sakura hugged her knees and curled up. Sometimes I wonder if I'm not suitable to be a ninja. No. Naruto looked at Sakura and said, Sakura, I remember when you graduated, your grades were third in the school, right? Yeah. That's right, this proves that you have the talent to be a ninja, but you haven't found the right direction for the time being. Direction. Sakura raised her head when she heard it. Yes, direction. Naruto said firmly, Team 7 should be the most special class in this year's Genin class, so you don't have to compare with me and Sasuke. The Uchiha clan has always been the best at fighting. Both physical skills and shuriken techniques are inherited from the family. And Sasuke's path was destined from the beginning. His eyes, do you know? The secret of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Sasuke-kun, what secret? Sakura was a little surprised. She suddenly recalled Sasuke's strange eyes with red light in the forest of Wave Country, and she couldn't help but get nervous. The Uchiha clan is a clan of hatred. Naruto said, he carries a great secret, and hatred drives him to keep getting stronger. His eyes are a great weapon, maybe he can beat the Hokage. Hate. Sakura's face turned pale. Well, so you don't have to think so much. Naruto put the lunchbox in order. Sakura, you also have your own ninjutsu, just find a way of practice that suits you. For example, how about medical ninjutsu? Why medical ninjutsu? Sakura asked curiously. Medical ninjutsu has high requirements for the accuracy of ninja chakra control. Naruto explained, Sakura, you have talent in this area, so I think you can try to learn medical ninjutsu. Thank you, Naruto. Sakura said sincerely, without you, it would be difficult for me to. Well, we are companions, aren't we? Naruto stood up and looked down at Sakura, who was full of emotion, and said, you go back and think about it carefully, I will go to carry out the mission first. As he said that, the whole person disappeared from Sakura's sight. Sakura looked at the direction where Naruto disappeared, her eyes were a little complicated, and finally she sighed, picked up the food box and left. Naruto did not carry out the task of finding cats and dogs, but found a roof to lie down and continue to bask in the sun. A panel popped up, and the system warehouse was opened as Naruto wished. Looking at the dazzling treasures and cash inside, Naruto showed a satisfied smile on his face. With this money, he would not have to work for money in his life. In addition to being happy, Naruto felt empty again. With so much money, why do you have to work hard? How to spend this money? Buying real estate in Konoha is definitely a loss. In 2 years, Pain will carry a bag of rice upstairs. Raised to the ground by Konoha. The next step is to get rid of Konoha's control and gain autonomy. The 9-tailed fox in the belly belongs to Konoha, but it doesn't have to belong to Konoha. Besides, when his cheap father Yongdaime stuffed the fox into his belly, he didn't get his consent. Doesn't this mean he has to be a slave to Konoha for 70 years? On the roof, Naruto crossed his legs and sat up suddenly with a start in his heart. Damn it, I can't just stay here. Now I don't lack money, I can't spend all this money in 10 lifetimes. It would be a pity if I was used as a weapon and tied to Konoha village. One tree can't support it, and one hand can't make a sound. If you want to control power in Konoha village, you have to have a family behind you. You have to become strong and then expand your branches and use this money to revive the glory of the Uzumaki clan and seal the family. Chapter 25, Bamboo Forest. Little Rabbit, open the door, if you don't open it, I won't open it. Naruto walked leisurely through the forest with his hands behind his back, humming a nursery rhyme and looking around for the whereabouts of the missing cat. A cat ran away from Mrs. Yamanaka's flower shop, so he registered in the Hokage building and paid 5,000 taels of D-level mission money. Due to the fact that other classes were out with the leading jonin during this period, only Team 7 was free, and this mission naturally fell on the head of Naruto, the unlucky guy, who told him to act on his own and take the risk of leading Team 7 to hunt down Zabuza and Haku. Although he succeeded, it also made Kakashi furious. As a punishment, Naruto must complete 20 D-level missions alone. Kitten, come out and go home with Uncle Ino? Mrs. Yamanaka. After shouting a series of words that might attract the kitten's attention, Naruto still didn't hear any movement, and finally could only lie down on a chair by the road in frustration. Naruto? What are you doing sleeping here? A familiar voice came. Naruto raised his head, and what caught his eyes was a head of golden hair. Ino put her hands on her waist, leaned forward slightly and looked down at Naruto. Ino. Naruto had no intention of getting up. It was already late. When did you return to the village? In the afternoon, after the mission. Asuma teacher gave us 2 days off. Ino sat next to Naruto. My mother's cat is lost. Oh, I know this. The ninja who accepted the mission is me. Naruto leaned back on the chair with his head raised, pointing at himself. Under the street light, the two were not far away from each other, looking at each other casually. Naruto wore a black t-shirt and loose brown shorts, and his face showed a completely indifferent ruffian spirit. I'm talking to you. Ino grabbed Naruto's clothes and said angrily, if you accept someone else's mission, you should show some enthusiasm. Damn it. After that, Naruto was thrown to the other side of the bench by Ino. Naruto lay flat and said nonchalantly. Yes, Miss Ino, you are the best. So find the cat and I will treat you to barbecue. That's your mission. What are you doing lying here? Ino was a little crazy. It's my mission, but I can also hire you. Naruto said nonchalantly, the village didn't say that ninjas can't hire ninjas to perform missions, right? That being said, I have no obligation to help you find a cat. Ino glanced at Naruto. Ino, you don't want to go to the mountain. Mrs. Naka is sad, right? You. Stop talking nonsense, Ino. I'll treat you to barbecue when you find it. Besides, you went out so late just to find the cat, right? Hearing this, Ino had to compromise even though she was unhappy. She held back her anger, got up and walked to Naruto, leaned over and looked at Naruto's face unhappily. Get up and look with me. Hurry up. Yes, yes. Naruto yawned and was forcibly dragged up by Ino, and was pulled forward by the hand. Really? Why are you like this? Ino kept pulling Naruto forward, complaining. Damn it. Just do your job well after accepting the task. Who are you showing off your lazy look? If you keep going like this, don't you want to go home earlier? It doesn't matter whether I go home or not, Naruto suddenly said, I was planning to sleep on the bench for a night. Don't say that, hurry up and look for it. Ino paused for a moment, but still pulled Naruto forward. Ino, it seems that there is a sound over there. Naruto listened carefully in the forest for a while, and pointed his finger in a direction. Got it, got it. Ino said impatiently. In the moonlight, Ino pushed Naruto aside and walked forward, but she was tripped and was about to fall forward. Just when she was about to adjust her body balance, she was pulled by Naruto. What are you doing? Naruto tilted his head and looked at her in confusion. Me? Didn't you see that I was tripped? Ino said unhappily. Oh, then I'll let go. Naruto pretended to let go directly, and Ino didn't have time to react, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Naruto. After a scream, Ino desperately grabbed whatever she could. Naruto wanted to let go, but Ino grabbed him randomly and grabbed his clothes. Fuck. Naruto was caught off guard and burst out with the national essence. However, it was too late. Naruto fell in the direction where Ino fell, and his clothes were torn with a sizzle. Woo. Ino opened her eyes and Naruto was falling on her. The lips were not so accurately pressed together, but Naruto's clothes had been torn by her, and his head was placed on her neck. That place. Something will happen. Ino felt the warmth from her neck, and her face turned red in an instant. Naruto. Get up quickly. Ino shouted with a red face. Don't pull my clothes. Naruto shouted, followed by another scream, don't pull. Your hand. After a long period of confusion, Ino got up from the ground, wiped the water stains from her lips and said. What did you do? I didn't do anything, don't talk nonsense. Ino. Naruto jumped up and said, covering his tattered clothes. How can I go home like this? The anger on Ino's head was almost visible to the naked eye, and her fists were clenched tightly. Just as she was about to teach Naruto a lesson, a meow sounded. In the bamboo forest, a white cat master walked gracefully past the two people who were playing and glanced at them. Under a big green tree outside the Yamanaka flower shop, Ino took out a white shirt from behind and handed it to Naruto, saying reluctantly. Here, you are not allowed to do weird things with my clothes. Hey? Naruto pouted and said, how could I do that? Besides, you were the one who tore my clothes first. Give me a sincere apology, damn it. How do I know if you will? Ino defended. It was late at night and her voice suddenly became softer. Anyway, I'm sorry. Hearing the always strong Ino apologize, Naruto was also shocked and didn't know what to do. Well, since you apologized, I'll forgive you. Naruto scratched his head and said, I was also wrong in this matter. Well, how about I treat you to barbecue? Ino looked up and stared at Naruto for a long time with complicated eyes, and asked. Do you really want to treat me to barbecue? Yeah. Naruto nodded. Barbecue is very expensive. I have saved a lot of money doing tasks these days, anyway, Naruto said, you don't have to worry about this. Okay then. Ino nodded and said, since you sincerely invite me, I will mercifully agree to your invitation. But I am still very rich. I will treat you, idiot. Chapter 26 Brocade Clothes. Watching Ino turn around and walk into the mountain flower shop, Naruto tilted his head at the big green tree in the distance, thinking that he really had money but nowhere to spend it. She wouldn't have misunderstood anything, right? Idiot. Naruto shook his head, looked at the brightly lit mountain flower shop for a while, and turned away. A barbecue meal was really nothing to him now. A drop in the bucket? It shouldn't be considered. The system transferred all the savings accumulated by Cardo's shipping company from years of illegal transactions, and the wealth value was about 800 billion taels. Even Naruto was dumbfounded when he saw such a long string of zeros for the first time. Feelings are before crossing. Poor guy, after traveling through time, he became very rich thanks to the system, Dad. It's a pity that wealth is not exposed, just like wearing fine clothes at night, which is really uncomfortable, but now I can only pretend to be good at barbecue. Yamana Flower Shop. Ino handed the cat back to a middle-aged woman dressed as a lady. Yamanaka Rino was wearing an emerald green dress and an elegant red headband on her head. At this moment, she was holding the cat in one hand and stroking the white and soft fur of the cat master with the other hand and asked. Ino, that boy is Naruto, right? Well, yes. Ino said with a concealed look, but finally nodded, I just happened to meet him, and he accepted the task of finding the cat. So that's it. Yamanaka Rino nodded and said calmly, I don't object to your love, but... Speaking of this, Yamanaka Rino lowered her eyebrows and slowly looked at her daughter. Naruto is different from others. Mom doesn't want you to fall in love in the wrong place and end up with a sad result. Mom, what are you talking about? Ino said in a panic, you misunderstood. I can't possibly like that annoying guy Naruto. Ino. Yamanaka Rino looked at her daughter softly and said, the family crest of the Yamanaka clan is the purple Lespedesia flower. Do you still remember its flower language? Growing vigorously, being positive, Ino was a little speechless. Positive love. Mom is just giving you a piece of advice. Yamanaka Rino turned and went upstairs, leaving a sentence, rest early, Ino. Okay, Mom. After washing up, Ino lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling in a trance. What happened tonight and her mother's words echoed in her mind. If her mother didn't mention it, she wouldn't think about it at all. That's Naruto, it's impossible to like that guy no matter who you like. He likes to play pranks and is lazy. Although I don't know why Naruto has made rapid progress recently, I still don't like his appearance. Since childhood, the two have not gotten along well. But... Ino covered her eyes with her palms, and the light penetrated through the gaps between her fingertips. She couldn't help but half close her eyes, and couldn't help but recall the scene in the bamboo forest. The faint heat in her neck made Ino feel irritated, and the girl's heart was suddenly as complicated as the green vines climbing all over the courtyard wall. Ichiraku Ramen. The semi-warm curtain at the door of the store was lifted, and Ichiraku glanced at the person who came with his little eyes, and then threw a piece of ramen into the pot. Still the same as before, Naruto. Yes. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say the words that choked in his throat, give me the most expensive one. A moment later, the steaming ramen was placed in front of Naruto. It will be the day of the Chunin exam soon, right? Ichiraku Tada stood at the counter, squinting his small green bean-sized eyes and asked with a smile. Really? Naruto was slightly startled. Well, the teachers of the ninja school who came to eat ramen recently are talking about this matter. You will know it naturally after hearing it more. Ichiraku Tada said. Naruto, you should also participate in the Chunin exam, right? You should work hard. As he said, Ichiraku Tada handed over the fried tempura beside him. It's a gift, work hard, boy. Looking at Ichiraku Tada's simple smile, Naruto couldn't help but smile, nodded and responded. I will definitely do it. The time between the Chunin exam and the graduation of Genin seems to be very close, but most of the Chunin exams are just a formality. Generally, Genin who have reached the qualifications and are still alive can become Chunin. In the final analysis, it depends on the amount of tasks to get extra points in the Chunin exam. If it is a new generation of ninja class like Naruto's class, taking the Chunin exam without qualifications, it will be more difficult to become a Chunin. At the same time, Naruto also knows that he is just going to run for the Chunin exam. The three major families of Ino, Shika, and Jo, plus the Hyuga clan of Konoha. How can this have anything to do with the Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan, who is down and out? The identification of Chunin is not only based on the opinions of Jonin, but also depends on the faces of the nobles of the Land of Fire. This thing has a bit of unspoken rules. The Nara family has always been the mainstay of Konoha and a firm supporter of the third Hokage. At the same time, the Nara family has a close relationship with many nobles of the Land of Fire. After all, as a large deer-raising family, its deer antler medicinal materials business is spread all over the Land of Fire. How can its influence be limited to the Konoha ninja village? If nothing unexpected happens, it is a foregone conclusion that Shikamaru Nara will be promoted to Chunin. After returning home, Naruto immersed himself in the brand new bathtub he had just bought, while thinking about the upcoming Chunin exam. There is no doubt that this major drama in the early stage of Naruto will definitely trigger the system's options. In the original work, Naruto was only concerned with his blood rushing, and in the end, he got nothing except a confused body of injuries after the Chunin exam. Since he knew that it was impossible to get the title of Chunin, there was no need to spend time on the competition. How to maximize the benefits is what Naruto should consider. The Chunin exam is like a magic mirror, exposing all the things that Konoha village tried hard to hide in broad daylight. The slave division of the Hyuga clan, the bloody extermination of the Uchiha clan, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the few descendants of the Uzumaki clan. After all, the truth will come out, and all the filth will always be exposed to the Sunday. Naruto thought about it and wanted to take the opportunity to leave the village. But the identity of Jinchuriki is too ostentatious, and it is impossible for him to escape the village as easily as Sasuke. Besides, Nagato has the Samsara Eye, and he is so powerful, but he still can't build the Hidden Rain village that can fight against the 5 major countries. Can I do it alone? The only one who can fight against the ninja world on his own is Uchiha Madara, who is dancing. Forget about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It is safer to stay in Konoha and take it slowly. In the future, I can only travel in the form of business trips, which is a bit unhappy. But there are benefits. After all, I am not short of money. It would be great if I could get in touch with the gold exchange. Things that are inconvenient for me can be done by others. If the Uzumaki clan is to be revitalized, in addition to collecting the clan members scattered in the ninja world, the only thing left is to spread out as soon as possible. Chapter 27 Hinata, Seeking Follow-up Reading, the next day. Naruto's days were still spent in a large number of D-level missions. Sakura listened to Naruto's advice and discussed with Kakashi how to start the training path of medical ninja. Kakashi found a teacher for Sakura's medical class, Yu. Yu was a medical ninja of the golden generation of Konoha in the same period as Kakashi. Although the survival rate of medical ninjas in that period was very high, he was still alive today and was considered to be the best among medical ninjas. Although not as famous as Tsunade, Kakashi couldn't know where Tsunade was in this situation. As a senior ninja, Yu was more than enough to teach Sakura. Kakashi, is this your disciple? Yu, who was wearing a medical ninja uniform, asked. Sakura looked at Yu nervously. He was a man in his early 20s who was about the same age as Kakashi. He was wearing a white medical ninja uniform and a medical ninja hat on his head. There was a big red cross on his chest, and there were several medical ninjas in the same uniform beside him who cast their eyes on Kakashi. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Sakura bowed with trepidation and said, My name is Harano Sakura. Please teach me. Hey, Kakashi, your disciple is much more polite than you. Another medical ninja Hanfang walked forward and said jokingly. What a joke. Kakashi showed his classic dead fish eyes. I heard that Kakashi brought his disciples. Another voice sounded in the medical department, and a medical ninja wearing a white square hat came out after hearing the voice. She's a cute girl, so rare. The square-faced medical ninja Yuden also came out of the clinic. Are you coming to our medical class? Two medical ninjas carrying stretchers stopped and turned to ask. That's great. The ninja Baiko on the other side of the stretcher said with a smile, it just so happens that we are short of manpower recently, so this is a great help. Sakura blushed. She didn't expect so many people to come forward to talk to her. She looked at Kakashi at a loss. Kakashi comforted Sakura and said, don't be afraid. Those guys have always been like this. I have been injured too many times, and I have gradually become familiar with the guys in the medical team. Sakura nodded and started her training journey in the medical team in a daze. However, Kakashi really didn't have so much time to lead 3 disciples. Sakura was thrown to the medical team, and Naruto was still doing D-level tasks, so he didn't need to consider it for the time being. And the only person he was training was Uchiha Sasuke. Perhaps because they were both Sharingan users, Kakashi cared a lot about Sasuke. After all, there were not many Sharingan exclusive users in the world, and Obito's eyes were logged in remotely on Kakashi, so he could barely use them. At present, Sasuke is the only one who can be called Kakashi's most beloved disciple. While almost all members of Team 7 were busy practicing, a fish that escaped the education of the Will of Fire was sleeping soundly in a hammock in the Konoha forest. After returning from the mission in the Land of Waves, Naruto paid the price for his recklessness. He had to complete 20 D-level missions by himself before he could return to Team 7. So far, including the mission of finding a cat for Mrs. Yamanaka in the bamboo forest last night, he has only completed 5 D-level missions in total. Then, he lay down. How long will it take to do 20 times? Why not just pay someone to do it? Naruto muttered to himself while lying in the hammock, looking at the sky between the leaves. He did exactly that. He found a D-level mission of picking up garbage in the Hokage building and spent 50,000 taels to find a ninja in school to do it for him. Well, I'm really a great philanthropist in Konoha today, helping poor ninja school students with part-time jobs. Naruto stretched and continued to curl up in the hammock. He has completely given up now, and doesn't care that the Konoha high level knows the secret of his ability to melt escape. This matter can't be concealed, and Kakashi probably reported it long ago. Of course, he is too lazy to hide the fact that he is rich. He doesn't care whether there are enbu monitoring him or not, and he completely lets himself go. The village can't do anything to him, and all of Kato's treasures are in the system warehouse. Even if the village wants to investigate, there is no way to find out. Making a small fortune on a mission is common in Konoha village. Otherwise, with the income from the mission reward, except for the elite ninjas of Konoha, those low-level ninjas can't rely on that little money to support their families. It has to be said that the days of giving up are really comfortable. Squinting his eyes, I don't know how long it has been, Naruto slowly opened his eyes and vaguely saw a figure standing in front of him. Hinata? When did you come? Naruto was startled and coughed violently. The girl in the lilac-hooded windbreaker was also startled by Naruto's reaction. She looked at him at a loss and looked away. Kyubai's approval 2.3%. The mechanical synthesized sound in his mind sounded, and Naruto was stunned for a moment. This time he did nothing. Why did the progress of the favorability strategy increase? I went back to the village yesterday. Teacher Ui Kurane said that there would be no missions during this period, so we should practice and prepare for the Chunin exam. Hinata said with a red face and closed eyes. The thin body trembled slightly, and seemed very nervous. Oh, then freedom? Naruto asked with a smile. Yet. Hinata nodded. By the way, Hinata, how did you find me? Naruto scratched his head and asked, this place is quite remote. White eyes. Hinata lowered her head a little embarrassedly. So it's the Byakugan. Naruto looked closer with some curiosity, and exclaimed in amazement. Naruto-kun. Hinata leaned back slightly, closed her eyes and tried to avoid Naruto's sight. That place is not beautiful. It's pretty. Hinata was a little surprised, and looked at Naruto with her eyes wide open in surprise. Naruto-kun, what did you say? Upon closer inspection, the Byakugan is pretty good. Naruto said with a smile. Yet. Hinata felt warm in her heart. In fact, the attitude of other villagers in Konoha towards Hyuga was not so good, and they thought that the Byakugan was an ominous symbol. Even within Hyuga, there was a huge contradiction that could not be eliminated because of these eyes. The bird in the cage, the blue tattoo. Hinata, wait for me here. Naruto suddenly ran away. Hinata, standing there, was slightly stunned. Listening to Naruto's words, she didn't know what to do for a while. About half an hour later, Naruto finally came back, carrying a small package on his back, which seemed to be filled with a lot of things. Let's go. I'll take you somewhere. Naruto didn't say anything nonsense, and directly took Hinata's hand and ran with him. Hand, being held by Naruto-kun? Hinata suddenly felt a little dizzy, and her face turned red again. She didn't bother to ask where Naruto was going, and let him be led forward. Chapter 28 The Art of Telepathy. Through the lush and green forest of Konoha, the bushes retreated away, and the wind in the forest gently brushed her face. Hinata only felt light and floating until the mottled sunlight disappeared. After passing a corner in the forest, the front suddenly opened up. The sound of the gurgling stream came, and the surroundings were suddenly surrounded by white noise. A huge waterfall jumped in front of her eyes, and a rushing stream rushed down. Where is this? Hinata was slightly stunned. Riverside. Naruto let go of Hinata's hand and walked to a shady place near the river with a big package. The afternoon sun in the forest was scorching, and the cicadas mixed with the sound of the waterfall seemed unusually noisy. But Hinata's heart was beating young and strong with the ups and downs of the waterfall. Hinata stood in the shade of the tree, blinking her eyes and watching Naruto busy over there, unpacking the package and laying a long cloth on the grass. After a while, a rough module of camping was made by Naruto. Tablecloth, fire pit, barbecue grill, and some seasonings, and even a pot. Hinata was dazzled and covered her mouth. Doraemon? Hinata. Naruto waved at her. The latter responded quickly and walked over in a daze. She was curious about the picnic utensils on the ground. She was born with a winning mind. As the eldest princess of Hyuga, the biggest difficulty Hinata has encountered since she was a child is that she cannot defeat her father. Her father is a mountain that she cannot cross. It is a bit too much to say that she is a lady who has never touched the water of Spring, but Hinata is indeed a real lady. Unlike Naruto, who grew up in the mud, her clothes are always clean. Standing there quietly, not stained by the wind and snow. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Hinata asked. Picnic barbecue. Naruto smiled at her and said, the stream under this waterfall flows fast, so the fish meat is very delicious. Hinata nodded and said nervously. Father and his family love to eat sashimi dishes, but I don't, so I rarely eat fish. Sashimi. Naruto narrowed his eyes, a little dazed. I only know how to grill fish and cook fresh fish soup. That's enough, I haven't eaten the grilled fish made by Naruto. Hinata blushed, waving her hand for fear that Naruto would misunderstand. No, I mean. It's okay. Naruto walked in front of Hinata and said, no need to explain so much, let's go, I'll take you to the river to fish. Hinata, have you ever fished? No. Hinata blushed slightly and lowered her head. In the past, I would be taken away whenever I got close to the river, and I only saw others fishing on the bridge from a distance. It makes sense, the Hyuga clan has always regarded itself as the nobles of Konoha. Fishing is an entertainment activity for country people, and the Hyuga clan will not allow Hinata to do such meaningless things. It's okay, I'll teach you. Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand again, took her to the woods nearby. In the distance, an Anbu ninja and a Hyuga ninja stood on the treetops not far from each other, looking at each other. Hyuga ninja, what is that boy taking the young lady for? Anbu ninja, let's go into the woods. Or, you can use your Byakugan to take a look. The Anbu ninja suggested. It will disturb the young lady. The Hyuga ninja said with a straight face, why don't you go and take a look yourself? It will be bad if we are discovered. The Anbu ninja laughed and said, I only get that little salary a month, why take the risk? What if the young lady is in danger? What if that boy? The Hyuga ninja hesitated to speak. That's your business. If something goes wrong, I'll just lose my job. The Anbu ninja said shamelessly, if you're discovered, you'll have a higher chance of losing your job. It's better to just watch from a distance. You. Hyuga ninja waved his sleeves, isn't it your Anbu's responsibility to restrain the Jinchuriki? Really not. The Anbu ninja said lazily, as long as the Jinchuriki doesn't leave the village, I don't care about anything else. Thanks to the Jinchuriki, I have this easy job. It's much better than fighting and killing outside. Why do you do stupid things when you have nothing to do? It's simply unreasonable. Well, ninjas from big families like you retire at the age of 30. How can you understand the sufferings of the world? The Anbu ninja said with a smile. Forget it, I didn't die on the mission at the age of 30. It's a happy thing that I can live safely until retirement. Oh, by the way, I should get off work. As he said that, the Anbu ninja actually left in an instant. The Hyuga ninja was dumbfounded. What kind of work was this in the broad daylight? After about a quarter of an hour, Naruto and Hinata had already emerged from the small forest. Naruto held a long wooden pole in his hand. After choosing for a long time, Naruto finally made a wooden pole with a kunai. Bamboo poles are easy to break, and the black fish in this stream are relatively large. The two came to the river, and Hinata watched Naruto skillfully take out the fishing line and hook from his pocket, and handed it to her after assembling it. Me? I can't do it. Hinata suddenly became nervous and took a step back. It's okay, I'll take you fishing. Naruto simply stuffed the fishing rod into Hinata's hand, and then circled behind Hinata. Naruto almost hugged Hinata from behind, and Hinata obviously realized this, and her face instantly became like a ripe apple. Hinata, with her cheeks burning, almost fainted, and instantly lost her mind. Fortunately, Naruto got a new washing machine after he became rich, so he didn't always smell of sweat like before. Hinata didn't think too much about it, her mind was almost blank. Naruto-kun, there's no bait. No need for bait. Naruto waved his hand and said, just throw the hook out like this, the fish here can be caught without bait. As he said that, Naruto held Hinata's hand and skillfully threw the fishing line and hook out. In the distance, the back teeth of the Hyuga ninja were almost broken. What are you pretending for? If you can fish without bait, I'll take my eyes off. 4.5% of the Nine-Tails approval. 6.7% of the Nine-Tails approval. Suddenly, the panel popped up again with a ding. Option 1, tell Hinata that you always hate gentle girls, because gentle girls are gentle to everyone. She just likes heroes, just like all princesses like heroes who are always pure, and you are not a hero. Reward, water style water dragon bullet technique. Option 2, tell Hinata that she is already very good and will definitely be a gentle wife in the future. Reward, telepathic art, give birth to a completely non-existent puppet, which has the ability to not be doubted at the moment of birth, and the words spoken will be stored in the memory of people within a certain range. Naruto glanced at the first option and subconsciously excluded it without any reaction. When he saw the reward for the second option, he was slightly stunned. The telepathic art of the Yamanaka clan, which hides the sound recognition, is probably anonymous speech within a certain range. Chapter 29 Diary of the God of Ninja, skip if you don't like it, optional reading. Naruto actually has no choice, and the first option is obviously not advisable. No matter what he really thinks in his heart, Hinata's existence is lucky for him. No one doesn't like gentle girls, and Naruto is no exception. He is not that slow Naruto, but a normal person. If a princess likes me, if I don't cherish her well, I will probably be struck by lightning, right? Even though he could probably feel that Hinata's approach to him was probably tacitly agreed by the village and the Hyuga clan, he also accepted it, for the sake of continuing the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, so that there would be a successor to the Jinchuriki. After all, he was not the real Naruto, but a soul from another dimension. For him, the result was not the most important, but the process was. River bank. Hinata nervously grasped the fishing rod, and suddenly her hand trembled. A flash of tension like an electric shock flashed through her heart, and she stuttered. Naruto-kun. Fish. The fish is hooked. The full-level fishing technique worked, and the rule power of the empty bait on the fish was so terrifying. Naruto had expected this result long ago, and calmly held Hinata's hand and slowly reeled the fish in. Hinata felt very novel about all this, and was extremely nervous while being hugged by Naruto. When the fish is exhausted, pull it up together. Come on. Naruto suggested. Okay, Hinata replied with a blushing face, breathing a little fast. The Hyuga ninja in the distance turned pale, and seeing that the fish seemed to have really caught it underwater, 1,000 horses galloped through his heart. Impossible. How did the fish get caught without even the bait? The Hyuga ninja looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was not Hinata, whose heart was beating wildly, and he could ignore any details. He just wanted to know, how did this guy catch the fish without bait? He didn't even care about his own lady being held in someone's arms, and stared blankly at the river in the distance. The fish really took the bait and bit the hook tightly. Lift it up slowly like this. Naruto held Hinata's hand and taught her knowledge seriously, then push hard. With a snap, the big black fish was pulled out of the water by the fishing line, leaving a semi-arc-shaped water stain in the air. The water surface was sparkling, and the flickering light was reflected in Hinata's pupils. I caught it. Hinata asked blushingly after a moment of shock. Her voice was excited and a little nervous. Naruto knew that Hinata herself had never had much self-confidence and was extremely gentle. But in her heart, she actually wanted her abilities to be recognized, rather than being regarded as a Hyuga princess. Yes. Naruto took advantage of the height difference and touched Hinata's head, saying, Hinata is already very powerful, and she will definitely be a gentle wife in the future. Rewards were successfully delegated. Please create a virtual puppet character. Any identity, it will be automatically rationalized after creation, and speak as this identity. Hinata's red instantly turned red, and because of Naruto's sudden words, she suddenly became stuttering again. Wife? No. I haven't. This kind of thing is too. At this time, Naruto's mind was all on the puppet character. Great. Any identity, if this is the case, then that is also okay. Ninja God created successfully, the host can speak once a day. Naruto couldn't help coughing in his heart, thinking that it was really any identity. Although this thing is useless, it can allow people within a certain range to receive the puppet's speech. Well, isn't that the technique of the Yamanaka clan? No matter. Will I be able to speak as the ninja god in the future? Woohoo! Take off. Shy Hinata mustered up the courage to look at Naruto, and seeing his face full of joy and looking at her affectionately, her face turned redder. Naruto-kun, Hinata's head was hot, and her legs were weak and she fell backwards. Hinata. Naruto was startled and quickly supported Hinata, but no matter how he called her, Hinata did not respond. Why did she faint? Naruto muttered, touched Hinata's forehead and sighed, then he put her on the soft grass with confidence. Seeing that Hinata couldn't wake up for a while, he had to deal with the big black fish first. Then he picked up some wood nearby to make a barbecue grill, and finally sat on the ground and opened the panel. God of Ninja, you can speak today. What should I say? Naruto fell into deep thought. Since it is a broadcast tool and carries the title of God of Ninja. If you can only speak once a day? Why not make a diary of the God of Ninja? Ahem, just do it. Naruto typed the following string of words in the speech box. August 15th, sunny weather, Diary of the God of Ninja. The ninjas nowadays are all stupid, there are no long-legged and short-skirted shrine maidens dancing the sacrificial dance, so just destroy the world. And there are too many Sharingans on Shimura Danzo, I vomit. Ding! The God of Ninja was created successfully, and the scope of speech is 500,000 square meters. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was working with a pen, trembled and scribbled the entire official document. The words of the God of Ninja appeared inexplicably in his mind, and the content almost made him spit out blood. When he turned his head to look at the guards beside him, he found that Yamashiro Aoba and Bingzu Laitong's faces were not right, and he knew that things were bad. Hokage-sama. Bingzu Laitong walked to the front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen nervously. The situation had exceeded his imagination. When the words appeared in his mind out of thin air, Bingzu Laitong, as a guard, had already realized the seriousness of the situation. As for the content of the diary text, Bingzu Laitong didn't dare to think about it. Emergency. Convene a meeting of Konoha's senior management to discuss. Wait, call Yamanaka Inoichi first. The third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered with a stern face. Yes. As the Hokage's guards, Yamashiro Aoba and Bizu Rei received the order and left immediately. The Yamanaka clan is a rare spiritual ninjutsu family in Konoha. The clan leader Yamanaka Inoichi is good at a series of interrogation ninjutsu such as the heart-turning technique, which can obtain information even if the enemy does not speak. On the other hand, Danzo, who was resting with his eyes closed, was frightened by this sudden text, but soon calmed down. He understood that there must be someone behind this, and he must find that person. Come on. Someone come. Danzo shouted. Bang, bang, bang. 4 or 5 masked root ninjas suddenly appeared and half knelt in front of Danzo. Go check what's going on. Yes. Master Danzo. On the other side, the god of ninja himself was teaching Hinata how to grill fish, without any guilt, enjoying this sweet bubbling moment. Hey, Hinata, you see, the fish meat will be more tender if you turn it over like this. Delicious. Chapter 30 The godly rich and despicable Naruto who wants to spend money. If you don't like it, you can skip it. Question: if a teammate suddenly falls to the ground during a mission, you go up to ask him if he's okay, and he answers that he's okay, what does it mean? It means Hinata held a piece of fish, frowned and thought deeply, and the orange sunset shone on her body, making her look even more cute. The two were sitting on the picnic blanket playing a game of asking and answering. Although the game was a bit childish, it was just right for two boys and girls who had a good impression of each other. Hinata also received the diary of the god of ninja. Naruto told her that he had received it as well, and brushed off the topic with a few words on the grounds that he couldn't understand it. Well, it means that teammates need treatment. Hinata replied in a low voice. Wrong. Naruto gently tapped Hinata's head and said seriously, this means that your teammates' airways are unobstructed and not blocked by blood stains. So that's it. Hinata nodded in confusion, thinking that Naruto was imparting knowledge seriously. What should you ask him at this time? Where does it hurt? No, you should ask him what 1000-7 equals. Hshu. 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 Kaiba, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Hinata's teammate Inyazuka stopped, sniffed, and said, maybe he inhaled the pollen nearby. Inyazuka Kaiba's sister Inyazuka Hana walked over and squatted in front of Akamaru to check his injured leg. As the only veterinarian in the medical department, Akamaru's minor injury was not a problem for her. Sister, those things that just appeared in my mind, I am a little concerned. Inyazuka Kaiba asked worriedly. Kaiba, the matter involves Danzo-sama, who is a high-ranking official in Konoha. Let's not talk too much about it. Inyazuka Hana is already a mature woman, and naturally more stable than Kaiba. She and Uchiha Itachi graduated from the same batch of ninjas. Relying on the resources of the Inyazuka clan, she is now a chunin in Konoha. Having worked in the medical department for so many years, she has heard a lot of secrets, but she has never told others to avoid trouble. For example, the Konoha corpse disposal team was stopped by the Gen's ninja outside the Uchiha clan's base, and the Uchiha clan's corpses were cremated by the Gen overnight. In addition, there are some bad rumors, such as what the Hokage actually acquiesced to the Gen to do this, in order to develop blood-limit human experiments. There are many such rumors and secrets, and it is difficult to distinguish between true and false. No one knows what is true and what is false. Inyazuka Hana does not want her only brother to be involved in these troubles, and she does not want Kaiba to do something stupid and be targeted by the Gen. That organization has never done anything human. If Kaiba is pulled into this organization, his life will be ruined. Kaiba does not know his sister's good intentions. Under the pressure of age, he can only give up his curiosity and squat in front of his beloved dog Akamaru. Sister, how is Akamaru? Not bad. Similar scenes happened in many places in Konoha village. Kakashi looked at Sasuke with a gloomy face on the training ground and didn't know what to say. It was late and night fell. Kakashi could only see a rough outline of Sasuke standing in the dark on the training ground. His heart suddenly beat wildly a few times, and he thought it was not good. Sasuke, don't fall into the trap. This may be an illusion of the enemy. Sasuke didn't reply. He just stood there motionless, and the whole person exuded a cold resentment. He looked up at Kakashi and asked with gritted teeth. Why does Danzo have the eyes of my people on his body? Kakashi was also confused. He knew that Danzo was a nobody, but he didn't expect him to be so beastly. Too many eyes? Could it be that there were eyes transplanted in other parts of his body? Thinking of this, a chill rushed into Kakashi's heart. But even so, in the absence of absolute evidence, he still couldn't explain this kind of thing in front of Sasuke. Pulling out the radish brings out the mud. Danzo is not clean, but there are more than just Danzo who are not clean. According to Kakashi's understanding of Danzo, things will not be that simple. Sasuke, calm down. Kakashi, how can I calm down? Sizzle. The processed black fish was put into the oil pan, crackling next to the fire, and the fish fragrance immediately overflowed and echoed in the night wind. Naruto-kun, you brought a pot. Hinata was slightly embarrassed. Of course I brought it. For a picnic, you must be fully equipped. Naruto pointed to the pile of utensils and said, the oil pan is a must. I'll show you something nice later. What is it? Hinata was stunned for a moment, and her face turned red again. Naruto glanced at Hinata, looked at her face roasted red by the fire, showed a mysterious smile, turned the black fish in the pot and said, "You'll know in a moment." The Konoha building was brightly lit at this time, and many ninjas rushed out of the gate. Busily going in and out, their faces were full of nervousness and anxiety. At the high-level meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yutain Koharu, several old nobles of the same period, stared at Danzo who was sitting in his seat. Their eyes were a little gloomy. "Danzo, do you have anything to say?" Yutain Koharu asked seriously. "I have nothing to say," Danzo said with his hands folded. "Shouldn't the focus of this matter be the ninjutsu that can appear in everyone's mind? If the person behind the scenes says whatever he wants, then the village can only be passive. Today it can be a rumor about me, and tomorrow it may be anyone. In this regard, I will wait and see, and let my subordinates investigate," Danzo said in a deep voice. After the voice fell, Yutain Koharu and the Sandome looked a little unhappy, but they didn't say anything else or continue to ask for accountability. They also knew that it was unrealistic to ask Danzo to prove his innocence on the spot. It's not that it can't be done, but it's thankless. It would be embarrassing if it was found out. The village still needs Danzo, and he can't be removed from his position because of this. Besides, what Danzo said makes sense. The senior officials sitting here also have some secrets in their hands, but they are not as crazy as Danzo. If there is really an omniscient and omnipotent ninja god, maybe the next one to be exposed is. Bang! Several fireworks rose into the night sky, illuminating Hinata's upturned face, and the beautiful appearance of the gorgeous fireworks was reflected in her pupils. A happy look jumped onto Hinata's face. She looked at the night sky obsessively and felt incomparable happiness. And all this was thanks to the person next to her, the boy who was lighting fireworks in the distance. Naruto had completely forgotten the diary of the ninja god and didn't take it to heart at all, let alone how much fluctuation it brought to the village. He trotted towards Hinata and stood with her. The two looked up at the fireworks rising into the sky, their hearts filled with happiness, and said in their hearts, "Great! I'm so happy to have Naruto-kun. Great, I finally spent some money, I'm so happy." Chapter 31 Hyuga, you can skip if you don't like it. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. Hinata stood at the gate of the Hyuga station and waved goodbye to Naruto reluctantly. She was small and felt a little broken. He guessed that it might be related to the secret of the Hyuga clan, but Naruto didn't think deeply. For him, what was in front of him was reality. The plump and warm Hinata was not just a paper man. He could feel the tension and haze behind Hinata's smile, like a girl dancing with shackles. "Goodbye, Hinata." Naruto waved. Hinata nodded, walked 2 steps into the darkness, and looked back at him and said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun. I'm very happy today." "Me too." Before dawn the next day, Naruto woke up from his bed, opened his eyes, opened the system panel, and began to update the ninja god diary. Yesterday's events had long been forgotten, and he felt refreshed. On August 16, the will to destroy the ninja world became stronger, and it was another day without seeing long legs. The caged birds of the Hyuga clan are the most disgusting slavery system I have ever seen, raising family members into slaves. After thousands of years of development, shouldn't the seal be improved? The original intention of protecting weak branches has changed. Sent, Naruto shook his head, opened his hazy eyes, and fell asleep again. Above Konoha. After a few seconds of silence, screams rang out. The entire Konoha village was completely blown up by this daily updated ninja god diary. If the top leaders were a little panicked by the news yesterday, then now their mentality is exploding. The bedside lamp in the room was turned on. The meeting of the Konoha high-level officials ended at 2 o'clock last night. Only 3 hours later, Yamanaka Inoichi had to get up again. "Inoichi, do you have to go? I'm a little worried." On the dimly lit bed, the noble lady Yamanaka Rino said with a tired face. "It's okay." Yamanaka Inoichi put on his clothes and comforted his wife. Originally, the high-level meeting of Ino, Shika and Joe only needed Shikaku to come forward. He can represent the opinions of the 3 tribes of Ino, Shika and Joe. But you also know that the news that can appear in the mind is really weird. Our Yamanaka clan is the only one in the village who is good at mental control ninjutsu. If we don't go, it will make people suspicious. Then I can only trouble you, Inoichi. Yamanaka Rino said softly. After a long silence, Yamanaka Rino's voice rang again. She asked the moment she put on her clothes and got up from the bed. Hi, is what the ninja god said true? Yamanaka Hai didn't know how to answer, so he could only sigh and answer vaguely. It shouldn't be true. How could a ninja god exist? Someone must have done it on purpose. Anyway, the village will find out and give everyone an explanation. Rino. Yamanaka Hai dressed neatly and prepared to go out. He held the door with his hand, turned around and looked back at the lady and said. Go and accompany your daughter. Ino must be scared. Well, be careful on the road. With a bang, the door closed. Yamanaka Hai walked on the road. The originally quiet Konoha village had already become a mess. The villagers walked on the street, talking about the day of the ninja god with horror on their faces. Remember. Does the god of ninja really exist? It's been 2 days. It doesn't look like it's fake. The villager said with some fear. Who knows, the village hasn't said anything yet. I don't think it's fake. The owner of the red bean meatballs stood in front of his store and said with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Because of this incident, I didn't sleep all night. How can I sleep well here? That's right. I don't know where Lord Hokage is, and he hasn't shown up to say a word yet. Another villager said with a long sigh in the tree. Then you tell me, what the god of ninja said is true. Villager Tianji Untanyu lowered his voice and asked, about the secrets of that adult and the Hyga clan. Hearing this, the villager who spoke first, Zo Daizuo, had a look of fear on his face and said nervously. You can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. If someone from the ANBU hears this, you will be taken away. You can't discuss the affairs of the Hyga clan, just think about it in your own mind. Yet, it's better not to talk about this kind of thing. Shuzhang Liuju agreed. Yamazaka Hai, who was passing by, listened to the villagers' conversations and his expression became even more serious. He had heard about the slavery system of the Hyga clan for a long time, and it was indeed an unacceptable ninjutsu. Turning one's relatives into slaves is indeed a very taboo matter, so much so that people who know about it in Konoha subconsciously do not talk about it. Over time, most people in Konoha did not know this. But those who survived the Third Ninja War knew this very well. It is a kind of curse called the caged bird. Once the cursed person is disrespectful to the group that casts the spell, the caster will immediately punish him or kill him directly. This is the current situation of the Hyga clan. Only the eldest son or daughter of the clan can become a clan, and all other clan members will become branch clans. The so-called branch family is the slave of the clan family. This system is the reason why Hinata can last for thousands of years. He relies on the caged bird to obtain the branch family's absolute loyalty. Absolute loyalty means no betrayal. The betrayer only needs a thought from the clan, and the traitor will be immediately brain dead. When faced with a life and death situation, the people of the separated family will be forced to fight to the death to protect the clan family and evacuate. It is precisely because of this that the Byakugan bloodline can survive no matter what happens. What's strange is that the Hyga clan has arrived in the area of Hyga and Rizu. It seems that the eldest daughter did not become a clan member, and the second daughter was not divided into separate families, but was dragged along. As for why he was dragging it, Yamanaka Hiki didn't know. He only heard about it through the road, and he didn't care about the secrets of the Hyga clan. All he can do is to catch the guy who calls himself the god of ninja as soon as possible and let the village return to peace and tranquility. To at least restore peace on the surface, it doesn't matter what happens under the water. The atmosphere of the Hyga clan is very oppressive, and it is more silent than ever inside and outside the clan, as if they have fallen into a suffocating silence. The moment the early morning sunlight entered the courtyard, Hyga Niji sat in front of the mirror, calmly staring at the cyan caged bird curse mark on his forehead. I slept so well. Naruto, wearing bare pajamas, yawned on the bed and stretched again. The evil ninja god himself scratched his butt without grace and lazily began to wash up. Looking at his chicken coop in the mirror, he yawned again and muttered. There are still 14 D-level missions that have not been completed. Let's go get one today, so as not to be found out that I have hired a power trainer. Chapter 32 God is a pervert, don't jump if you don't like it. Naruto. Just as he was about to enter the Hokage building, Naruto was suddenly stopped by someone. When he looked back, he found that they were the 3 new generation of Ino, Deer, and Butterfly. The 3 of them stood outside the Hokage building, seemingly waiting for someone. Shikamaru leaned against the wall and waved lazily at him, wearing that sexy fishnet lining, with the same dead fish eyes on his face. Ino stood aside with a somewhat uneasy expression, while Koji remained the same, holding a bag of potato chips in his arms and clicking them into his mouth. "Why are you here?" Naruto was familiar with the three of them, and without any politeness, he reached out to take out snacks from Koji's bag of potato chips. Click, Naruto took a bite. Shikamaru didn't even look at Naruto, he looked up at the sky and sighed. "Asuma has something to do temporarily, so we can only wait for him here." After finishing speaking, Shikamaru asked Naruto again. "That's it, Naruto, you should know about it, right?" "Which one?" "That guy who calls himself the god of ninja," said 2 words, and the village became like this. "Oh, that." Naruto scratched his head and said with a bright smile, "I thought it was someone's prank. How can it be an ordinary prank with the ability to allow the whole village to receive news?" Shikamaru complained, holding his head. "It's Naruto, you are too slow. But the god of ninja is probably a super pervert. He is talking about things like long legs and his friend's sister. No one would believe it anyway, it's just nonsense at first glance." Naruto waved his hand casually and then looked at Koji. Dinkai raised his eyebrows, snapped the potato chips in one bite, and said naively. "The last potato chip, Shinobi. Only people like you, Naruto, who don't know anything, wouldn't believe it." Shikamaru said, "What happened to the Hyuga clan is true. What's going on?" Naruto asked, pretending to be ignorant. "It's just. Shikamaru, Asuma-sensei is out." Koji suddenly shouted. "Naruto, let's talk about it next time, we have to leave first." Shikamaru looked in the direction of the Hokage building, and sure enough, Asuma had come out. So he waved to Naruto and followed the pace of Koji and Ino who were walking away. Ino didn't talk to Naruto the whole time, and didn't even look at him. Naruto didn't care. After the 3 of them left, he turned around and entered the Hokage building. The building was in a mess. The ninjas of the Anbu and ordinary Chunin walked around with various documents in their hands. Occasionally, you could hear them talking nervously about the words of the god of ninja, and occasionally you could hear 2 words like Hyuga. Naruto tilted his head and went upstairs in a familiar voice to go to the mission hall to take a D-level mission. Kakashi punished him to complete 20 D-level missions, and he could not return to Team 7 before that. The D-level mission was not difficult. When Naruto was walking up the stairs while thinking about what the D-level mission would be today, he suddenly heard someone coming down the stairs cursing loudly. "The higher UPS asked me to find out within 1 day, and where should I go to find it? That damned ninja god, if he falls into my hands, I will definitely torture him severely." The scarred sturdy man Marino Ibiki went downstairs with his men from the interrogation department, and just passed by Naruto who was going upstairs. "It's so scary." Naruto felt a chill for a while, and his heart was even more determined to hide his way, and he must not be caught by anyone with evidence that he was the ninja god. He was even more afraid of the head of the interrogation department, Marino Ibiki. It was not because Marino Ibiki was so strong, but because this man. He was a real pervert. A black man of more than 1.8 meters, who would be a strong neighbor in Japanese movies, turned out to be a masochist in private. His interrogation skills not only tortured the enemy, but also tortured himself. Fuck, Naruto was scared just thinking about it. A sturdy man showed a proud and painful expression on his face. It was so eye-catching that he might as well kill him. "This is the task scroll, please take it." The staff at the mission hall handed the mission to Naruto in a good manner. "Yes." Naruto walked out of the Hokage building and opened the mission scroll. The mission was to pick up garbage. Where can Konoha get so much garbage to pick up? After struggling for a while, Naruto still reluctantly embarked on the road of picking up garbage. In the dog days of August, under the scorching sun, Naruto was exhausted in a short while. He hid under the shade of the tree, staring blankly at the blue sky. After a while, he threw down the garbage bag in his hand and left alone. Ah! Cool. Naruto bought 2 ice creams from a convenience store and left in a casual manner under the boss's suspicious eyes. When he went out, the heat swept over him. Naruto, who had nothing to do, simply squatted at the door of the convenience store and finished eating 2 ice creams, making the naughty child beside him cry. Naruto turned his head and looked at the 4 children who were standing in the sun and were as dark as melon skins. He glanced at their dirty clothes and his eyes turned slightly. "Come here." Seeing the yellow-haired man eating 2 expensive ice creams waving at them, they looked at each other to confirm that he was calling them. In the end, they were attracted by the appearance of Naruto licking 2 ice creams with one hand. Do you want to eat? Naruto shook the ice cream in his hand. The 4 children were not much younger than Naruto, 3 boys and 1 girl, who looked only 8 or 9 years old, with messy hair and clothes. It was almost easy to guess the identity of this group, Konoha orphans. Yes, said the leading boy. I can treat each of you to ice cream, but you must answer a question for me, said Naruto. The children hesitated for a moment, and nodded one after another. Naruto narrowed his eyes and scanned the 4 people, wondering if there would be a protagonist of a certain orphanage among these orphans. What is the next sentence of odd changes, even does not change? The 4 children looked at each other, no one knew the answer. Seeing that no one could answer, Naruto looked disappointed, but he still went back into the store and bought 5 ice creams, 1 for each of the people present. The 4 children squatted at the door of the store with Naruto, licking the ice cream without any image. Do you want to eat ice cream every day? Yes. 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 4 pairs of bright eyes stared at Naruto. Naruto smiled and said to them. Then you have to do me a favor. The orange sunset shone obliquely. Naruto was lying on a hammock, and an 8-year-old girl stood beside him and fanned him from time to time. 3 boys were running towards Naruto with garbage bags, sweating profusely, and shouted happily. Boss, we have picked up everything. Chapter 33 Will of Fire, Ninja World Trash. Note, don't like it, skip it. Naruto woke up from the hammock, and seeing that it was getting late, he waved to the 4 little leeks he had just collected and said. Let's go, I'll treat you to ramen. Okay. There was another round of cheers, and the 4 green leeks followed him, walking towards Ichiraku Ramen not far away with excitement. He opened the warm curtain, and just as he was about to say welcome to Ichiraku, he looked up and saw Naruto leading 4 dirty children in. Ichiraku was stunned at first, and then his expression returned to normal. Chong asked enthusiastically. What do the guests want to eat? Naruto actually doesn't like ramen very much. He got a little tired of it after eating it a few times. Fortunately, he is not picky about food, and he also wants to get close to Ichiraku. Maybe the real surname of this uncle selling ramen is Otsutsuki. After all, any ninja who has never eaten Ichiraku ramen will definitely die. For this reason, Naruto always eats ramen with a pilgrimage mentality. The 4 children seemed a little restrained. They didn't dare to speak when standing behind Naruto, but timidly glanced at the price list on the wall. Although Konoha's orphans are basically subsidized, they are also divided into grades. Anyway, the situation of these people in front of them is not good. They are probably just barely able to eat enough. Even Ichiraku ramen is an unattainable delicacy for the 4 people. I want tonkatsu ramen. Naruto said, give the same to my 4 friends first. Okay, wait a minute. Shoutayul smiled and went back to the kitchen. Under the light, the 4 people sat and waited uncomfortably, and Naruto yawned and chatted with them boredly. Have you ever eaten tonkatsu ramen? No. The 4 shook their heads. Then come and eat every day in the future, and stop when you feel like vomiting. Naruto said indifferently, as if he was just saying a trivial word. He didn't even know the names of the 4 people. Naruto didn't ask, and they didn't tell him. How is that possible? It's really possible, because what Naruto lacks the most now is money, and he has no place to spend it. He doesn't have the habit of squandering, and there is no reason for him to spend money at will. We'll know when the time comes. Naruto said, anyway, meet me at the old place tomorrow. There will be ice cream and ramen for you tomorrow. Got it, boss. The 4 of them showed a cheerful look and answered in unison. He was really bored, so he did this seemingly boring thing. But before the 20D level tasks were completed, he might not even be able to participate in the Chunin exam. If that's the case, then Naruto can only waste this boring August and September alone. Seeing the 4 people eating happily, Naruto yawned again, without any appetite at all. When will this boring day end? The Chunin exam will be held sooner. Late at night, Naruto separated from the 4 people. This scene happened to be seen by Ino, who had finished her training. She was a little surprised why Naruto was mixed with those children. But watching them separate, Ino didn't think about it anymore and walked towards the direction of the mountain flower shop. She didn't know how to face Naruto now, and she didn't want to complicate the relationship, so she thought she would just calm down for a while. But she had not walked far when she passed by an old man with strange white hair. He was tall, wearing a training suit lined with fishnets, a red coat, and a forehead protector with oil written on it. When did such a person come to the village? Ino looked back and stared at the man for a long time, but finally did not follow him. Perhaps it was related to the Chunin exam that Konoha was going to hold recently. There were also many people coming from other villages. If you think so, it makes sense. Naruto also saw Jiraiya from a distance, but he did not approach him, but went home directly in his own direction. If he was involved with Jiraiya, his future would definitely be very troublesome. He did not want to inherit the title of the Son of Prophecy at all. To be honest, Naruto really could not believe what a toad said. Now he is also the god of ninja. Although this thing is just a puppet, it is better at gospel broadcasting. Although it may not be of any use, it is also a good thing to spread hell jokes in Konoha village and disrupt public security. But unfortunately, Naruto must ensure that he is not caught, and no one except him can know that he is the complaining ninja god. After returning home, Naruto went to sleep as usual. At midnight, his biological clock made Naruto open his eyes suddenly, and he called up the panel to update a ninja god dynamic on time. August 17th, the will of fire is garbage in the ninja world. After sending it, Naruto fell asleep. The next day, Konoha held a collective lecture on the will of fire. The streets were full of ninjas handing out will of fire pamphlets, and many slogans were posted on the walls. Even Kakashi notified Naruto to remember to attend the will of fire refresher course at the ninja school, and to help Sasuke and Sakura of Team 7 take the course. That won't work. I still have to do D-level tasks. Naruto complained. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Kakashi squatted on the window of Naruto's house and scratched his head. How about this? You use the transformation technique to replace Sasuke and Sakura in class, and you don't have to do the D-level mission. Deal. Oh, by the way, Kakashi suddenly remembered something before leaving and said, tomorrow, the three of you will go to the ninja school to submit the application form for the Chunin exam. I have already reported your names. Remember. After giving the instructions, Kakashi disappeared directly. Ah. Naruto got up slowly and washed up, and suddenly remembered the agreement with the 4 children, so he skipped class directly. At the door of the convenience store, the 5 people headed by Naruto squatted in a row, holding ice cream sticks in their hands. The guests licked synchronously, and the scorching sun was a few meters away from them. So, boss, you don't have to pick up trash today? A boy asked with some disappointment. Ah, not for now, there are other things. Naruto swallowed the ice cream in one gulp, threw the wooden stick away casually, and stood up and said. You wait for me nearby, and we'll go eat barbecue together around noon. That the only girl among the 4 raised her head, staring at Naruto with her messy and thick long hair. Why are you so nice to us? No reason. Naruto looked back at the 4 people. If I don't play with you, I don't know what to do, so. Anyway, just wait for me here honestly. After leaving a word, Naruto walked away without looking back. When his figure disappeared in the distance, one of the 4 little boys, who was a little thinner, suddenly spoke, but his voice became like a duck voice, which was completely the voice of a 13 or 14-year-old in the voice change period. Teiwaya, isn't this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki too easy to fool? The girl named Teiwaya glared at the person who spoke and said. Stop talking, if you say that again, I'll kill you. Chapter 34 Third Generation, Naruto, give up the Chunin exam. If you don't like it, you can skip or brush it quickly. But the ice cream is still delicious. Kidomaru said, do we really have to wait for him here? Lord Orochimaru's mission is for us to pretend to be orphans and lurk in Konoha, and take advantage of the Chunin exam to implement the Konoha collapse plan. But it seems that there is still some time before the Chunin exam begins. Konoha seems to have offended someone powerful these 2 days. I won't wait anymore, I can't pretend anymore. Sakanya-kan said, I'm going to go around. Don't, we will really starve to death without that guy. Kidomaru shouted to Sakanya-kan, wait for me. The 2 left, and only Jirobo and Teiwaya, who were in the state of children, were left at the scene. Hey, Teiwaya. Jirobo looked at the 2 companions who were leaving. You're not really going to wait for him, are you? Shut up. Teiwaya walked away alone in one direction with a gloomy face. On the other side, Naruto returned to the ninja school to attend class, and responded to Sasuke and Sakura with the transformation technique. On the podium, the female lecturer, K, was preaching the will of fire. Even if her voice was beautiful, it couldn't make up for the rotten thoughts of the will of fire, and Naruto was drowsy after hearing it. In a trance, he fell asleep directly on the table. When he woke up again, there was no one in the classroom, and the sunset glow shone in from the window. Naruto secretly said that it was bad, and he had made an appointment to have barbecue with the 4 people. He was really free recently, and it would be nice to have a few people to eat and drink with him. Training was impossible, and he didn't have to do D-level tasks anymore, except waiting for the Chunin exam. In the rest of the time, Naruto had already planned how to waste it. But the current situation is a bit awkward, he overslept. It's over, it's so embarrassing, I overslept. Naruto wiped his saliva and ran out of the door in a hurry. I don't know why I'm so sleepy recently. While complaining, Naruto ran out of the ninja school. When he arrived at the place where he had agreed to meet in the morning, there was no one in the dusty land at sunset. It's true, who would wait from noon to afternoon? You must think you've been fooled, right? Or think that person doesn't care about that kind of agreement at all. Naruto sighed faintly. The meal partner he had finally found was gone, but now that things have come to this, he can only eat first. Just at this time, his stomach also made a gurgling sound, and at this time, another gurgling sound came from behind a pile of cardboard boxes nearby. Hearing the sound, Naruto was also stunned. Behind the cardboard box, a girl walked out timidly. Barbecue restaurant. The sizzling meat slices exuded a mouth-watering aroma when they touched the hot oil-coated grill pan. Naruto grilled the meat while putting it into his and the girl's bowls. Eat it. Naruto couldn't help but start eating. After eating 2 bites, the girl suddenly looked up at Naruto and asked in confusion. Isn't the grilled meat expensive? It's not expensive. Naruto said vaguely, don't worry, I can afford it. The girl nodded and began to enjoy the grilled meat slowly. After eating, Naruto asked her if she needed to buy some food to bring back to the other 3. No, I think they should have found food. The girl smiled with her hands behind her back. Okay, by the way, if you come again tomorrow morning, wait for me here. Naruto scratched his head and said, I will arrive early. Today is an accident. Okay. The girl nodded seriously. After the 2 parted, Naruto walked home leisurely as usual. Teiwaya turned into an alley and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Teiwaya? Did you really wait there for an entire afternoon? Takamaru said with some disdain, did you finally get what you wanted? Ah, we ate the barbecue, but you didn't get any. Teiwaya said lightly. Do you really think you're an orphan? Don't forget Lord Orochimaru's mission. Takamaru warned, you were bought off by a barbecue. Yes. Teiwaya said, I was bought off by a barbecue, I ate it, but you didn't. You. Lord Orochimaru's mission has not started yet, I know my limits. Teiwaya said, you don't need to say so much, take care of yourselves. Teiwaya, since you said so. Kidomaru looked at Teiwaya and hesitated to speak, but finally said nothing. The next day, Naruto did not update the god of ninja as usual after waking up, because he was visited by the Anbu. Lord Hokage wants to see you. Oh. On the way, Naruto remembered the appointment yesterday, and he couldn't help feeling a little irritated. He hoped that this meeting would not take up too much of his time, otherwise he would break his promise again. After entering the Hokage building, Naruto met the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old Hokage sat at the Hokage table smoking a dry pipe, looking back and forth at Naruto. Naruto, a lot of things have happened in the village recently. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, what do you think? I don't feel anything different. Naruto said indifferently, anyway, the village has the Hokage, so it's generally safe. I saw your name on the list for this Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Naruto and said. Based on the current situation of the village, and Naruto, you are very important to the village, I hope you can give up this exam. Okay. Naruto almost didn't hesitate, can I leave now? Don't you want to know the reason? The 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto and said, I originally thought you would not be able to accept it. The Chunin exam is a good display platform for ninjas. There's nothing to ask. Naruto answered in a conventional manner, the village has its own reasons for arranging it this way, and I don't care. The essence of a ninja is obedience, right? I don't care anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious, but he couldn't speak for a while. He looked at Naruto, and Naruto looked at him. Hokage, can I leave? Yes. After receiving a positive reply, Naruto turned around and left without any hesitation. Before closing the door, he heard the sigh of the Sandame. Perhaps the Sandame did not want Naruto to simply become a weapon of the village, but the current Naruto was not so optimistic. He saw the attitude of the village towards him, and he did not want to work for Konoha. With the system, he did not need to be taught ninjutsu by others, and the Nine Tails did not need external forces to subdue it. As long as he wanted, the system could completely skip the Nine Tails and directly extract its power. As long as he wanted, he did not need to rely on anyone and live as he pleased. The Nine Tails was just a fox living in his body, so why should he avoid its edge? It was just the Nine Tails, and he had the system, so why should he avoid its edge? Sooner or later, one day, he would crush the Nine Tails with one punch. Chapter 35 Predicting the Death of the Sandame, skip if you don't like it. Walking out of the Hokage building, the sun shone on Naruto's body, but he couldn't feel the temperature. He just looked around and left in one direction. The streets of Konoha were crowded with people, and it was as lively as usual. As Naruto walked on the road, he had already forgotten what had just happened. Since the Sandame wanted him to give up the Chunin exam, he had to continue to mess with Konoha. After arriving at the meeting point, Naruto saw the little girl and his face suddenly changed to a smile. Everyone was preparing for the Chunin exam, and everyone was very busy. Originally, Naruto had a D-level mission to kill time, but later Kakashi exempted him from the mission. However, the Sandame's words asking him to give up the Chunin exam immediately made Naruto return to the pre-liberation era. Kakashi was busy tutoring Sasuke, and Sakura was busy learning medical ninjutsu. The rest of the class, all the students were preparing for the Chunin exam, even Hinata was working very hard. Everyone was busy, only Naruto was doing nothing, like the white clouds in the sky, free but extremely bored. So in the morning, Naruto took the little girl to the forest to catch wild animals, in the afternoon he took her to the shallow stream to fish, and at sunset he went to the Hokage Rock to overlook the Konoha ninja village. Although Naruto also asked about the whereabouts of the other three, the girl just vaguely said that they went to play by themselves. He didn't care about it and continued to have fun leisurely. If you are alone, even eating delicious food will lose some color. Having a meal partner greatly satisfied Naruto's pretentiousness. Anyway, he is not short of money, barbecue at noon, Ichiraku ramen in the afternoon. The next day, he changes his taste to eat seafood, and then mountain fresh. Days passed, and the time for the Chunin exam was getting closer. Isn't this expensive? The girl looked at Naruto, somewhat puzzled. Even if she was ignorant, she felt that this extremely expensive life was a bit exaggerated. Naruto didn't feel anything about it and replied to her. Is it? Yeah. The night breeze blew, and the two stood on the Hokage Rock and looked at the lights of Konoha. Naruto jumped onto the guardrail, squatted on it, and spoke. Just be happy, money is not important. It took a long time for Naruto to respond. When he turned his head to look at the girl's face showed an expression of wanting to say something but stopping. What's wrong? Naruto asked, and then said, let's go to the Valley of the End tomorrow. There seems to be a big red fish over there. I can't go tomorrow. The girl suddenly said. Well, I can go alone. Naruto said, what about you the day after tomorrow? It seems that I have been to all the places I should go, and there is nothing fun. I have something to do, and I may not have time to play with you in the future. The girl said hesitantly, I really want to, but there are important things. Naruto was stunned for a moment, jumped off the railing, and suddenly smiled and said. What? Go if you have something to do. We are all from Konoha, right? We will definitely have time to play together in the future. Yes. The girl's eyes dimmed a little when she said this. Then go, and we will be together when you are free. Naruto waved his hand at her and said, without a sad expression on his face. Okay. The girl nodded, stood there for a while, and then slowly turned around until she disappeared completely into the darkness. Under the night, Naruto let out a long breath, a melancholy look appeared on his face and then became happy. The only one who sneaked into Konoha village at this time is probably Orochimaru's people, Teiuya. At this time, Teiuya had returned to the residence of the four-member team. It was called a residence, but it was actually just an abandoned house with a leak. Hey, Teiuya, why are you back so late again? Kidomaru asked from a distance. It has nothing to do with you. Teiuya said coldly, without even looking at Kidomaru. Kidomaru was a little indignant, but he still held back. He knew that Teiwaya always spoke in the Zhuan style, but almost at the same time, Kidomaru thought of a question. Teiwaya shouldn't have such an attitude in front of that person, right? Thinking of this, Kidomaru spoke again with some indignation. Teiwaya, the Chunin exam is about to begin, and Lord Orochimaru ordered us to be prepared. You won't have anything to do with that guy anymore, will you? It has nothing to do with you. Teiwaya's red hair covered her eyes were still cold, and she looked in a bad mood. Teiwaya, you guy. Kidomaru couldn't bear it anymore, rushed forward to block Teiwaya's way, and shouted at her. You didn't fall in love with that boy, did you? It's just that he cheated a few meals. Speaking of it, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is also a big sucker. With a bang, Kidomaru's pupils dilated slightly, and the next second he spit out a mouthful of acid, and his whole body instantly bent into a shrimp shape. Teiwaya kicked Kidomaru in the abdomen and watched him kneel on the ground in pain, holding his abdomen. Kidomaru, how are you? Jirobo, who looks like a sumo wrestler, trotted to help Kidomaru up and asked with a worried look on his face. Go away. Kidomaru pushed Jirobo away, with an angry look on his face, and left with gritted teeth. The next day. As usual, Naruto went out for a stroll, fishing by the river and diving under the waterfall. After playing alone for a while, he suddenly felt a little bored. He guessed Teiwaya's identity, but did not expose it. The reason was simple. Probably Teiwaya was the only one who was bored at that time. Based on the principle of killing time, they played together for a few days. Now that the dream is awake, he will start to mess with Konoha. Naruto called up the system panel and entered the following words in the puppet character speech box. August 29th, I have nothing to do, so I will make a shallow prediction that the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will die in the Chunin exam. Clicking OK, Naruto's mouth curled up a smile. At this moment, almost everyone in Konoha village put down what they were doing and showed a look of horror on their faces. Will the Sandame die? In a hot spring in Konoha, the men's bath. Jiraiya, who was soaking in the hot spring, suddenly became serious and stared at the front. The peace in his heart was instantly broken by this news. Even if Jiraiya and the old man disagreed on some aspects, it was because of this that he chose to travel and Tsunade chose to indulge in gambling. But in any case, Jiraiya did not think that the old man would die. But this method was obviously not a prank, and the news entered his mind without a trace of chakra fluctuations. It was like a thought entering his mind, but it was so clear. With a whoosh, Jiraiya stood up directly from the hot spring. He wrapped the white scarf on his head around his body and slowly walked out of the hot spring. He had to see the old man of the Sandame to see if he was dead or not. Chapter 36 One Tale. In the Konoha forest, there is a training ground with 3 wooden stakes. The fallen leaves swirl down with the wind and are instantly torn apart by sharp weapons. Thump, 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 3 kunao hit the bull's-eye accurately, and the girl with 2 buns on her head couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. All hit, Niji is so amazing. It's not amazing at this level. Hyuga Niji said with a cold face. 3121. 3122. Xiao Li was gritting his teeth and doing one-handed handstand push ups. It's already very good, after all, Niji is a genius. Tian Tian comforted. Genius. Niji tied his knee pads tightly, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Xiao Li beside him. Uchiha Sasuke is a genius, and only by fighting can we know the difference. Ninkai, what's the matter with that ninja god? Tenten seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke in panic. Suddenly saying something like Hokage-sama will die in the Chunin exam now. Teacher Kai has also been suddenly recalled by the Hokage. I don't know. Niji said expressionlessly, the top management will have a solution, this is not something we should consider. That being said, the Chunin exam will definitely be affected. Tian Tian said worriedly, after all, it is related to the Hokage, and the Chunin exam may be cancelled. Cancel. Xiao Li, who was sweating profusely, stood upside down and looked at the two of them. Didn't Teacher Kai tell us that it is highly unlikely to be cancelled, so let us train well. It's really hard to say in this situation now, after all, the words of the ninja god may be. Tian Tian hesitated. The ninja god mentioned the secrets of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan respectively the first 2 times, and Niji standing next to her was the victim of the caged bird of the Hyuga clan. It's fake. Niji said calmly, the village has come out to refute the rumor, so we don't have to pay attention to the words of the ninja god. Yes, after all, they are enemies. Tian Tian sighed and said, I don't know who the god of ninja is. It should be someone from the village. Didn't Teacher Kai say that people outside the village can't receive the information that suddenly appears in their minds? Xiao Li continued to say with sweat. Ningji didn't say anything and continued his own practice, but his eyes became calmer and calmer. Hinata's genius? Born as a sin, as a caged bird, there is no need for genius. Hinata only needs to keep the slaves of the main family. As long as they can survive, it doesn't matter if they continue like ugly beasts. What's the matter with that news? Shikamaru said, lying on the grass on the slope with boredom, with a pair of dead fish eyes. Asuma had something to do, so he probably went back to the Hokage building. After all, he is the son of the Hokage, and he is probably worried about the situation of the Sandame. The Ino Shikajo trio was immediately free. Shikamaru took a break when he could, Ino was still training, and Koji sat on the side eating potato chips. Hearing this, Koji stuffed the potato chips into his mouth with a crunchy sound, and said with his eyes narrowed into a slit. Didn't the village say that? That's fake news. Who would believe that? Shikamaru muttered, the Hyuga clan was a fact that time, and the first rookie last year should be the branch family, right? Who told you that? Ino, who stopped training, heard their conversation and asked closer. I heard it from my father. Shikamaru put a grass stem into his mouth, and looked at the cotton candy clouds floating in the sky with a pair of dead fish eyes. The genius of the Hyuga family probably also has a caged bird curse seal on his head. Hearing this, Ino sighed. We can't do anything about the affairs of the big family. Yet. Shikamaru echoed, staring at the blue sky for a while, and suddenly blurted out, Ino, do you have a conflict with Naruto? Ino was stunned for a moment, and immediately answered in a panic. No, why do you ask that? You deliberately avoided Naruto last time, didn't you? Shikamaru continued, I'm just a little surprised, why did Team 7 seem to have only Sakura and Sasuke when I submitted the application form for the Chunin exam today? I don't know what's wrong with Naruto. He wanted to be recognized so much before, but now he seems to have no fighting spirit at all. I don't know about this either. Ino said with a smile, besides, I have had many conflicts with him, so there's nothing strange about that. That's right, who knows what Naruto is doing? Shikamaru complained. Naruto. Koji, who was eating potato chips, turned his head to look at the two and suddenly said, I saw him last time, and he seemed to be with a little girl. Little girl? Ino was a little surprised. It should be an orphan in the village. Koji crunched the potato chips into his mouth, I saw them in the barbecue restaurant. Naruto, that guy, I feel like he's almost not a ninja. That guy, who knows, I haven't seen him training during this period. Shikamaru sighed and said, last time I saw him on the street, he didn't even wear a forehead protector. How is it possible? Ino was shocked, Naruto wanted a ninja forehead protector so much before, how could he? It's hard to say. Shikamaru climbed up, stood on the hillside and looked into the distance. The sight was lifted from the plain grass, passed through the strong grass, passed by the white birds that flashed by, and finally fell on a few small black dots that appeared in the distance. Those people are the ninjas of Sand Village, right? Hearing this, Ino and Koji also looked in that direction, and a trace of cold sweat oozed out of their foreheads. On the grass some distance away from them, a ninja carrying a gourd had a gloomy face, and the other two ninjas, a man and a woman, also looked at the three of them with unfriendly faces. The two groups of people met eyes, and the three people of pig, deer, and butterfly only felt a slight chill on their necks, and a sense of fear of being stared at by a beast rose from the bottom of their hearts. Fortunately, the three sand ninjas did not continue to walk towards the three people, but changed direction and headed towards the direction of the Hokage building. So scary, that guy with a gourd on his back. Ino had a lingering fear on his face, patting his chest like a lotus, he said. I hope I don't run into them in the Chunin exam. Shikamaru also swallowed his saliva and echoed with a pale face. Swish. Snap. Snap. Koji was frightened and poured a bag of potato chips into his mouth. Temari, I heard that this village also has a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Kankuro, who was carrying an inflatable a puppet mechanism, walked on the road and said to his sister Temari. Yes, it's the most powerful 9 tails. Temari had a huge folding fan hanging behind her back, wearing a shoulder-bearing fishnet, and a little unhappy on her face. Chapter 37 Nine Tails, please read it later. Kankuro wanted to say a few sarcastic words, but when he thought about the dearest brother Jinchuriki who killed people without blinking an eye standing next to him, he immediately gave up this unnecessary idea. The topic ended abruptly. The Jinchuriki is comparable to a human-shaped self-propelled nuclear bomb. In short, whoever uses it will be afraid. Kankuro was afraid that his brother would transform and slap him to death. Gaara remained silent throughout the whole process, and did not seem to take the two people's words to heart. The three entered the streets of Konoha, and their strange dress immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. But they only looked at them a few more times. These 2 days were the days when the Chunin exam began, and it was not surprising that a few genin from other villages appeared on the street. In the crowd, a boy wearing a grey short-sleeved shirt was leisurely strolling around with a drink in his hand. His yellow hair was unusually eye-catching, and his face was lazy. Naruto no longer needed to take the Chunin exam, and Kakashi was busy training with Sasuke and helping Sakura complete the physical training. In short, Naruto was free alone. In addition to wandering around the streets all day, his biggest hobby was to enter the game hall of Konoha, use the transformation technique to become an adult, and then go in to play small steel balls. He didn't wear the Konoha forehead protector on his head, so his smooth forehead was exposed, and he played around with a head of yellow hair. Since the Sandame didn't want him to take the Chunin exam, he simply let himself go. Naruto wanted to take the Chunin exam purely to stimulate the system to pop up the option. If not, he wouldn't be too disappointed. At the very least, he could still take the opportunity to find Hinata to unlock the Nine Tails progress. The feeling of getting stronger while flirting with girls is really comfortable. Fox Demon Kid, get out of here, I won't sell you anything. The mask shop owner stared at Naruto with a gloomy face and said with disgust. Naruto, who was choosing a fox mask, turned his head when he heard it, first stared at the owner deeply, and then unexpectedly put the fox mask on his face. Walked towards the owner step by step. The owner of the mask shop was startled by Naruto wearing a fox mask without saying a word, and stepped back and fell to the ground with his butt. When he turned his head to look at Naruto, the direction where Naruto was standing was empty. Are you looking for me? Naruto's voice suddenly sounded, but he was right behind the owner of the mask shop. The owner fell to the ground, supporting himself with his hands, and looked up to see Naruto standing behind him, wearing a fox mask and staring at him. Ah! A monster! Ha ha ha, what's the matter, uncle, are you so timid? The screams of fear sounded, mixed with Naruto's unbridled laughter. The pedestrians on the street looked sideways, looking at the scene in the store with horror. Naruto didn't care, he walked directly to the owner, took off the mask on his face, and asked with a bright smile. Uncle, are you selling masks? Sell. The owner of the mask shop was already scared and didn't dare to say any more sarcastic words. Oh! The smile on Naruto's face suddenly disappeared at this moment, and he threw the mask on the ground lightly and said softly. But I don't want it now. He said, and he stomped the fox mask on the ground. Then he turned around and kicked the mask rack next to him. The force was so great that the masks on the rack shattered instantly with a bang. The owner of the mask shop was frightened and pale, watching his mask rack shatter and collapse with his eyes wide open. However, Naruto just glanced at the owner who was sitting on the ground, then threw a bunch of money into the air and left with a smile on his face. Looking at the fearful or horrified eyes of the villagers on the street, Naruto smiled. He thought to himself that he was a Jinchuriki, and no one owed anyone anything. Why should I give in to those bastards? I was asked to be a nuclear weapon, but I didn't give him a good face. Why? That's the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, right? Kankuro, who was passing by in the crowd, asked in the direction where Naruto left. It should be. Temari nodded, frowning slightly. Let's go and meet him. Kanjuro suggested, with an eager look on his face. Don't be nosy. Temari refused flatly, lowering her voice and saying, don't forget our mission, that nine-tailed kid doesn't look easy to mess with. But before Temari finished her words, Gaara, who had been silent all the way, followed Naruto in the direction he left. Gaara. Temari stretched out her hand to grab him, but was stopped by Kanjuro beside her with a snap. He shook his head at Temari with a rare serious look and said, it's best not to interrupt that guy's decision. Temari was silent, but she could only retract her hand. Sighing, Temari could only call Kanjuro to follow her. This time, the Sand Village participated in the Chunin exam held by Konoha not only for the exam, but also secretly formulated an attack plan to destroy Konoha. And Temari and her 3 siblings were also an important part of the plan, and were sent to Konoha in advance to take the exam and obtain intelligence. It was because of this that Temari didn't want to make trouble before the mission started. In the alley, Naruto suddenly stopped. Nine-tailed fox's approval 13.2%. The last time during Hinata's date, the progress bar soared a lot in almost no time, from 2.3% directly to 6.7%, and finally soared to 13.2% in the fireworks. Compared to 2.3%, 13.2 means that Naruto has used 1/9 of the nine-tailed fox's power alone, and can even open one tail. He turned around and saw the 3 people from the Sand Village standing outside the alley. His eyes stayed on Temari's off-shoulder fishing net for a moment, and he thought that the atmosphere in Sand Village was indeed more open. He couldn't help but recall a Temari fan art he had seen before crossing. Gaara stared at the yellow-haired man in front of him and said, "I smell the scent of the same kind from you." He was old and had a second-year syndrome as soon as he opened his mouth. Naruto knew that Gaara was still in the rebellious period at this time, so he didn't bother with him much. After all, he was the legitimate prince of Sand Village, and there was a Sand Village princess Temari standing next to him, and a little prince Kanjuro who had no intention of the throne. The 3 looked a bit non-mainstream, which made Naruto lose the desire to communicate directly. He waved at Gaara and said impatiently, "I'm not the Zanga family, what kind of family am I with you?" "What family?" Kanjuro asked in confusion. "You guys can have fun slowly, I'm leaving." Naruto waved his hand and turned to leave. But as soon as he raised his foot, a murderous aura immediately surrounded him. This strong murderous aura came from behind, from Gaara who loved playing with sand. Naruto looked back, and the nine-tails chakra rushed directly to his face. His face suddenly turned into a half-human, half-fire fox, and he bared his teeth and roared at the 3 siblings of Sand Village. "Get out, don't let me say it again." Chapter 38 Change. Outside the alley, Temari and the other 2 stood in the sunlight, but they were stunned. Even Gaara put away his murderous aura and looked at Naruto in the shadow in horror. "Go." Temari lowered her voice, and she didn't care about anything in a hurry. She hurriedly grabbed the hands of her 2 rebellious brothers, and took them out of the alley without looking back, and didn't let go until they walked a long way away, panting. "What is that?" Kankuro, whose face was painted with purple striped camouflage, had empty eyes, and his hands that were holding the wall were shaking. Kanjuro still maintained his rationality, knowing that Gaara standing next to him was also a monster, and he hated the word monster the most, so he didn't say anything harmful and useless. Nine tails. Temari was shaking all over, her calves were too tense, and now they were still in a spasm. How could Konoha have such a terrible thing? Kanjuro recalled the scene in the room, and his purple lips trembled. 9 tails. Maki, the leader of the Sand Village team in the room, frowned and said, his eyes swept over the 3 people, "How is it possible? You must have been fooled by that kid." Fooled. Temari and Kanjuro looked at each other, but Gaara didn't react at all, and still stood there indifferently. "Maki, teacher, what do you mean by that?" Temari asked hurriedly with cold sweat oozing from her forehead. The senior ninja called Maki by Temari relied on a square face, wearing a black tights lining and a Sand Village senior ninja brown vest. A piece of white cloth was draped over his head, covering the left half of his face. His tone of voice was serious, with a hint of swiftness and decisiveness. "You don't have to worry too much," Maki said. "The 9 tails reappeared in Konoha more than a decade ago. It is believed that the mature Jinchuriki is dead. The current Jinchuriki of Konoha is just an ordinary kid who can't control the power of the tailed beasts at all." At this point, Maki paused and looked at the 3 little apprentices and said, "What you just said is the facial transformation of the tailed beasts, which is something that only a perfect Jinchuriki can do. If Konoha really has such a Jinchuriki, how can we formulate the Konoha collapse plan?" "Teacher, what do you mean is that kid can't really control the 9 tails, but just pretends to be able to transform into a tailed beast to scare us?" Temari asked in surprise. "Of course, otherwise how could it be so coincidental that the most important Jinchuriki of a village just passed by you?" Maki nodded. His eyes seemed to have seen through Konoha's conspiracy, revealing a stiff smile that I gradually understood everything. The Chunin exam is a competition for each village to show the power of the new generation. How could Konoha miss this great opportunity to shock the Sand Village? I see. Kankuro nodded. Although he still felt something was wrong, it didn't matter. Since the leading jonin said so, and the ally of this cooperation is a party with extremely reliable intelligence, there is naturally nothing to doubt. Temari also breathed a sigh of relief, and then gritted her teeth and said viciously. That guy actually teased us, don't let him fall into my hands in the future. Gaara, who was always indifferent, just glanced at them coldly, but didn't speak to correct them. The moment he lowered his head, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. That he knew best whether it was the pressure of the tailed beasts. There was no mistake, it was the 9 tails. The next day, Konoha was hit by a heavy rain. Led by Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke went to the Hokage building to submit the registration information for the Chunin exam. The 3 of them walked in the rain with umbrellas. Under the pink umbrella, Sakura broke the silence and summoned the courage to ask Kakashi's back. Teacher Kakashi, why can't Naruto take the Chunin exam with us? Click, Kakashi stopped and turned to look at Sakura. It's the order of the Hokage, there's nothing we can do about it. But Sakura swallowed her saliva, and her knuckles holding the umbrella in the heavy rain were extremely pale, but we are a group, aren't we? The sound of the rain blocked most of the outside sounds. Sakura could only shout to let Kakashi hear her voice, and the rain wet the ends of her cherry pink hair. Her voice was slightly trembling and she was a little hesitant. You taught us, Kakashi-sensei, that we are a group. So we shouldn't leave Naruto behind. Sasuke also stopped, frowning slightly. Although he didn't say anything, he looked at Kakashi, and the meaning was self-evident. Even if this is the order of the Hokage? Are you going to disobey? Kakashi glanced at Sakura condescendingly and emotionlessly. Maybe your and Sasuke's qualification for the exam will be affected. Even so, will you continue to insist? Hearing that Sasuke would also be affected, Sakura hesitated. Kakashi ignored Sakura's hesitation, and his one-eyed glance swept over Sasuke and Sakura, and asked them in a serious tone. The Chunin exam is the only way for a genin to become a Chunin, and it is also the fastest way for you to become a Chunin. After becoming a Chunin, both the mission rewards and the resources obtained are dozens of times that of a genin. You all have your own goals, right? Wouldn't it be better to achieve them earlier? The Chunin exam is Konoha's home court, and the opportunity is rare. It will be troublesome to do it again. Maybe by then your companions in the ninja school will have become Jonins first. Even so, will you still insist? Boom! Lightning cut through the rain curtain, and the sound of the heavy rain became louder, and the bangs hitting the umbrella seemed to be asking questions. Sakura and Sasuke fell into silence, letting the sound of the rain amplify infinitely. It doesn't matter. Kakashi spoke again. Naruto's order not to participate in this Chunin exam was issued by the 3rd Hokage himself, and you can't change it. Let's go, it will be too late if we are late. As he said that, Kakashi had already turned around and walked forward with his tactical boots clacking. Sakura couldn't help but shed tears. She remembered the first intelligence sharing between the 3 of them and Naruto's words of comfort. There's nothing wrong with being ordinary, if there's a choice, but... Sakura, your strength is not in fighting. You don't need to show off. Sasuke and I will take the responsibility of fighting. Sakura couldn't hold back any longer, tears welled up in her eyes, she lowered her head and sobbed. She regretted her momentary hesitation, when Naruto obviously didn't hesitate at that time. Teacher Kakashi. I still want to take the Chunin exam with Naruto. Sakura raised her head and cried loudly. Tears blurred her vision, and she herself didn't know if Kakashi had gone far away, maybe the rain was too heavy and he didn't hear her words. Maybe. The sound of stepping on water came from far away, and Sakura only felt a pair of warm hands covering her head. Looking up, she saw Kakashi's smiling eyes and said softly. I agree. You are really excellent. Sasuke has told me that Sakura, you did a great job. Chapter 39 The Flying Stick is coming. Comfortable. Naruto soaked in the hot spring pool, feeling his skin stretching a little bit, closed his eyes and moaned in the steam. It was raining heavily outside. Because of yesterday's willful behavior, the Anbu resumed the supervision of the Jinchuriki, and Naruto simply went into the hot spring. It was just knocking over a mask stall, so what? Besides, didn't I pay for it? Isn't the money spilled in the air not considered money? Didn't the boss catch it with his face in the end? The rooftop opposite the hot spring bathhouse. The Anbu ninja was full of black lines. Even though he was hiding carefully, the heavy rain outside almost wet his underwear. His heart was as cold as his underwear. As an Anbu ninja, it was right to suffer a little. This was nothing. But the person he was monitoring was leisurely soaking in the hot spring, blowing bubbles, holding a glass of water to rinse his mouth, and actually eating directly in the hot spring. Just when the Anbu ninja felt that life was bleak and he was not as good as a kid, and the ninja's faith was wavering in the rainstorm. With a bang, another Anbu ninja appeared in the rain. It's time to hand over, Shan. The Anbu code-named Shan turned around, and his numb eyes scared his companions. Shan. Are you okay? I'm fine. Shan shook his head, exhaled in the rain and whispered, maybe I should have gone to the hot spring, but the captain never gave me a vacation. It must be very comfortable and warm to soak in a hot pool. Damn it, why do I want to become an Anbu ninja, knowing that this is a job with overtime and no rest? But if I don't become a ninja, I will go to the sea. Being a gigolo in a custom shop doesn't seem so bad. I'll try to resign from the captain after get off work. The Anbu ninja who came to hand over the shift looked at his partner's soulless back and couldn't help swallowing. Shanjun, his soul has been polluted by the nine tails Jinchuriki. The embarrassment of middle-aged people is unavoidable even for ninjas in the Anbu. After all, Konoha does not keep idle people. If a ninja is over the golden age of 30, he should consider going into the sea. No, he has transformed. Generally speaking, ninjas from large families start to take over the affairs of the family when they are 27 or 28 years old. From a fighting ninja to a Konoha civil servant with worldly wisdom, he steadily and loyally inherits the will of fire. There are many such examples, such as Niji's deceased father Hinata Hisashi and the older generation of the Inoshikacho trio. As the saying goes, a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix. The son of a military advisor is a military advisor, and the apprentice of a Hokage is a Hokage. What is the essence of the will of fire? Is it more about hard work than talent? Of course not. The will of fire is the divine book. Naruto sighed in the pool. No wonder the third Hokage is the greatest Hokage of Konoha, it is true. What capital, 7 gods, son of prophecy, they are all younger brothers in front of the bloodline theory of the will of fire. Splash! Naruto stood up from the hot spring pool and walked slowly towards the shore, with a smile on his face. The will of fire. In midsummer, heavy rain poured down. The grey sky was like a huge inverted bowl, covering the sky above Konoha. It was already afternoon, and Naruto still didn't wear a ninja forehead protector. He walked towards the apartment in a loose black robe, pattering on the puddles. Children without umbrellas can only run hard, and Naruto deeply agrees with this statement. He just watched a child without an umbrella running past him, with his trouser legs rolled up high, and every step could splash water half a meter away. Hatsura! Didn't you bring an umbrella again today? An old man stood at the door of the store at the corner of the street and shouted to the running boy. Grandpa Kong, don't worry about me. The boy's voice was full of passion, I want to be the man of Hokage in the future. Hearing this, Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly. Just when he was thinking about whether the boy wanted to be the man of old lady Tsunade or the man of the third generation Hokage, a bang sounded. The boy stepped into a puddle, slipped and fell heavily into the puddle. There were yellow mud spots all over his face and body. Give the umbrella in his hand to the young pillar, let him feel the warmth of the world. Reward, sealing technique 4 symbol seal full level. Walk away indifferently, Haitui the young pillar before leaving, let him feel the malice of the world. Reward, favor of Shikaku of sand. Hearing this, Naruto was stunned at the time. He thought to himself, what kind of dark, perverted and heaven-defying option is this? You know, for a teenager, a Haitui after falling down is a huge psychological damage. Woo woo woo. Sighing, Naruto showed a compassionate look on his face, holding a big black umbrella and walked in front of the boy. The little flying stick is coming. No, the Lashin giant Buddha is coming. The boy in the puddle took a breath of cold air and struggled to get up, with blood oozing from his trouser legs. Even so, he still had a sunny smile on his face. Just when he wanted to laugh at himself to ease the embarrassment, he suddenly found that a big black umbrella covered him, and a yellow-haired man in a black loose robe was looking at him. The young pillar looked a little surprised, and seemed to be a little confused about why the blonde boy was standing next to him. Could it be this is the encounter of friendship between boys in the youth storybook? Just when the young pillar was about to show his goodwill, a big black umbrella was suddenly handed to him, and the blonde boy said calmly. Here you go. The pillar instinctively wanted to refuse, but then he thought that he could use this umbrella as an opportunity to start a new friendship, so why not? Thank you. Hashi held the umbrella handle and was about to say some opening remarks to introduce himself. In his mind, he had already imagined the scene of chasing dreams with his good friends. My name is Hashira, you are really... Before he finished speaking, the umbrella handle in his hand was suddenly taken back by Naruto, and he walked away without looking back, walked away. Hey? With a click, the picture of chasing dreams under the sunset was broken. The young Hashira's face flushed instantly, and he looked at Naruto's back as he walked away quickly, and blurted out a sentence. Psychopath. Ding. The 4-symbol sealing technique was successfully obtained, and the full level of automatic cultivation was reached. Naruto had already walked away. The umbrella handle left his hand for less than 3 seconds, and his body temperature was still residual when he touched it. It was really nice to have an umbrella on a rainy day. The reason for choosing the 4-symbol sealing technique was simple, to control the 9 tails in a physical sense. It was not a good feeling to have a time bomb hidden in the stomach, so let's see if we can talk about it first. If we can't talk, the table will be thrown away. Use the 4-symbol seal to shrink the 9 tails cage, and then give it a lesson in bondage. Chapter 40 I Caught You, please take a look. When I got home, the rain gradually subsided. Naruto walked briskly, humming a strange and extremely simple ballad, and walked upstairs in a familiar voice. There are not many residents in the old-style apartment where he lives, and the composition of the residence is complex and strange. Sometimes you can see girls, and sometimes you can only see old people. However, it is almost impossible to see people on rainy days. Naruto shook off the rain on the big black umbrella while stamping his feet to take off the trouser legs that were stuck to his calves by the rain. When Naruto reached for the key to open the door, he looked up and suddenly found a person squatting not far from the door. It was a girl with cherry blossom pink hair and a broad forehead. She squatted with her back against the wall, her hair was wet, and she seemed to have fallen asleep. Sakura? Sakura? How could she be here? Didn't she go with Sasuke to register for Chunin? Naruto squatted down and leaned over to look. She really fell asleep. Isn't this a plot that only appears in books light novels? Hey Tui, cheap. He had never read those kind of light novels that were too boring. He had always read some serious romance novels that were not suitable for reading. Naruto confirmed that Sakura really fell asleep like this, and couldn't help but exclaimed in wonder. Sakura squatted against the wall, with her butt touching the ground and her legs curled up, similar to sitting, and her wet pink hair hung down. The girl closed her eyes and repeated regular breathing. There are only 2 situations in which people are most likely to fall asleep, either in a warm air-conditioned room or in cold weather. The temperature in midsummer is not low, and it is not at the level of freezing to death. Even the heavy rain washed away the heat of the past few days, which can be called cool. Something was fishy. Naruto scratched his head and touched Sakura's shoes with his foot. No response. After scratching his head again, Naruto finally sensed a trace of chakra. Clumsily recalling the knowledge taught in the ninja school, he made a hand seal. Wake up! Naruto shouted in a low voice, and made a seal with his hands. The fiery red chakra poured into Sakura's body. Suddenly, Sakura raised her head suddenly, gasping for breath as if she hadn't breathed for a long time. Saved! Sakura said tremblingly. What happened? Sasuke was taken away by a strange man. I was hit by that man's illusion. Kakashi should have gone after him. Naruto. Come with me quickly. Kakashi and Sasuke are in danger. Sakura reached out to grab Naruto's hand. But the next second, Naruto turned around and kicked out, hitting Sakura's cheek squarely. Strangely enough, Sakura screamed, and immediately jumped back in pain to distance herself. Her appearance remained that of Sakura, but her eyes were extremely fierce. How did you see through me? You seem to like asking questions. Naruto asked back. Hee. The fake Sakura smiled, reached behind her waist with both hands, and quickly took out 2 sharp kunai. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, it's just a corpse anyway. The fake Sakura still didn't remove her disguise, and rushed towards Naruto with 2 kunai in hand, and the scene around her changed. A crackling white noise sounded in Naruto's ears, like the sound of an old projector jamming, and the light around him suddenly became gloomy. To be precise, the light centered on Naruto was instantly swallowed by the darkness. The light did not dim neatly, but seemed to be torn apart by the darkness and swallowed like flesh and blood. There was a dark scene in front of him, and Naruto felt the ground shaking under his feet, as if it would collapse in the next second. After calming down slightly, Naruto instinctively stepped back and jumped away. This is the illusion world, and the real enemy outside is attacking him. Naruto didn't care about what he saw in the illusion world, but instinctively controlled his body to avoid the attack. Until the other party also entered the illusion world. Boom! The darkness suddenly disappeared in the distance. Naruto looked up and found himself tied up on a stone pillar. A blood moon hung in the night sky, and the red moonlight sprinkled equally on Naruto and the fake Sakura holding a kunai. Why do you always like to laugh like this? Naruto constantly stimulated a murderer, teasing his or her fragile nerves, and calmness was the greatest mockery of death. Haha, wait until your stomach is cut open, I will tell you the answer. The fake Sakura showed an almost morbid look, holding her fingers in her mouth and sucking them continuously. It was both a little bit amorous and a little scary. In a state of madness, she looked like a mentally disturbed lunatic. Whether she was talking or licking her fingers, the fake Sakura's eyes never left Naruto, and she held her face with both hands, which was perfect for a yandere. It really doesn't feel out of place to be a yandere with pink hair. Damn it! Why is she thinking of Agatsuma at this time? What did you say you were going to do to me? Naruto smiled, looking nonchalant. I didn't hear you clearly just now, can you say it again? Are you scared? Yes, I'm about to pee. Naruto lost in his mouth. I'm going to influence you now and guide you onto the right path. Influence me? Ha ha ha. Fake Sakura seemed to have heard a joke of the century, and laughed so hard that she bent over. How do you want to influence me? Beg for mercy. Maybe if you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy now, maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you go. No way, you're dead. 1 hour here, only 1 minute outside. Fake Sakura walked slowly to Naruto, who was unable to move, raised the kunai in her hand high, and looked at Naruto expressionlessly. Go to hell. Wait. Do you have any last words? Fake Sakura still maintained the posture of holding the kunai high. I do. Naruto coughed, staring at fake Sakura, and asked. Have you seen the mouth seal? What? The man was disrupted by Naruto's words. The 4-symbol seal is activated, swallowing. Boom. The illusion was instantly shattered by a destructive force, and the extremely terrifying force came with an ancient dusty feeling. Suddenly, the fake Sakura disappeared and was pulled into the seal while spinning. At the same time, in the dark and humid 4-symbol sealed space, the fake Sakura fell into a puddle, and Naruto stood on the puddle in front of the man. Behind Naruto, a huge fence-like mahogany cell stood quietly, and a huge fiery red fox head slowly emerged from the depths of darkness. The huge fiery red fox, like a mountain, had a mouth full of sharp teeth, and its blood-red pupils were filled with earth-shaking murderous spirit. The man was stunned, and his whole body collapsed in the puddle, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Naruto smiled, stared at the man and said word by word. I caught you. Chapter 41 Kurama swallowed him. Human. There was a huge hatred in the eyes of the 9 tails, and the violent murderous aura exploded in the dark and humid dungeon. The red chakra rushed out of the fence like mist. Unfortunately, no matter how fast the red chakra was, it could only fall into the red fence in vain. The gap between the red fences was like an invisible iron curtain, separating the inside and the outside into 2 worlds, casting a death cell. Yes, human. Naruto did not look at the fake Sakura in the puddle again, but turned and smiled at the angry 9 tails. So what can you do? Come out and fight me. Roar. The furious roar sounded, and the whole space was shaking violently. The water leaked more and more rapidly from top to bottom, and the waste water poured down. However, nothing changed. Naruto still stood there quietly, laughing wantonly. At that moment, the man behind him had stood up again and rushed towards Naruto with a kunai in his hand. The kunai went towards Naruto's neck, but Naruto stood there and seemed not to notice the attack from behind. Boom! Just when the fake Sakura was about to succeed, a red tentacle surged out from the ground with a bang and hit the attacker directly. The man flexibly leaned back to avoid the red tentacle that passed by his nose. Looking at the wooden tentacle that was exactly the same color as the red fence, the fake Sakura was immediately soaked with cold sweat. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This place does not exist, it's just an illusion. But the next second, more red tentacles grew out from the ground, rushing towards the man accurately as if they had intelligence. Bang, 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 the red tentacles kept attacking, and the ground was suddenly torn into pieces, and many potholes appeared where the fake Sakura was hiding. The speed of the tentacles was getting faster and faster, almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Puff! A tentacle pierced into the man's muscles, and the fake Sakura screamed. The rest of the red tentacles also seized this momentary flaw and fell. The fake Sakura's hands and feet were nailed to the ground with skin and flesh, and a tentacle pierced her stomach. The wound looked shocking. Blood spurted and splashed on the ground, forming a bloody phantom of a fox head. Ah! The heart-wrenching pain instantly eroded the man's brain, and the transformation technique could no longer be maintained. With a bang, the original form appeared. It was a ninja wearing a mask, and blood was oozing under the mask at this moment. He had never thought that the little ninja would have such great ability. Any ninja should fight with fear at the critical moment of life and death. But Naruto was different. He grew up in the battle with Zabuza. Wandering on the edge of life and death did not make him afraid, but excited. He understood a truth. Life and death in battle is not determined by the strength of the enemy, but by the strength of one's own desire to fight. In other words, as long as they are enemies, they should be killed with all cruel means. The screams resounded in the dungeon space. The nine-tailed fox at the other end of the red fence stared at everything happening in front of it, and a trace of fear flashed in its eyes. It could feel the pressure of those red tentacles, which was exactly the same as the breath of the red fence that imprisoned it. If the kid in front of it could control those tentacles, then he could definitely control the red fence. But the nine-tailed fox didn't expect that Naruto, who had been staring at it and never turned his head, had already seen the fear in its eyes and smiled. How is it? What do you mean? The nine-tailed fox grinned at Naruto, red eyes glared at Naruto. Human, you deserve to die. I asked you how was the performance. Naruto ignored the trash talk of the nine-tailed fox. Performance. The nine-tailed fox looked at Naruto with disdain, and said contemptuously, you humans just like to kill each other, and it has been like this for thousands of years. It seems so. Naruto tilted his head, and his neck made a crisp sound. Ouch. It hurts, I'm dying, dying, dying. I should have known not to pretend earlier, pretending will not end well. Ahem. Naruto coughed awkwardly and waved his hand in the nine-tailed fox's contemptuous eyes. The ninja who was nailed to the ground and could not be sure whether it was from the anbu or the root was immediately pulled into the ground by the red tentacles, and emerged from the inside of the red fence a moment later. The man still retained consciousness, and under the effect of adrenaline, he looked at the huge red fox with a body comparable to a mountain in horror. What do you want to do? Human. Naruto lowered his head, his eyes were covered in shadows, and the nine tails only saw the corner of the kid's mouth raised. Swallow him. What? The nine tails was furious when he heard this. He was angry that the human in front of him dared to dominate it. He even wanted it to devour dirty humans. What do you think of yourself? A dog. How ridiculous. Human. You have to pay the price for your words and deeds. The space was shaking like never before, and the whole space seemed to be about to collapse. A red gust of wind rose out of thin air. Naruto stood there facing the oncoming red gust of wind, and the whole person swayed like a reed in the autumn wind for a moment before stabilizing. This time, his voice was cold and clear, and he raised his head and stared at the nine tails with a serious expression. With an unquestionable tone, he ordered loudly. Kurama, swallow him. As Naruto called out his name accurately, the nine tails fell into a trance for a moment, and Naruto's eyes were filled with excitement and terror. Swallow him! Naruto shouted loudly, his voice was stern, and the whole person seemed to have changed. There was boundless ferocity in his eyes, and his pupils were red as if they were about to burn. The nine tails had no choice. With a blank mind, it was actually controlled by Naruto and opened its bloody mouth to pick up the dying ninja. No! No! Help! Ah! The sound of chewing sounded, and the screams resounded in the space again. The nine tails tilted its neck, and the ninja's voice disappeared immediately. Dead silence, no sound in the space, only dead silence. Only Naruto's heartbeat became slow from rapid until it returned to normal. The blood in Naruto's pupils faded, and his expression returned to normal. Everything that happened just now seemed like a dream, but the glaring bloodstains on the ground reminded Kyuubi that it had indeed been dominated for a moment. At that moment, Kyuubi only felt that the soul of the little ghost in front of him was unusually tall, and he was just a kitten in front of him. Like a bad-tempered owner scolding his own pet, the fierce eyes actually made Kyuubi feel afraid and subconsciously chose to obey. Humiliation, it was too humiliating. As a tailed beast, and the most powerful one, it actually devoured humans like a dog. Recalling the feeling of swallowing in the throat, the brain surged with an unprecedented nausea, almost making it vomit. Chapter 42 Violation Level 7, Show You a Treasure. In the damp and cold sealed space, a man and a fox looked at each other quietly from a distance across the red fence prison door. Click. 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 Water drops fell from the dark cell, making the sealed space unusually silent. Human, how do you know my name? Kyuubi couldn't help it, and broke the silence first, staring at Naruto and asked. Naruto put his hands in his pockets, and a wide black robe was draped over his body. With an indifferent expression on his face, he answered with dead eyes. I heard it from others. You lie. Kyuubi reacted violently, baring his teeth and scolding, Despicable human, do you still want to continue to deceive me? Human? Are you calling me? Naruto asked curiously. Despicable human, I will tear you to pieces when I come out. It seems that you still don't understand the current situation, Kurama. Naruto raised his head and smiled, and suddenly pointed at Kyuubi. What do you want to do? Haha, I'm just scaring you, look how scared you are. Naruto grinned. Damn it. Are you teasing me? The Nine-Tails was furious, and seemed to want to create another red chakra storm. But this time, Naruto's expression changed instantly, and the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by seriousness. He pointed at the Nine-Tails from a distance and said. Bindle it. As the voice fell, the red fence prison door actually shrank inwards rapidly, and the Nine-Tails activity space was rapidly compressed. Roar. Damn it. What did you do? Ah. The Nine-Tails roared, and the red fence prison door was slammed. 4-symbol seal, full level. Naruto stood calmly, patiently waiting for the Nine-Tails' anger to slowly subside, until the sealed space the room was quiet again. Human. I will come again, Kurama. I hope we can have a pleasant conversation next time. Naruto said, and his consciousness flashed and he left the sealed space directly. In a flash, Naruto was standing in the corridor. The heavy rain outside had almost stopped. He fumbled in his pocket, trying to find the key to the apartment. Just as he took out the key, he suddenly heard the sound of going upstairs from the other end of the corridor. It seemed that there was more than one person. After what happened just now, Naruto frowned and stared at the entrance of the corridor. Naruto. The girl's voice was bright and beautiful, in sharp contrast to death and blood. The jade-like neck swayed with the long cherry-pink hair, white and greasy. Sakura walked out of the corridor with a smile and waved to Naruto from a distance. The golden sunlight after the rain passed through every strand of her hair. Two people followed behind her, the lazy Kakashi and the iceberg-faced Sasuke. Hey, Naruto. Kakashi had been to Naruto's house before, but it was his first time to walk through the door, so he seemed a little unskilled. For some reason, the Anbu people like to appear on rooftops and outside windows, places where animals like to appear. No wonder they wear animal masks. Sasuke looked straight ahead, looking at the yellow-haired man who was about to open the door. His eyes stopped on his smooth forehead without a ninja forehead protector, and he said with contempt and regret. Tisk. Sakura? Teacher Kakashi, Sasuke? Why are you here? Naruto put his hands behind his back, ready to open the 4-symbol seal at any time. That Chunin exam Sakura summoned up the courage to say loudly, we all want to participate with Naruto. Hey! Naruto tilted his head, and his hands behind his back slowly stretched out. Root Organization Underground Office. Danzo-sama, the mission failed, he's dead. The Root ninja wearing a blue patterned mask half knelt on the ground, and Danzo, with his right eye wrapped in bandages, sat solemnly in front of his desk without saying a word. Dead? Danzo asked with a sullen face, where's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? He. Tell me. Danzo stared at the ninja and said unhappily. The half-kneeling ninja suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back and answered mechanically. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki swallowed ye. Swallowed. It's a sealing technique. The root ninja responded truthfully, it should be the 4-symbol seal of the Whirlpool clan, and Yi was sucked into the seal. Knock. 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 Danzo knocked on the table and spoke with a cold face. Go tell the 3rd generation that the Jinkriki qualification test experiment failed, and the target exceeds the root organization's containment value. Tentative violation level, 7. In the root organization, there is only absolute obedience to Danzo's orders, and there is no room for extra talk. The ninja of the root responded with a yes and disappeared directly. On the other side, the 3rd generation who received the news was smoking a pipe while looking at the 2 reports on the table, with a serious expression and frowning brows. One on the table was the result of the mission failure test issued by the root, and the other was the request for the restoration of Naruto's qualification for the Chunin exam submitted by the 7th team. There were not only Sakura and Sasuke's request opinions, but also Kakashi's accident responsibility letter, with complete handprints and signature procedures. Hokage, the Hokage guards stood side by side, with the same ugly face. The power of the Jinkriki has exceeded the control of the village. It's not that level yet. The 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out a white mist, his face was dry like bark, but his eyes were like hawks. Kakashi mentioned Naruto's ninjutsu in the mission report of Wave Country, the Scorching Magma, which is the ninjutsu of the 4-tailed Jinchuriki of the Land of Earth, combining earth escape and fire escape into lava escape. Tailed Beast Jinchuriki. Bingzu Lietong was a little surprised. How can Naruto know the ninjutsu of the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki of the Land of Earth? Not sure. The 3rd Hokage said seriously, I just wanted to test whether Naruto was replaced in Wave Country. It is very likely that it was the person who claimed to be the god of ninja who appeared recently. Naruto's recent behavior is very strange, with inexplicable wealth and power, but only the descendants of the Uzumaki clan can use the 4-symbol seal, and only Naruto can accommodate the 9-tailed fox. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly again, closed his eyes and instructed. Order the ninjas in the Anbu to cancel the supervision of the Jinkriki. But Hokage, if this is the case, if the Jinkriki is not supervised, won't it be too dangerous? After all, Bingzu Lietong's eyes swept over the report from the root, which was clearly written on it. Violation level, 7. Hokage, there are only 10 violation levels in total, right? Bingzu Lietong swallowed his saliva, but the danger level of the 9 tails is only 6. The 4-symbol seal is a very dangerous ninjutsu that can seal the 9 tails and even all objects. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen explained in a deep voice. The people in the root always like to exaggerate the facts and always ignore the independent individual of human beings. But humans have emotions, and weapons can also be controlled. Sunshine, flowers, the bond of friendship, the budding of love, and the recognition of the village, this is the best way to store weapons. Chapter 43 The Blue Beast of Konoha. The summer is hot and the cicadas are chirping. Naruto squatted on the tree and was so sleepy. Yawned. Kakashi said he would train him alone, but now it was already noon and no one had come. Just when Naruto was thinking about whether to skip class, Kakashi came late. Hey, Naruto. Kakashi smiled and looked up at Naruto in the tree and greeted him, without any sense of being late. Did you wear your forehead protector? Yes. That's good, the forehead protector is the life of a ninja. Kakashi smiled and explained. Especially during the mission, a ninja will only take off the forehead protector when he dies. So under normal circumstances, a ninja will not take the forehead protector on his own initiative, it's not auspicious. Yes, Kakashi teacher. What's wrong? Did the Hokage agree to the Chunin exam? Naruto asked hesitantly. Agreed. Really? Of course it's true. Kakashi's eyes narrowed into a line with a smile, otherwise why would I ask you to do special training? You have just become a genin not long ago, and you need to receive further guidance from a jonin to cope with the Chunin exam. Sakura and Sasuke have already finished their training, and now it's only you, Naruto, who is left. Great. Naruto, don't be so happy so early. Kakashi glanced at Naruto with one eye and warned, training is a very hard thing. It's okay, Kakashi teacher, I can do it. Naruto said excitedly, let's get started. To be honest, he didn't want to train at all. However, considering that the previous period was too noisy and attracted the root ninja, Naruto also restrained himself a little. Okay, then you go to report to Teacher Guy. Kakashi said with a cough. What? Naruto was dumbfounded, looking for Might Guy for training? Good guy, business outsourcing, right? Ahem, the only thing you lack is physical skills. Kakashi scratched his head and said seriously, Sakura's training was also completed in the medical class. Hey! Naruto held his head, with the same gaze as Saduk on his face, and didn't believe what Kakashi said at all. Well, I'm busy, you know. Naruto, ... Watching Naruto leave, Kakashi stood there with his hands in his pockets, and the image of the old face of the third generation, standing in front of the window and smoking a pipe and talking flashed in his mind. The original intention of the Jinchuriki is to protect the village, Kakashi, it's not a good thing for Naruto to be too powerful. Another thing is that Jiraiya has returned to the village. Kakashi, after the training, hand Naruto to Jiraiya. The matter has become a foregone conclusion, and Kakashi has no room for comments. Standing in the sunlight in the wilderness for a while, not long after, Konoha's first technician also turned and left. Yahoo! Konoha's Blue Beast presents Burn! Youth! Two green-skinned watermelon-headed ninjas, one big and one small, crossed and leaped, and used the Konoha whirlwind in the air, giving a passionate debut show. Naruto was stunned, Hyuga stood there expressionlessly, and Tien Tien supported his forehead with some headaches. At first, Might Guy insisted that Xiao Li cooperate with him to give Naruto a whole life, so there was this scalp-numbing scene at the beginning. After landing, Might Guy walked towards Naruto and asked with a mouthful of white teeth. How is it? Naruto, handsome. Awesome. Please teach me physical training, Might Guy teacher. Naruto, I like children like you who have good eyesight. Might Guy half squatted and laughed, his big white teeth shining. Hyuga couldn't stand it anymore, turned around and left. He has been training by himself, and Guy occasionally gives him guidance on physical skills. Tenten smiled at Naruto, waved his hand and left. Anyway, he had introduced himself. Okay. Might Guy shouted very energetically, looking at his apprentice Xiao Li and Naruto and said, run 500 laps around Konoha, if you can't finish it, do 500 push-ups with one finger. What else can Naruto say? He agreed with tears. Wait. Naruto, do you know what the secret of physical skills is? Might Guy suddenly asked. Hearing this, Naruto was stunned for a second. Why did he suddenly take the test? Is it hard work? He said tentatively. No. Guy raised his index finger and shook it, then magically took out a green tights that is essential for spirited young men from his arms. What the hell? Looking at the green tights, Naruto swallowed his saliva and looked up to the sky with tears. I'll wear it. Suffering and mental damage are nothing, just for the cool physical skills, grit your teeth and do it. I'll go all out, I don't believe that I can't trigger the system option. So. After running 500 laps, Naruto was exhausted like a Saduk, his eyes were big and lifeless, and he was shouting strange words like Halloween. Naruto, how are you? Kai looked down at Naruto who was lying on the ground and foaming. Teacher. Xiao Li on the side said energetically, Naruto must have realized the power of youth. You're right. In response, Naruto trembled and stretched out his hand to shout for help, his hand half clenched with the thumb turned outward as if he was standing up, thumbs up. Seeing this, Might Guy and Li's faces tensed instantly, and after looking at each other, they hugged each other with tears in their eyes. Li. Naruto is the real passionate youth. Might Guy shouted with tears in his eyes, it's so touching. Teacher. I will definitely surpass Naruto. Well. Let's start now. Might Guy pointed to the front and said proudly, walk upside down around the village 500 times. If you can't do it, do 3000 push-ups. Under the setting sun, two blue beasts of Konoha, one big and one small, left with their hands upside down. Naruto lay on his back on the ground, and had already thought about how many dishes to serve. The sound of footsteps came, and suddenly, Naruto felt someone stopped beside him, and opened his eyes to look. It was late, and the thick golden hair was unusually familiar. Ino, who had the same hairstyle as Deidara, leaned over and frowned at Naruto, as if he was hesitating about something. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, which scared her. Ah! The corpse is alive! Damn it! It's not dead! Naruto shouted angrily. The sky was flaming, and the red clouds illuminated half of Konoha. Ino's face was covered with a layer of red, and she looked a little restrained. What are you wearing? Ino said disdainfully. Training clothes. It's green and disgusting. Shut up, Naruto was speechless for a while. Of course he knew that the clothes were very rustic, but he had done so much, and the system still didn't react. Damn it! Dog system! Ding! The mechanical synthesized sound suddenly sounded, and Naruto's face changed. Chapter 44 Flying Thunder God and Ino, seeking follow-up reading. Option 1, perform one-handed handstand push ups in front of Ino and say that his youth is burning, and get her praise. Reward, Flying Thunder God technique, incomplete. Option 2, confess to Ino in person and get her consent. Reward, 8 gates, immortal version. When the panel popped up, Naruto's breathing became heavier. With a snap, Naruto's hand tightly grasped Ino. Naruto, what are you doing? Ino. What? Ino was a little confused by Naruto's move, her mind was blank, but the hand that Naruto grabbed seemed to be clamped by a hydraulic press and could not move. Don't leave. Naruto was panicking, fearing that Ino would leave. At this moment, what Naruto had in front of him was no longer some useless little rewards. What the hell is the damage-free version of the 8 gates? If he got this, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the future ninja world? Live a life of punching Uchiha Madara and kicking Otsutsuki? It's true that you and I both have a bright future. I don't know whether others have a bright future or not, but Naruto knows at this moment that he must marry Ino now. Naruto, you hurt me. Ino said angrily, and was about to shake off Naruto's hand. Sorry, Ino. Ino's words were like a splash of cold water that made Naruto sober instantly. What? Why did he suddenly become confused? That's Ino, how could she accept his confession? Not to mention that the relationship between the two is obviously just ordinary friends, even if it can't be said that Ino doesn't like him, she definitely doesn't have a good impression of him. It's so embarrassing. I was instantly bewitched and lost my mind by the reward of the option. Like a cat greedy for dried fish, completely ignoring the height between me and the cabinet. If I only have dried fish in my eyes, forcing it to reach it will probably only end up with a situation where the cabinet collapses, right? Ino rubbed her pinched red hand unhappily, recalling Naruto's heavy breathing and the momentary eagerness in his eyes, and suddenly a strange feeling flashed in my heart. Naruto? Are you eager to see me? Shaking her head, Ino immediately threw this absurd idea out of her mind. How could it be possible? Naruto is just an arrogant guy who loves to play tricks on people. By the way, why did I go out? My training is over. My mother is guarding the store. My father was summoned by the Hokage again. I am the only one at home. Suddenly I was free and my heart was empty, so I went out to relax. I just happened to run into Naruto running around the village, so I sat in the meatball shop and waited. Why wait? Ino's heart was beating wildly, and she forgot the purpose of coming. She looked at Naruto lying on the ground in front of her with a painful expression, and her expression was a little dazed. How are you? Ino asked. I'm fine. Naruto struggled to stand up, spit out the white foam in his mouth, looked at Ino and smiled, and asked. I'm training with Mr. Might Guy. I can see that. Ino glanced at Naruto's green tights and laughed at him without hiding her smile, it's so ugly. Damn it. Naruto thought to himself that it was a good thing that he didn't choose the second option just now, otherwise he would be laughed at for the rest of his life. People shouldn't be controlled by desires, but should be down to earth. Ino, how come you are here? The training has ended. Ino answered casually, and she actually felt her heart calm down a little bit. I suddenly ran into the three of you running around there, so I was a little curious. That scene must be very funny, right? Naruto asked awkwardly. He could imagine the feeling of digging out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. That's not the way to say it. Ino's expression suddenly became then he became serious and said after thinking for a moment. Everyone has his own ninja way. As long as someone is working hard towards his own direction in life, he should not be laughed at. Hearing this, Naruto was also stunned. He suddenly realized something. Perhaps because he didn't have much contact with her, he seemed to have never looked at Ino carefully from beginning to end. It should be said that Ino's emotional intelligence is far higher than her peers. She is a gentle and strong person. It doesn't seem to be out of place when she says such words as persist in working hard towards your own direction in life. Thinking of this, Naruto suddenly relaxed and stopped thinking about that option. He smiled and said. Thank you, Ino. Naruto, have you been possessed? Why do you suddenly talk like this? I'm a little uncomfortable. Ino turned her head away inexplicably and stopped looking at Naruto. Occasionally I will be very sincere, okay? Naruto said speechlessly. Are you stupid? Don't emphasize the facts anymore. I've heard this for no less than 10 times today. Naruto pulled the green tights. Do you want to eat red bean balls? Ino suddenly suggested. I don't like red bean balls. Naruto blurted out. Forget it. Ino pretended to be serious for a moment. This was just a little fun between friends. Naruto naturally knew that she was not angry. No, that's because I've never eaten it. If Ino treats me, I want to try it. Naruto said. You are obviously very rich, right? Why do you want me to treat you? Ino frowned and looked at Naruto, questioning, last time I saw you eating barbecue with a little girl. In fact, it was not what she saw, but what Koji saw when he passed by the barbecue restaurant. She just learned this fact from Koji, but when it came to her mouth, it naturally became what she saw. This Naruto laughed, scratched his head and said, then I'll treat you. Humph. This hum is very spiritual. Naruto was stunned again, not knowing how to continue the conversation. Or? Finish the task options first? Ahem. Naruto coughed and said to Ino with a grin, Ino, I'll show you a trick I just learned. What? Ino looked at Naruto. Naruto was doing push-ups with one hand standing upside down. His overly tired body was almost trembling all over. Even so, he gritted his teeth and shouted. My youth is burning. How? Ino. That voice was almost squeezed out of his teeth. Ino was stunned, looking at Naruto's extremely reluctant and expectant smile. Thinking that Naruto was trying to make her laugh, her nose was sore and she almost cried. Are you an idiot? With a bang, Naruto fell to the ground, covered in dust. He was almost exhausted just now, and was only paying attention to what Ino said, and didn't hear her suddenly nasal tone. Naruto's eyes turned into dead fish eyes again, lying on the ground looking at the sky and muttering. It's over, not a compliment. Ding! Flying Thunder God technique, incomplete, was successfully transferred. Chapter 45 Kurama, I Want Freedom. Naruto jumped back to life, looking at Ino with tears in his eyes. Ino is the best. Are you okay? Ino's face was full of worry. It's okay. Naruto smiled and waved his hand nonchalantly. Eat meatballs, I'll treat you. Ino said with her hand on her forehead. As they said that, the two walked into the meatball shop. Red bean dumplings are sweets, very popular with girls, so there are a lot of people in the store. When Naruto, dressed in green, walked into the dumpling shop, everyone's eyes gathered around him. Fortunately, it didn't cause any sensation, and the eyes moved away in just a moment. Naruto, do you know what Sasuke is busy with these days? Ino asked casually while eating red bean dumplings. I don't know, I think he's training with teacher Kakashi. Oh. The two chatted casually, and went home after nightfall. Naruto's home is not far from the Yamanaka flower shop, so naturally they walked together for a while. The streets of Konoha are brightly lit, and it can be described as a peaceful scene. Naruto got the Flying Thunder God, which is undoubtedly a great help for him. From the perspective of the Chunin exam duel, the more difficult thing may be to face the parasitic bug of a Shino. He now doesn't know whether the tuberculosis-stricken Gekao Heiei died at Maki's hands, nor is he sure whether the order of the exam battles will change. It's still necessary to talk about the details. What is known now is that Orochimaru will launch the Konoha collapse plan in this Chunin exam, and plant small strawberries on Sasuke's neck. The third Hokage died, Gekao Heiei died, and the streets of Konoha were destroyed. The night wind was cold, and Ino talked about some random gossip intermittently. Naruto occasionally responded, thinking about something in his heart. You don't have to be nervous, since you are the first in the graduation exam, as long as you don't run into that person from the Hyuga family. A genius is not a big problem. Ino wore a brown short-sleeved shirt and a golden ponytail tied behind her head, and she said whatever she thought. Ino is actually quite gentle. Naruto mentioned it for no reason. Why do you say that? She is very good at considering others. Naruto scratched his head and said sincerely, I usually have the impression that you are careless, but I didn't expect Ino to be a considerate person. What do you mean by unexpected? Ino complained a little dissatisfiedly, after all, we are all partners in the same village. Isn't it natural to help each other? Well, that's right. Naruto smiled and said nothing more. Walking past a street, Naruto waved to Ino and said goodbye to each other. After returning home, Naruto simply lay on the sofa. The living room was dim, and the surveillance of the Anbu had been removed. For now, Naruto was temporarily free. It was as if the shackles were finally opened, allowing him to go out for a while. Unlike other villages that continue to develop the potential of the Jinchuriki, Konoha seems to be consciously limiting the development of the Jinchuriki's strength. Naruto guessed that it might be that Konoha lacked a strong person to suppress the Nine Tails at the moment. If the Jinchuriki lost control, the damage to the village would be immeasurable. Compared to using the power of the Nine Tails, they obviously prefer to contain it. Then the root ninja swallowed by the Nine Tails did not leave any valuable information, and Naruto had no way to track it down. But he could probably guess that it was a trick played by Danzo, and maybe the top leaders also acquiesced. Naruto closed his eyes with a thought. Tick. Tick. He opened his eyes, and the surrounding environment instantly changed from the exquisitely decorated living room to the dark and damp sewer. In the darkness, a pair of lantern-sized eyes opened. In the small cage, the huge body of the Nine Tails brought a heavy pressure. The water waves in the sewer kept shaking, and the next second the Nine Tails could not suppress its roar, and the entire sealed space kept shaking. See you again, Kurama. Naruto stepped on the puddle, and ripples appeared under his feet, expanding outward with him as the center. The dark yellow light enveloped the entire sealed space. Although it was blurry, it was not without lighting sources. Human. The Nine Tail was still angry, and its hatred for Naruto did not dissipate over time. Instead, it became more hateful. But it learned its lesson this time. Except for the roar at the beginning, it did not continue to make trouble. You hate me? Naruto looked up and asked. So what? The Nine Tail said with bared teeth, disdaining to lie. I know why you hate me, it's nothing more than I deprived you of your freedom. Naruto said calmly, looking up at the Nine Tail who was laughing like a mountain, and there was no emotion on his face that shouldn't appear. Isn't it? I have been trapped in this dark seal for more than 10 years. How can I not hate it? I didn't volunteer to be a Jinchuriki. Naruto said, who wants to be a container on the spot? But no one has ever asked for my opinion. That's your own business. The nine-tailed fox was somewhat dissatisfied, and it didn't want to argue about this matter. The real victim was it, and it didn't care what the greedy and shameless humans did or said. Naruto was silent for a while, and then continued. The current situation is that I will die without you, and you won't die without me. This is not fair. Fair? Humans, who cares about your life or death? The nine-tailed fox said insidiously, if you die, I will indeed be free. If you don't want to live, tell me in advance, and I will be happy to help you. Don't worry, I will do everything I can to survive. Even if I use forbidden techniques, nine-tailed fox. Naruto looked up at the nine-tailed fox and said seriously, as if he was really swearing, I will imprison you, constantly strengthen the seal, and torture you forever. You have to believe that I can do it, just like I can master the four-symbol seal now. Naruto looked like he was chanting the most sacred prayer, staring at the nine tails, and every word he said made the big fox nine tails feel cold all over. It even reminded him of the painful memories of being imprisoned by the previous 2 generations of Jinchuriki. If the person in front of him really didn't die. Are you a pervert? The nine tails completely lost his composure and glared at Naruto fiercely. Naruto smiled when he heard it, and his smile was bright and sunny. If I'm not happy, I'll beat everyone to tears. This is the way of ninja that I say and do. The nine tails was completely disgusted and was still brooding over Naruto's threat. He thought to himself, damn it, I've lived for 1,000 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a dark Jinchuriki. It's really a ghost. Who knows where that kid learned the 4-symbol seal from? The current situation is extremely unfavorable for it. What do you want? The nine-tails tone was a little helpless, it's not good for you to do this, right? Naruto nodded and spoke. Kurama, I want freedom. Chapter 46 Garen whispered. Freedom. Kyuubi sneered, white air spurted out of his nostrils, compared to me, you have enjoyed enough freedom. How about you stay in this dark cage? Kurama, don't you understand yet? Naruto stretched out his hand, and several red wooden tentacles suddenly emerged on the ground, intertwining to form a plane. As the tentacles slowly rose, Naruto and Kyuubi looked at each other equally in mid-air. I want to let you go, but the premise is that I can't die. You want to let me go? Kyuubi showed a trace of horror in his eyes. Guang stared at Naruto in disbelief. Human, why? I know you are very powerful, Kurama. Naruto said calmly, the village needs your power, but I don't care about that. I want freedom and to live the life I want. The moment you become a Jinchuriki, not only you are imprisoned, but also me. I don't want to sacrifice my life for this corrupt village and become a slave to the village. Why not just destroy this village? Kyuubi showed his fierceness. Damn Konoha ninja village. It has imprisoned me for hundreds of years. Human, why don't we join forces to completely destroy this village? No. Naruto refused directly. Why? Kyuubi was puzzled. Don't you hate that village? No. Naruto shook his head. Of course he didn't hate it. He had only traveled for a few days, so he could only say that he was dissatisfied with the village but far from hating it. As for the matter between Minato Namikaze and Kushina, what did it have to do with him? He has figured it out. As long as he is a Jinchuriki, he will never be free. The village is still the same village. As long as he is not a Jinchuriki, whoever wants to be one can do it. He doesn't care. I said, I want freedom, but I don't want to be a slave to freedom. Naruto shook his head and said, people will eventually become slaves to something because of their obsessions. But I am so rich and powerful. I would rather indulge in beauty and wine and spend my life as I please than be a savior. Kyuubi was stunned. He looked at Naruto and asked in confusion. Human, don't you desire power? Kurama, your power is too weak. Naruto said bluntly. What did you say? I don't care. Do you want to hear what you are saying? Kyuubi was obviously a little unconfident. Little brat, the tailed beasts in this ninja world are not enough for me to fight alone, and you say I am weak. Don't waste time on such insignificant things. Naruto said impatiently, Kurama, I ask you, do you want to go out? Of course I do. That's good, I will come to you again when the time comes. Naruto said, snapped his fingers, and the cell returned to its original spacious appearance. What does the time come mean? However, Naruto did not answer, and his consciousness turned into a shadow and left directly. The next day, the alarm clock rang, and Naruto sat up from the bed with sleepy eyes, dragging his body that had not yet woken up to wash. Wiped the mist on the mirror and forced a smile. Just as he walked out of the alley, a mist ninja wearing a bamboo hat suddenly appeared and shouted without saying anything. Kid! Go to hell! The man yelled, and rushed towards Naruto. Wait! Naruto stopped the man directly. What? The man actually stopped and forced a laugh. What? Kid, begging for mercy is useless. Naruto yawned and said nonchalantly. Uncle, I am the first rookie to graduate from the ninja school this year. Your crappy transformation technique is too obvious, isn't it? What nonsense are you talking about, kid? The Kirigakure ninja's forehead was sweating coldly. I remember that even if the Chunin does not perform dangerous tasks, the salary is not very high, right? To be honest, I have killed the Jonin of Kirigakure, and the blood is all over my face. If I hurt you, it will delay your work. It's not worth it at all. Naruto waved his hand and walked towards the pretending Kirigakure ninja without any scruples, saying as he walked. Uncle, how much do you earn in a month? Why are you risking your life? Ah, time is almost up, I'm leaving first. Naruto passed by the Kirigakure ninja, who didn't move, and let Naruto leave with cold sweat. Until the footsteps faded away, the Kirigakure ninja released the transformation technique with a bang, and the man was dressed like a Konoha Chunin. At this moment, he was still in shock, and looked back and said. What kind of monsters are the genin now? At the ninja school, after many days, Team 7 finally gathered together. Sasuke and Sakura didn't seem to have changed. Sakura smiled and waved to Naruto. This way, Naruto. Sakura, am I not late? Naruto smiled and said. Sakura shook her head and said. I just arrived, and I encountered something on the way. Could it be the ninjas from Kirigakure? Naruto, did you run into them too? Sakura's eyes widened, and she cried out in surprise. She then looked at Sasuke, who glanced at Sakura and Naruto, and nodded without saying anything, realizing that he had also encountered them. It's probably another weird test from the village, so boring. Naruto complained as he stood there. Then you two weren't hurt? Sakura asked worriedly. No. Suzuki said briefly. No fight. Naruto said. How could that be? Sakura was a little surprised. No fight? Didn't the ninjas from Kirigakura attack you, Naruto? Hearing this, Suzuki also turned his head and looked at Naruto. No, I asked him how much money he made a month, and he stopped talking. Sakura. Suzuki. It was really Garen whispering, silence breaking the defense, it was really killing people and destroying their hearts. After a while, the rest of the classes arrived at the ninja school one after another. The Inoshikacho trio looked listless. Naruto happened to look at Hinata. Hinata blushed and lowered her head. Ino looked at Naruto, and Naruto happened to meet Ino's eyes, so he simply went forward to talk to the three of them. All of this was seen by Sakura, who was a little confused. I haven't seen you for a while, when did Naruto and Ino get so close? Suzuki didn't have the time to care about such boring things. It wasn't time to submit the Chunin exam admission ticket yet, so he simply stood there and closed his eyes to rest. I say, Naruto, you were pulled here temporarily to take the Chunin exam, right? Shikamaru asked lazily, why did I hear that the Hokage didn't let you take the Chunin exam before? What's going on? Is there such a thing? Koji kept eating potato chips and looked at Naruto in surprise. It's nothing. Naruto waved his hand and said, anyway, I just came here to run with you. I never thought about really advancing to Chunin. Chapter 47 Strike First. Your mentality is too bad, isn't it? Ino complained. I just became a genin, and I didn't expect to become a Chunin so soon. Naruto said truthfully, the tasks of Chunin are more troublesome. Ino held his forehead and had nothing to say. Shikamaru agreed with Naruto's words and nodded. Troublesome things are the most annoying. The exam began, the first written test. Naruto sat in the seat next to Hinata, yawning and looking at the paper in front of him. The big question was a physics free-fall question, and the multiple-choice questions were all common sense options. If you want to do it, you have to guess and guess, but Naruto didn't even move his pen. He rested his eyes with his hands on the table. It didn't matter what was written on the test paper. The dead perverted examiner would definitely make a test of the will of fire to test the candidates' trust in their companions. It's boring. Who would be deceived by the will of fire and burst into tears? After the test, as expected, Naruto successfully passed the first round of the Chunin exam with a blank paper. As for the principle of written test selection, it is very simple. It can be summed up in 6 words, never give up. Naruto did nothing and successfully entered the second test. Mitarashi Anko broke into the written test site, wearing a large windbreaker lined with fishnets. There was no sign of fat on her face, and she was still full of collagen youth. You guys, it's just the first exam. What's there to be happy about? There's no time to prepare for you. In 20 minutes, the second exam site, the 44th practice field, will start the exam. After saying that, he turned into white smoke and disappeared directly. A few sighs sounded, and the candidates were confused and helpless. They got up and rushed to the 44th practice field. Hinata, let's go. Inyazuka Kaiba, who had a dog on his head, shouted to Hinata from a distance. Okay. Hinata answered, then blushed and looked at Naruto, whispering. Naruto-kun, I'm leaving first. Okay, goodbye Hinata. Naruto waved and said. Naruto. Here, you'll miss it if you are late. Sakura urged at the door. I'm coming. Outside the forest of death, Naruto noticed that Kabuto Yakushi in the distance seemed to have been staring at him. To be more precise, his eyes were vaguely looking at Suzuki. The guy wearing glasses over there is quite strange. He might be a rebel ninja from Konoha. Naruto was a little unhappy. He pointed his finger directly in the direction of Kabuto Yakushi without any hesitation and said loudly. Don't those people in the Anbu check the candidate's background carefully? Such abrupt words directly attracted the attention of all the candidates present, and the 3 people in Team 7 immediately became the focus of the scene. Naruto, what are you talking about? Sakura lowered her head and dared not look around. Her face blushed for a moment and she asked in a low voice. I'm not talking nonsense. Naruto also lowered his voice, secretly pulled the 2 people beside him to his side, and said in a voice that only the 3 of them could hear, be careful of those ninjas from the Sound Village. He didn't mean anything else, he just mentioned it by the way. The examiner Mitarashi Anko, who sensed the commotion, came over and said to Naruto. Candidates are prohibited from disturbing the order of the examination room. After speaking, she looked around and said to all the candidates. The remaining candidates who haven't received the scrolls, come to me and get them. The rules of this exam are that the team that gets the scroll of heaven and earth will pass if they reach the high tower in the center of the forest of death 5 days later, otherwise they will fail. Note that if a teammate dies or loses combat ability during the process, it will be considered a failure. In addition, no one is allowed to open the scroll. Come here to get the scroll if you understand. Time is running out, so you'd better move faster. Under the urging of Mitarashi Anko, the atmosphere at the scene relaxed, and no one paid attention to Naruto's words. Naruto snorted, glanced in the direction of Kabuto Yakushi, and followed to get the scroll. With a creak, the rusty iron gate of the number 44 training ground opened slowly after a sharp sound. The teams of examinees who wanted to get the scrolls entered one after another, and tacitly chose different directions to move forward. Some people caught up with the team they had been eyeing for a long time. Team 7 randomly chose a direction and walked for a long time. The 3 of them hid in a bush and began to discuss the most important question at the moment. Whose scroll is it? The rules of the exam are as follows: half of the 26 teams of examinees will take the Heaven Scroll, and the other half will take the Earth Scroll. The winning team must collect a set of Heaven and Earth Scrolls and survive until the 5th day without any deaths or serious injuries. In this way, who will keep the scroll becomes a very important matter. Sakura, you should take it. Naruto said. Me? Sakura was obviously a little flustered, but what if I lose it? It's okay, if there is really no other way, just hand over the scroll. Naruto said, Sasuke and I can protect ourselves, and you have a guarantee with the scroll. This is just an exam, there is no need to risk your life. But... No buts. Naruto waved his hand and said, I always feel that something is wrong with this Chunin exam. You two should be careful. If you encounter an enemy, you can just throw the scroll and run away. Sasuke heard the implication of Naruto's words and frowned. You want to act alone? What? Sakura was completely confused. They just signed a death waiver outside the examination room, which means that even if they die in Konoha Forest, no one will stop them. Now Naruto said he wanted to go alone, so wouldn't there be only 2 people left in Team 7? Yet. Naruto nodded, looked at the 2 of them seriously and said, I have something to do, you wait here for me. What are you kidding? Sasuke said, isn't it more convenient for 3 people to act than for you to act alone? Don't worry about this. Naruto smiled and said, I promise I will come back to find you before dark. It's not convenient for 3 people to go together. Hearing this, Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other. Are you going to grab the scroll? Sasuke said, frowning, and asked, before entering the examination room, you told us to be careful of the sound ninja, so you have been eyeing them for a long time. Sound ninja? Sakura was stunned, and after reacting, her face was worried again. I'll tell you when I come back. Naruto said, and jumped away. After leaving the 2 people in Team 7, Naruto's expression became cold, and his eyes were filled with indifference. If the 3 sound ninjas are not dealt with, it will always be a trouble to keep them. Anyway, they will come to kill Sasuke themselves. It is better to take the initiative than to wait for the backhand. It is better to settle these things as soon as possible so that you can spend these days safely. Chapter 48. Of course it is Danzo's fault. Practice field number 44. The deep forest blocks out the sun, and it is still cool in the forest even in the afternoon. Bang! Who hit me? The Kyuzagaku ninja lying on the huge tree trunk touched the back of his head and shouted, Go Shwet, pranks at this time are too much. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I hit you when I am so far away from you? Bang bang! Never ending. No one responded to him this time, and there was a dead silence all around. Go Shwet? Akano. Hey? The scroll is in your hand, right? A strange voice sounded in the treetops. The pupils of the Kyuzagaku ninja dilated instantly, and the whole person's breathing became rapid instantly. The muscles of his body suddenly bulged and jumped away instantly. Who? After landing, the Kyuzagaku ninja looked around nervously, but did not find anyone. Where are you looking, bastard? An extremely impatient and frivolous voice sounded above the Kusanagi. What? The Kusanagi looked up, but his heart was beating wildly. In the shadow of the tree canopy not far from him stood a man with a white animal mask on his face. He wore a yellow robe and black trousers, fingerless tactical gloves, and a long sword on his back. The holes in the mask at the position of the two eyes emitted a faint cold light. "You!" The Kusanagi shouted in panic, "Where are my two companions? What did you do to them?" "Killed them." Naruto had no expression on his face. The clothes of the root ninja on his body were found in the space. The Nine Tails doesn't eat clothes, so it's a good opportunity to recycle them. "You are not a candidate. Are you Konoha going to break the rules of the competition?" "So what?" Naruto replied in a nonchalant tone, "What kind of chunin exam is this little ninja village taking part in? Be smart and hand over the scroll and get out of here." After the words fell, the Kyuzagaku ninja didn't even see the masked man opposite him make any move. He only felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and fainted. Naruto squatted on the ground and searched for the Kyuzagaku ninja's body for a while, and finally found the scroll. "The top scroll, it's repeated," Naruto muttered, but even so, he stuffed the scroll into his arms and left the scene after a while. The Kyuzagaku trio didn't die, they just fainted. It's not that Naruto couldn't bear to do it, but there was no need. If it was stained with blood, it would be easy for the detection ninjutsu to sense its existence. And Naruto didn't come for the Kyuzagaku trio, he just happened to pass by and refreshed a small option. Ding! The lightning release ninjutsu lightning strike was successfully deployed. Lightning strike, a small ninjutsu in the lightning release, is a bit useless for Naruto. But he just happened to lack a ninjutsu with lightning attributes, so it took him 10 minutes to complete the task options, took the scroll and got the reward. Naruto ran through the forest in a light yellow robe, trampling on the tree trunks and searching forward recklessly. After visually evaluating it, none of the candidates participating in the Chunin exam this time can fight. The container of Orochimaru's reincarnation is abnormally compatible, and he can't exert his original strength at all. As for Gaara, he can basically be ignored. They will definitely hold back in order to cooperate with the Sand Village's Konoha collapse plan. The reason why Naruto insisted on solving the Sound 3 this time was to take the initiative to eliminate the hidden dangers. The second reason was that he clearly remembered that the Sound 3 were holding the Scroll of Earth. This Chunin exam allowed casualties, so things became simple. The Death Forest is fully sealed within 5 days. Unless an emergency such as Orochimaru's invasion occurs, Konoha's Anbu will intervene temporarily. From the moment he entered the Death Forest, Orochimaru's target was always Sasuke. But considering that the snake uncle who loves to grow strawberries has no bad intentions, Naruto simply left directly, intending to deal with the Sound Ninja trio first, and then return to reunite with Sasuke and Sakura. The advantage of doing this is to avoid being in a passive situation. As for Sasuke's safety, it's just growing strawberries, it's no big deal. Sasuke will only starve for 3 days if he stays in Konoha. Following the snake uncle, this is the path that Sasuke will take sooner or later. In short, the people of the Uchiha clan are very strange, and they don't know why Uchiha Itachi wants to exterminate the clan, and what is the meaning of leaving Sasuke. Since Itachi is so rebellious, why not just take Sasuke away and teach him? In the end, it's ethical revenge, revenge on the village, and then revenge without distinction. Everyone is taking revenge, killing people on sight like crazy, and everyone wants to destroy the world. Spiritual mentor Alan Yeager would give them a thumbs up. In this world full of mental illness, Naruto's idea is very simple. Respect the fate of others and give up the plot of helping others. He also thought about relying on the system to refresh the options early and pull the Nine Tails out of his body. As for who owns the Nine Tails, it has nothing to do with him. Is there anyone nearby? Naruto, who was rushing, had a thought and immediately held his breath, carefully moving in one direction. After pulling away the leaves, there were indeed 3 ninjas standing on the grass, 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 looked around, as if looking for something. Naruto also looked for a while and recognized the 3 Otonins, the long-haired Toss, Sak, and the female ninja Jin. Damn, where is the mark of Orochimaru? Sak said anxiously. It's clearly here. Female ninja Jin gritted her teeth and looked around, obviously also very nervous about the mark of Orochimaru mentioned by Sak. Hurry up and find it. The hunched-backed long-haired bandage man Tos said hoarsely, without the mark, you can't accept the next order from Lord Orochimaru. Shut up. The female ninja said impatiently. What did you say? Tos was angry, and glanced coldly at the female ninja of Otoshi. When the two were on the verge of a fight, Sak on the side suddenly saw something, his eyes lit up and ran towards a bush. While running, he shouted. "You two come quickly, I found what Lord Orochimaru left behind." Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly pierced in the throat by a long sword. The sudden accident made the other two people stunned, everything happened too fast. Naruto, who was squatting in the bushes, stood up in an instant and burst out with power like a cannonball, and the knife was nailed into Sak's throat. Sak, who didn't understand what was happening, opened his eyes wide, and his black pupils stared at Naruto, who was wearing a root mask in front of him. Sak. Toss chose to backstab his teammates without hesitation, releasing sound waves, attacking Naruto and Sak indiscriminately. Option 1, eliminate the sound ninja trio. Reward, fire style fire dragon bullet technique. Option 2, interrogate and get information about Orochimaru. Reward, wind style wind blade technique. A mechanical synthesized sound sounded, and before Naruto had enough time to react, the translucent panel triggered the latest option. 2 conventional ninjutsu, it doesn't matter which one you choose. But Naruto glanced at the remaining 2 sound ninjas, 1 man and 1 woman, and he immediately had the answer in his mind. Chapter 49 Satan's Back Tattoo. Naruto. Sak had already fallen, and toss sound waves, which were comparable to Dongfang Kyubai, formed a visible ripple in the air, approaching Naruto at a high speed. Naruto jumped away directly, and Sak was stabbed in the back by toss, and his back was instantly torn apart, with several deep wounds that could be seen to the bone. Sak, who was already in danger, suddenly shook violently several times, and his soul returned to the pure land of death. Toss saw that the sound wave missed, and he gritted his teeth secretly. He was about to continue looking for Naruto wearing the root mask, but unexpectedly a kunai shot towards him. The speed of the kunai was not fast, and Toss had no intention of moving his feet. He turned his head directly to avoid the kunai. But the next second, when the kunai passed by Toss, Naruto suddenly appeared behind him and grabbed the kunai with a snap. Flying Thunder God. Second stage. Toss, who was in a state of alert, seemed to have thought of something and instantly took a breath of cold air. Behind. The female ninja-jin of the sound ninja on the side had already rushed came up, and threw several thousand kunai in his hand towards Naruto instantly. But it was too late, time seemed to be frozen at that moment. The speed of Flying Thunder God was too fast, and it was not possible for human nerves to react. Naruto stabbed the kunai into the back of Tiz's head without any suspense, the fatal point of this genius sound ninja. It was like pressing the pause button of life, and Tiz's life fire suddenly went out. 5,000 kunai came late, and Naruto then pulled and blocked them all with Tiz's body. The 1,000 kunai made a few puffs and pierced deeply into Tiz's body. You sound ninjas seem to like to backstab your teammates. Naruto lowered his voice, and the hole in the mask revealed a breathtaking red light. The female sound ninja-kin, who was originally running towards Naruto, stopped in an instant, under the gaze of the Nine-Tails blood eyes. The fear of hanging by a thread enveloped her, as if some creepy giant beast in the dark was staring at her, and the bloody wind and waves rushed like a storm. Who are you? The female Otonin asked tremblingly. You look like someone from Konoha, right? You know a lot. Naruto walked towards the female Otonin step by step. Orochimaru sent you here, your plan has been discovered long ago, I have been watching you since you entered the village. Now your Lord Orochimaru has been surrounded by the Hokage himself and his men, there is no way to escape, so there is no point in keeping you. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Naruto stopped a few steps in front of the Otonin, looked at her and said, in that case, let's test your loyalty to Orochimaru now. What are you going to do? The female Otonin was full of fear. Interrogation, but I guess you won't say anything, so Naruto raised his hand, and the surging blue lightning gathered in his hand, illuminating the mask. I've decided to let you die in agony. I hope you'll keep your ridiculous loyalty and never let me down. I'm going to kill you. Damn it. Naruto ignored the female ninja's abuse. This soul-torturing trick was an inspiration he got from a certain website. It was a sunny afternoon. In order to look up an ancient poem, he accidentally strayed into a sacred place called Peach Blossom Spring. In the smoke on the screen, he happened to see a video recommended on the homepage that said Chunin exams torture of female ninja. After watching the whole thing, he silently clicked on it. Pa! It's immoral. He doesn't approve of such a will of fire. Reality is not a book. There are not so many beautiful things. Naruto had a cold face and threw the lightning directly on the female ninja of Sound Ninja. The blue lightning ran wildly and screams rang out instantly. In response, Naruto just watched coldly. Dead, satisfying the first option and solving the Sound Ninja trio. Therefore, Naruto will get the first reward, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. If he meets the second choice, Naruto will get Wind Style, Wind Blade Technique, which is not a loss. It doesn't matter which choice you make, Naruto simply doesn't choose, and lets the female Otonin choose her own fate. Choose to live, or choose to keep the information for Orochimaru. Sizzle. Sizzle. The lightning and thunder roamed the body of the ruthless female ninja, just a procedure to complete, wait until the lightning dissipated. The female ninja of Otonin rolled her eyes, and the whole person collapsed on the ground, tears and saliva flowed, and there were large puddles of water on the ground. Naruto on the side stared at her, and the lightning in his hand rose again, as if he was going to go through the procedure again. No. Don't shock me again, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The female ninja of Otonin huddled into a ball, trembling all over her body, and she didn't see any warmth in Naruto's eyes. Like a cold ice cube, she knew very well that if she didn't speak up, that person would definitely choose to electrocute her to death here. Just thinking about that feeling was enough to make people feel sick. She would rather die like the previous two teammates than be tortured by the devil in front of her. Little did she know that this was Naruto's original intention. He killed Sack and Toss because they were in the way. Even if they were tortured, the two freaks who had undergone scientific surgery might be more excited. Really want to say it? Naruto asked with some regret. I say it. I'll say it. The Sound Ninja coughed and said, tears couldn't help flowing down. Actually, you don't have to say it. Naruto hesitated and said, actually, I also want the fire release ninjutsu. Hearing this, the Sound Ninja's breathing became heavy. She didn't understand what the fire release ninjutsu that Naruto was talking about had to do with her, but she knew that if she didn't speak up, she would be electrocuted into a semiconductor. What a living hell! Looking at the pleading eyes of the female ninja, Naruto thought about it and thought that the wind escape technique seemed to be okay. Go ahead. Then, the female ninja told some truths intermittently. Naruto was afraid that she would lie, so he shocked her twice again and again, until the three confessions matched, and then Naruto let the female ninja of Sound Ninja go. In terms of intelligence, ninjas are not too rigorous, right? The female ninja didn't know whether Naruto was too much or not. She was completely numb and lay motionless on the grass. Hearing the rustling footsteps coming from her ears, she turned her head with all her strength and stared at the culprit with numb eyes. However, Naruto didn't attack her again, but just stared at her and said, since you told the truth, I'll give you a life-saving advice. Leave Konoha after the exam, and don't try to find your Lord Orochimaru. For a worthless person like you he will kill you. After saying that, Naruto flashed away. Wind Style. Wind Blade descended successfully. After dealing with the Sound Ninja trio, Naruto headed back without looking back. After about half an hour's journey, he heard a fight before he returned to the agreed place. This place was very close to the agreed meeting place. After thinking for a second, Naruto directly pulled himself in that direction and took off the ill-fitting Anbu uniform. As soon as he arrived, Naruto saw a world-famous painting. The long-necked Orochimaru bit Sasuke's neck and planted a small strawberry. Chapter 50 The world where only Sasuke was injured was achieved. Sakura fell to the ground, still conscious, and seemed to be seriously injured. Sasuke was bitten in the neck at this time, and his face was also in pain. Orochimaru noticed Naruto's appearance and quickly retracted his long snake-like neck. This wave was considered an exchange of stealing the home. Naruto. Be careful. Sasuke with Sakura also found Naruto who had returned and shouted for him to be careful. At this time, Sasuke had already fallen down, holding the strawberry on his neck in pain. The only people still standing at the scene were Orochimaru and Naruto who were pretending to be candidates. Calm down, Sakura, Sasuke is fine. Naruto comforted him, and then his eyes moved to Orochimaru. I have collected information. This guy is not a candidate. He is Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas. What? Sakura was completely confused. Kakashi's generation was more familiar with the affairs of the three ninjas of Konoha, but when it came to Sakura and Naruto's generation, it was difficult to get the news because of some taboos of the three ninjas. Sakura only knew that Orochimaru was one of the three ninjas. What kind of experience is it to suddenly appear in the name of a person in the book and attack yourself? So, Sakura was confused, and Sasuke, who was still struggling in pain, was also confused. Orochimaru stared at Naruto with interest, spit out his long tongue like a snake's tongue, and part of his face skin had been peeled off, revealing skin that was whiter than a woman's. Naruto? Are you the village's Jinchuriki? It's me, for sure. Naruto said to Orochimaru, anything else? If you're fine, leave quickly, uncle, your body is about to break down. Looking at Orochimaru, whose strength was less than 1/10 of his heyday, Naruto did not show any fear on his face. And he knew that Orochimaru was a scientist who had an absolute method for doing things. Since the purpose of his trip was Sasuke, there was absolutely no reason for him to meddle in other people's business. Sure enough, Orochimaru was not angry because of Naruto's words, but just smiled grimly. Naruto, we will see each other again. After saying that, Orochimaru left directly. Naruto did not move, but stared at Orochimaru's back as he walked away, his body always on alert. It was not until a few minutes later when there was no trace of Orochimaru in the forest that Naruto completely relaxed and turned around and walked quickly towards the two of them. Sasuke, how are you? Naruto said this, but he squatted down to check Sakura first, and made sure that all the parts on her body were intact before he breathed a sigh of relief. As for Sasuke, he was really not worried. Orochimaru even loved his body more than Sasuke. Don't worry about me first. Sakura said to Naruto reluctantly, Sasuke is seriously injured. Okay. Naruto agreed, stood up and walked towards the unconscious Sasuke. After checking his neck, he saw the Black Heaven's Curse seal. It was a mark made of 3 black commas as big as little fingers rotating together. When the seal was activated, the amplified power brought by the seal was immediately obtained. He's fine, he just fainted. Naruto made an okay gesture to Sakura. After some effort, Naruto placed Sasuke on the huge tree trunk. He turned around and picked up the exhausted Sakura and climbed up the tree. Naruto, thank you. Sakura whispered, if you hadn't arrived in time, Sasuke might. Harano Sakura also saw that Orochimaru's real target was Sasuke. However, Naruto knew Orochimaru's purpose, but Sakura thought Orochimaru was planning to kill Sasuke slowly. Well, we are companions, this is what I should do. Naruto scratched his head and said, Sakura, is there any food? Sakura touched her lower back when she heard it, but she touched nothing, and shook her head and said, no, I don't know where the food pills fell during the fight. Just at this time, Naruto's stomach growled, and the scene was a little awkward. Sakura couldn't help but lower her head and whispered sorry. It's okay, you take a rest first. Naruto stood on the tree trunk, I'll go up and check the situation first. After saying that, Naruto climbed up to the treetop in no time. He stood lightly on a thin branch as thick as a finger, his body swaying slightly, and he was looking into the distance at this moment, as if looking for something. Naruto, it's dangerous up there. Be careful. Sakura looked up at Naruto and shouted with some concern. Said. Okay. Naruto responded, looking down at Sakura, there is a river to the west, it should be the river that runs through the center of the Death Forest. We will soon reach it if we go straight to the west. River. Sakura didn't understand what Naruto meant, what are we going to do by the river? Looking for food. Naruto jumped down from the treetops and said with a smile, fishing. Fishing. Yes, there will be food as long as we get to the river. Naruto comforted, Sakura, can you stand up now? Sakura tried, but all failed. I'll carry you over later. Naruto suggested. What about Sasuke? It's not safe for him to be unconscious here alone. Sakura was a little worried. Carry him over. Naruto sighed and said, Sasuke is a good kid. Sakura was amused by Naruto's words at first, then asked worriedly. Naruto, this is very heavy, right? Can you do it? How can a man say no when things have come to this point? Besides, there is no better choice now. The 3 of them are supposed to advance and retreat together. They can't just leave Sasuke behind. Naruto is still very sensible, except that he deliberately went to steal the Sound Ninja Trio at the beginning of the exam. It's just that Naruto thinks that Sasuke will follow Orochimaru sooner or later. Instead of staying there and clashing with Orochimaru, it's better to deal with the Sound Ninja at the beginning of the exam. This is more cost-effective and can save a lot of trouble. Things are just as he expected. He and Orochimaru both got the results they wanted. A world where no one is hurt except Sasuke and the Sound Ninja has been achieved. No problem. Naruto said with a smile, then squatted down and carried Sakura on his back, and then easily carried the unconscious Sasuke away and left quickly. Sakura was surprised that Naruto's physical strength was so strong, as if he had become stronger unconsciously. Naruto, are you okay? Sakura asked while lying on Naruto's back. The slightly raised small bag was attached to the back, feeling a little soft and a little strange. Naruto didn't lose his composure and responded calmly. It's okay, we're almost there. The diameter of the entire Death Forest is 10 kilometers, and the three of them are only about 1 kilometer away from the river. It didn't take Naruto too much time to reach the river. After putting the two people down, he took a bamboo of suitable size from the bamboo forest not far away. Seeing that Naruto really intended to fish, Sakura, who had recovered some strength, volunteered to pick up some branches as fuel. Sakura, who returned from the nearby forest with wood, was still a little worried and murmured. Can you really catch fish by doing this?